Curses. Academy of Magical Beings. By Emery Cole. Chapter 1. 2 months later. It's nice to see you, Carissa. How was the Yule holiday? I groaned inwardly. It was fine. I understand that it might have been a bit difficult for you and the girls this year. It was fine, I insisted. What did you want to speak with me about? Well, Carissa, I was looking at your transcripts, and I noticed that there is a bit of a discrepancy. How so? I've always gotten straight A's. Well, yes, that's what I mean. The discrepancy is that I noticed you actually have a B-, said the professor, Dr. Palmer. That's not possible. I thought so too at first. She chuckled lightly, though she looked at me with a nervous expression. I didn't offer her a polite smile in return, impatiently waiting for her to reach the punchline. Of course, you've always been one of the best students at this university, and we all expect you to become the valedictorian next year when you're a senior, which is why I found this so surprising. I'm sure you've been very distracted by recent events, and that's why this didn't cross your radar, so I thought I would meet with you this morning, so that we could discuss it together. I didn't want you to have to find out on your own, since I know how seriously you take your grades. It was the first day of the spring semester of my junior year, at Arsinoe University. While everyone else was on the way to their first classes of the day and preparing to do nothing but enjoy an easy syllabus week, the first thing I did that morning was march across campus to meet with my academic advisor, Dr. Palmer. She was the head of the elemental magic department, and in charge of all the students who were in my major. I liked her. She was patient and reasonable. She didn't coddle students. She made all of us work hard, even those of us who knew that we were in her inner circle of favorites. However, I knew that being one of Dr. Palmer's best students wasn't the reason that she called me into her office that early in the day. Rather, she felt an obligation to look out for me. Most people on campus had been like that recently. While it was certainly nice of them, I could barely stomach it. Ever since my mother died, they all acted as if my sisters and I were ticking time bombs. They treated us like we were children of the university, and therefore everyone's responsibility. We managed to fend them off for the most part, and get some privacy over the course of final exams and the holidays. But now that classes were back in session, the professors who used to work alongside my mother were back in full pseudo-parental mode. I didn't need new parents. I needed to know what the hell Dr. Palmer was talking about. Well, I'm listening, I said. It's just your Latin grade. Your final exam result was lower than expected, which brought your overall Latin grade down to a B-. It was that bad? I've only ever had A's in Latin. Bordering on a minuses, yes. But my dear, you received a C on the final. Of course, I went directly to Dr. Mana and spoke with him. I asked him to look at your exam again, and he told me that he actually read through it 3 times because he too was shocked by how low the grade was. Nobody is blaming you, Carissa. As I said, I'm only telling you this because I know it is better for you to find out from me, your advisor, than by yourself, when you look at your exam results when they're released later this week. Even if he checked it 3 times, I'm sure there's been a mistake, I replied stubbornly. Latin hasn't always been my greatest strength, but I've never done that poorly. Carissa, you've been under a lot of stress this past semester. You've suffered a great loss. I think it's completely understandable that your grades would be lower than usual. In fact, if they weren't, I would be a little more concerned. It's okay to focus on other things right now. I encourage you to do so. I blinked. I didn't need sympathy. I didn't want it. Well, is there an extra credit opportunity available? Were you able to broker a deal with Dr. Mana on my behalf? Dr. Palmer sighed quietly, but she didn't look surprised by my determination to move past the more emotional aspect of her statement. Dr. Mana recommended that you simply continue on with his second semester course. He understands that death in the family can have a profound effect on our ability to maintain otherwise pristine academic records, and he did not want to suggest putting more pressure on you with extra credit. I can handle the pressure. But Carissa, I can handle it. I'm fine. It's been 2 months. If I'm going to be the valedictorian that you all expect me to be, then I need the opportunity to prove that I'm not crap at Latin. It's just that the low exam grade suggests that you might be a bit further behind than what extra credit would allow you to prove. That's why Dr. Mana thinks that you should carry on as usual and work your way towards a higher grade this semester. God, I hated Latin. It was a dead language, and in my opinion it should stay dead. I hated that it formed the basis of most older forms of magic. I hated that I needed to be good at Latin in order to be good at a lot of other things. Obviously, Latin wasn't the only language that magic could be cast in. A lot of ancient languages contain the ability to summon immense amounts of power just from the words alone. Even common languages like French and Spanish were useful to young witches. Knowing more spells and more languages was beneficial overall. Unfortunately, languages never came easily to me. It was the only thing that wasn't natural. If I was being honest, ever since I was born and was able to understand the concept of magic and comprehend the fact that I was a witch, magic came to me easily. I never really had to try that hard. It was always there, light and glittering in the very center of my chest, waiting to be used. It was like a comforting friend. It wasn't until I got to college that I realized how gifted I was, though. My mother had a way of humbling my sisters and me. Not in a cruel way, but just in a way that made us more cautious of the way that we tapped into our magic. But when other professors saw what I was capable of and witnessed the great well of power within me, my strength became more tangible. I studied hard. I worked myself to the bone, all while maintaining a great social life and plenty of extracurricular activities. I was the shining star of the Quinlan sisters, and I was proud of it. But Latin was determined to ensure that I was knocked down a peg. I don't want to carry on as usual, I told Dr. Palmer. I'm willing to do what needs to be done in order to ensure that I can catch up with the rest of the class and maintain my perfect grade point average. This is important to me. It's quite all right, Carissa. I know that I've pushed you hard these past 3 years, but I feel like I should tell you that not everyone needs to be perfect. In fact, perfection is unattainable even for witches and warlocks. It's okay that your Latin grade is less than ideal. It's a difficult subject. There's a reason that it isn't spoken as a common language nowadays. With all due respect, Dr. Palmer, I really don't need you to pacify me. I huffed, sitting up straight in the chair across from her large oak desk. I just need you to give me the answer that I am looking for. I am not fragile. I'm not going to break under the pressure. I know that every staff member at Arsinoe University seems to be under the impression that my sisters and I are going to implode from the weight of grief that you all seem convinced is crushing us, but we're really okay. Personally, I just want things to be normal. I want to get through this semester like a normal student. I don't want to be treated like a baby. Dr. Palmer exhaled loudly. She was quiet for a moment, running her hands through her dark bluish-black hair and adjusting her glasses. She stared down at the copy of my transcript that she'd printed out, and I followed her line of sight, my stomach twisting at the little red mark she made around the B-. I had to fix it. If I was going to get into a doctoral program at this university and become one of the most respected elemental researchers in the world, I needed to have perfect grades. A lot of people believed that my sisters and I got accepted to Arsinoe University, one of the most prestigious academies of magical beings known around the world, because our mother taught here. However, that wasn't true. We worked just as hard as everyone else to earn our place here. In fact, I would dare to say that we worked even harder. Or rather, I worked even harder. I didn't want anyone to assume that I got good grades just because my mother was a professor. I wanted there to be no question about it, that I was simply that talented and capable and strong on my own. Of course, now that I'd gotten my first B and my mother was gone, that was even harder to prove than ever before. Okay, Carissa, said Dr. Palmer. I actually know a student who is very skilled in the languages, particularly Latin. He has been getting some work-study credit from tutoring. Usually, he tutors the underclassmen in the introductory courses, but I am sure he'd be more than willing to take on an advanced student. A tutor. She might as well have punched me in the face. You really think I need a tutor? I muttered. I was thinking that I could just write a paper or do a research project or craft a new spell. You know, extra credit type of stuff. I think meeting with a tutor for the next few weeks or so would be the right way to prove to Dr. Mana that you're putting in the necessary effort to improve your grades. He doesn't want to see more work. He wants to see more devotion to the subject. And the only way I can prove that I'm devoted to Latin is by meeting with a tutor. It's just a suggestion, Carissa. It's all I can do, replied Dr. Palmer. You don't have to meet with the tutor. It was only an idea. The thought of getting tutored was shameful. I knew that Arsino University was a competitive school. Not everyone made it through all 4 years without transferring to an easier school for witches and warlocks or dropping out altogether. Not everyone had what it took to get through the oldest institution of its kind. There was a reason that we turned out some of the best magical people of each generation. There was a reason why Arsino University was home to the most cutting-edge magical research and the brightest young people. It was serious business. Because of that, tutors were a dime a dozen. Plenty of people weren't ashamed of struggling in class, and therefore weren't afraid to get a tutor for a bit of extra help. But I was Carissa Quinlan. Everyone knew me as the smartest girl in the junior class. I was the most talented, the most powerful. On top of that, I was the girlfriend of the golden boy, the son of the headmaster. I was one half of a power couple. Everyone looked to me to be the most knowledgeable, especially when it came to elemental magic. I couldn't be seen getting tutored. If everyone saw that I also struggled just like them, my image would be tarnished. Everything would be ruined. And I didn't want anything to be ruined. I wanted everything to stay exactly how it was. Perfectly normal. I just wanted to not change. Thus my first instinct was to deny the offer of a tutor. But then I thought about how much I truly did struggle in Latin. I thought about pretending that everything was totally fine, and going to Latin class later that afternoon. I imagined trying to act like I knew what was going on. Truthfully, I knew that I didn't do well on the final exam, and it wasn't because I was distracted by what happened to my mother. It was just that Latin was difficult, plain and simple. That was it. Was it really such a crime that someone couldn't understand such a convoluted, ridiculous language? Even as I feared the demise of my reputation, I reminded myself that I was the Carissa Quinlan, which meant that I couldn't be messed with. I had friends in high places. I had a lot of people on my side. I could always make certain, via whatever means necessary, that whoever this mystery tutor was, wouldn't speak about our meetings. We could meet in secret, and then once I was all caught up, and they taught me the secret tricks to getting perfect grades in Latin class, I could move on with my life. Everything could go back to normal. Fine, I said to Dr. Palmer. I'll meet with the tutor. Who is it? Well, actually, now that I think about it, there are a couple of options. I'm going to have to reach out to both of them and see what their availability is. But how about we make a tentative plan for you to meet them tomorrow, in the library cafe? I'll email you a confirmation later this afternoon, once I'm able to touch base with the work-study students. Sure, sounds good, I agreed, mostly because I had no other options. Is that everything? I suppose. Although Carissa. Yes. I paused halfway through standing up and about to run out of the office. It hasn't been easy for any of us, but I can't imagine what you must be going through. If you need anyone to talk to. I am fine, I repeated yet again, my voice coming out more harshly than I intended. Then, before my academic advisor could offer me a grief therapy session or a shoulder to cry on or a basket of grandma's cookies, I stood up, grabbed my bag and hurried away. I meant it. I was fine. Something bad happened, but it was 2 months ago. Bad things happen all the time. That was life. Just because my mother was a witch didn't mean that she was invincible. I knew that all too well after what happened to my father. He was a warlock, and although he didn't die in a random car accident as she did, he still died, and it was still an accident. He was still gone, and there was no changing it. The only way to get through it was to accept the fact that it happened and that the past was unchangeable. I preferred to carry on with my life, rather than dwell on the misfortunes that popped up over the years. My mother was gone. My sisters and I didn't have parents anymore. Sure, it was sad, but that was the way it was. And that was that. Chapter 2. After I met with Dr. Palmer, I wanted to forget that the meeting happened in the first place. I wanted to forget the shame that I felt, knowing that I was less than perfect as a student. I wanted to forget the fact that one of the professors who always had faith in me had been let down. I hated disappointing people almost as much as I hated disappointing myself. Thankfully, I had advanced elemental magic that morning. It was my favorite class, my best subject. The moment that I walked into the room, and the professor smiled at me, his expression colored with the relief of seeing a student who would definitely not let him down, I felt my confidence return to me. That was the thing about being perfect. You got used to it. In fact, you got addicted to it. But the second that you did something slightly imperfect, you felt like your whole world was falling apart. Not only did I hold myself to high standards, but everyone around me got used to holding me up on a pedestal as well. Then, the second that that flawless image that they had of you in their heads became somewhat tainted by something darker than what they expected, no matter what it was, they started to see you differently. I was determined not to fall prey to that misfortune. I didn't want to disappoint anyone. I didn't want anyone to see me differently. I was still Carissa Quinlan even after what happened last semester. Even after the change that no one expected. I wanted to show everyone at Arsino and in Deadwater that I was still the same. I was unbreakable. I was still the Carissa Quinlan that they knew and adored. Nothing had changed. I was still going to soar to previously untouched heights. My first class of the semester went well. I was grateful for that. I was grateful that the professor, for once, didn't look at me like I was breakable. They didn't have pity in their eyes when I raised my hand to answer questions, nor did they tread lightly around me when they handed out the syllabus at the beginning of class. The same couldn't be said for my classmates, but I ignored them for the most part. I'd hoped that things would blow over during the past 2 months, especially after the Yule holiday and the New Year. I'd hoped that the student body would find something else to talk about, other than the sudden death of one of their professors. Unfortunately, not much happened in Deadwater. There wasn't much to distract them. My mother's death was still the talk of the town, and although no one dared to bring it up to my face, I knew that the whispers behind my back were about my sisters and me. Every time I got the sense that someone was talking about me, I shot them the cruelest glare that I could muster. In general, I liked being a topic of conversation, but not in that regard. I wouldn't stand for it. More than that, it was downright rude to talk about people behind their back. If no one was going to teach them otherwise, then I would do it with my deadly looks alone. After class, I was feeling a little more confident, but I hurried on my way to see someone who I knew would make me feel even better. Nick Arsino, to be exact. My boyfriend. We'd been dating for a little over a year at this point. He was the most popular boy at school, not only because he was the son of the headmaster and his surname matched the name of the university, but also because he was athletic, charming, funny, and smart. In my eyes, we were the perfect couple. He was a senior, but he would be sticking around next year for another degree that would lead him one step closer to taking over his family legacy. One day, Nick was going to be the headmaster of Arsino University, and I was going to be the most celebrated professor the school had ever known. We were going to be unstoppable. If anyone was going to understand how I felt about perfection, it was Nick. However, That didn't mean I necessarily wanted to tell him the truth about my meeting with Dr. Palmer earlier that morning. As was tradition, we met at the cafeteria on campus for lunch called The Witcher. We'd been meeting there every Monday and Wednesday to share a quick bite to eat between classes ever since we started dating. Nick liked routine, and so did I. When things were predictable, life was easier. So when I walked through the double doors of The Witcher and saw him engrossed in his phone at our usual table by the back windows, while a bunch of underclassmen girls huddled around the table next to him and giggled under their breath as if he was going to give them the time of day, I smiled to myself. Finally, someone who would understand me. Nick looked up right away when I approached the table. He smiled and stood, giving me a quick kiss on the lips and effectively silencing the giggling girls nearby. "Hi babe," he said. His blonde hair was styled off his forehead, and he wore a brand new sweater, a crisp white collar sticking out of the neckline. He looked collegiate, intelligent, capable, and downright sexy. "Hi. How was your class this morning? You had that business management course, right?" "Yeah," Nick answered with a casual shrug. "It was pretty boring. I feel like management is so intuitive. Like, can we really teach people how to be proper leaders? In my opinion, I think you're born with the ability to lead, or you're not. Anyway, I got you a latte. Soy milk, no sugar. The usual." I accepted the cup from him with the happiest smile. It was the little things with him. He memorized my coffee orders. He knew the foods that I liked and didn't like. He remembered my favorite colors and understood the kinds of things that suited my style. In fact, I was pretty sure that he would know my opinion about a subject before he even bothered to ask me. That's how he knew that I would only somewhat agree with his statement. Well, I think people do possess a natural charm that makes them suited to be good leaders, but that doesn't mean that those innate characteristics can't be honed with a few classes, don't you think? I replied. Nick scrunched his nose playfully and lightly pinched my arm. "My little debater," he crooned. "Anyway, how was your meeting with Dr. Palmer? How blue was her hair today?" I snorted. "Not as blue as usual. I think she's due for a refresh on the glamour spell." "What did you talk about?" he asked. "Oh, she just wanted to discuss the upcoming semester with me." "No big deal," I lied to the best of my ability. Although technically, it wasn't really a lie. I was merely evading the finer details of the truth. That's it. God, my academic advisor doesn't care nearly enough about micromanaging me and my grades, Nick remarked. "I'm kind of jealous." With a shrug, I awkwardly took a sip of my coffee and tried my best to deflect. I didn't like lying to my boyfriend, but I also didn't want to worry him about the slip in my grades. I didn't want him to think that he had anything to stress out about, that the person he chose to have beside him was anything less than perfectly worthy. "Well, that's probably just because you're the headmaster's son. They figure you get enough of that micromanaging at home," I suggested. Nick chuckled and rolled his eyes. "That's true. Actually, the old man was on my case this morning. He wants me to tutor a bunch of underclassmen in Introduction to Cursed Objects. He says it would look good on my resume. But man, I don't want to be a tutor. I mean, who wants to waste their time trying to help a bunch of students who aren't even smart enough to keep up in the first place?" It took everything within me not to let the mildly offensive statement bother me, as I forced an easy smile onto my face. "Yeah, but don't you think the tutoring will look good? He is right about that." Nick scoffed. "I have enough on my resume to make me look good. Remember that internship I did in Switzerland? That alone will get me whatever leadership position I want, while I wait for my turn to take over my dad's job." Nick had it easy. It was hard not to be envious of him. Not everyone could be born into such an advantageous family, but then again, there was no use in being jealous of someone else. I firmly believed that. All you could do was prove that you could do the same thing as them, with fewer resources. That was even more impressive. Not that I wanted to be headmaster at Arsinoe University, and not that I wanted to prove that I was better than Nick. More than anything, I just wanted to be his equal. Right. I chuckled lightly. Anyway, will I see you later tonight? I'm sleeping over, right? Even though Nick's father was the headmaster and he grew up in the large manor on the southern side of campus, he had his own off-campus apartment. His father got it for him when Nick insisted that he needed some independence. It was a stylish studio close to the downtown hub of Deadwater that Headmaster Arsenault had renovated for Nick a couple of years ago, and ever since we started dating, it had been a familiar place to me as well. In fact, for the past 2 months, it had basically been my home too. It was hard to sleep in my own home. The house that I grew up in was oddly empty and uncomfortably tense. My sisters were unbearable to be around. Everly was trying to act like mother's replacement, taking on the role of overseeing her funeral and her other affairs. Meanwhile, my youngest sister Alyssa was absolutely heartbroken over the loss. She just couldn't move on. I was pretty sure she needed to see a therapist or something, because she was obsessed with the death of our mother. And me, the sister who just wanted to move on with her life? I couldn't stand to be around it. Once upon a time, the three of us got along really well, but things sometimes shift between people who are related to each other. I didn't feel like my sisters understood me. They probably thought I was heartless because I didn't want to bond over the loss of our mother, and the fact that we were fully grown orphans now. Oh well. It was Nick who invited me to come to stay with him most nights, which was a relief. I wasn't a burden in his home. I didn't bring in unwanted energy. He wanted me there, and that felt nice. Nick cleared his throat. Actually, tonight isn't good. I have to have dinner with my father. Oh, well, I can just come over after. No, he replied gently. He said he was busy with some beginning of the semester nonsense, so dinner will have to be late. I don't want to keep you waiting around, so it's probably best for you to sleep at home tonight. Sorry, babe. I tried not to be bothered. If I were being completely honest with myself, things with Nick hadn't been as perfect as they usually were. I mean, they were never totally flawless. My family couldn't stand him. My mother had a ridiculous rivalry with the headmaster, which meant that the fact that her daughter was dating the headmaster's son always put a strain on our relationship. Whenever I invited him over for dinner, Everly stared down her nose at him, as if she was inherently better than him, simply because she was a PhD student. At the same time, Alyssa always side-eyed him as if he was the most annoying person she'd ever met. She was one to talk. She was hardly a social butterfly, and she had no right to dislike Nick as much as she did. Sure, Nick was talkative, and he was confident, perhaps bordering on presumptuous, but with a family like his and a legacy like that, how could he not be? His family was responsible for creating one of the most famous institutions for witches and warlocks in the world. It was an incredible history to have in your bloodline, an honor to be a part of that family tree. If my family couldn't see that and respect the way that Nick carried himself with so much strength and boldness because of it, that was their problem. Still, it wasn't just my family that caused the trickle of imperfection I could sense in our relationship recently. It wasn't even my mother's death. Nick was there beside me during her funeral and the memorial service, as graceful and strong as ever. He handled the needy mourners and overzealous professors for me. I appreciated it, and yet at the same time, I got the feeling that he was growing distant from me. I was worried that it had something to do with the fact that I was no longer a professor's daughter. Sure, my last name was impressive, but not as impressive as his. On top of that, I didn't even have anyone alive from the older generation of Quinlans to speak highly of me and prove that I was worthy of the name now that both of my parents were gone, and all of my grandparents had passed away when I was still a child. It was a lot of drama to bring into his life, a fact that I reminded myself of daily. I was sure Nick didn't expect to have a girlfriend whose mother would drop dead out of nowhere. I was grateful that he remained so patient with me, and yet there were recent moments where he didn't fully explain himself when he couldn't be around. Rather, he offered vague explanations, such as the one that he just delivered about his father being busy and needing to have dinner late. Therefore, it was impossible for me to come over later that evening. I tried not to take it personally. Nick's life didn't have to revolve around me. In fact, that was the last thing I wanted. I wanted us to be a proper power couple, the kind that could be independent of each other and simultaneously formidable as a unit. Well, that's okay, I told him, offering a somewhat forced smile. Thanks for the coffee. I should get going to my next lecture. I'll talk to you later, okay? Nick glanced up from his phone. Something on it had earned his rapt attention, but I tried not to pry and infringe on his private business. It was probably just a message from his father. Or maybe he was taking my advice and sending an email to agree to tutor the cursed object students he mentioned. Yeah, totally. Talk later. Love you, babe. Yeah, I love you too, I murmured. I stood up and paused, waiting for him to stand up as well and offer me a kiss goodbye, but he was too distracted. Instead, he lifted his hand in a half-hearted wave, his eyes still glued to the screen. I brushed it off. He was busy. We all were, of course, but it was his senior year. He had a lot of things to coordinate, things that he had to make sure were running smoothly in order for his future to go according to plan. If I decided to nag him about whatever was distracting him, then I would be putting all of that hard work at risk. He wouldn't do that to me, so I had to return the favor. So I patted his shoulder lightly and kept my spine straight as I turned on my heel and walked back out of the Witcher, pretending as though that was exactly how all of our goodbyes had always gone for the past year of our relationship. Chapter 3. I hoped I would get lucky. I hoped that, because I was doomed to sleep at home that night, my sisters wouldn't be around. After all, I noticed that Everly had been spending a lot of time sleeping in her office in the anthropology department's building. Also, now that Alyssa didn't have our mother breathing down her back, she could be a free 18-year-old woman, meaning that she spent quite a few nights over at her boyfriend's dorm room on campus during the week. It was none of my business. We were all adults. Alyssa didn't need her older sisters acting like a mother. If she did something stupid and ended up pregnant, then she would have to deal with the consequences herself. Hopefully, our mother was smart enough to have that kind of chat with her before she passed away, although none of us expected Alyssa to actually get a boyfriend this quickly. I took my time going back home. After my last class of the day, I went to a meeting for the Elemental Magic Society, of which I was the vice president, and would certainly become the president of, when I was a senior next year. To kill time, I spent longer than necessary cleaning up the classroom we used afterward, chatting with the other members of the society. I smiled and nodded, doing my best to convince everyone that I was perfectly okay. I wanted to think that I did a decent job. I could see the relief on their faces when they noticed that I wasn't different, that I was still the same old social, cheerful Carissa. They'd expected me to change after my mother's death, but at least I was able to prove that I hadn't. 2 months, I wanted to scream at them. 2 months was a long time. It was plenty of time to get over something like that, if you were strong enough. If you truly understand that there was nothing you could do to change it. If you were capable of not dwelling on the past. After the meeting, I went to the library to study for a couple of hours. I should have been looking at my Latin textbook and preparing for class the next day, ready to prove to Dr. Mana that I wasn't as pathetically dumb as my final exam grade made me out to be, but I wasn't ready to deal with another torrent of shame. So instead, I worked on a paper for my required magical botanics credit. Technically, it hadn't been assigned yet, but Nick took the class last year and told me that the professor never changed their assignments, so I knew that the first homework assignment of this semester would be a research paper on poisonous plants and their uses in various potions over the course of magical history. One of the keys to being a star student was always making sure that you were ahead of the game. Being Nick Arsenault's girlfriend certainly helped with that. Once I was satisfied with the outline of the paper that I drafted, I packed up my things and began the desolate march home. The house I grew up in, an old Victorian on a quiet suburban street, was the only home I had known for my entire life. It was where my parents first lived when they got married. It was where all three of us were raised from infancy. It was where my mother learned to become a single parent after our father died. It was a magical place. Magic was in the very structure of the home. It was as much a part of the structure as the electrical wiring and the plumbing. Despite that, it had been feeling less like home recently. Truthfully, the place had felt a bit off even before my mother died. Things started to get tense when Alyssa turned 18 last August. I noticed the change within her first. Or at least, I was the first one to react to the change in her. The day that Alyssa woke up on her 18th birthday should have been a day unlike any other, but I noticed that there was something strange about her that morning when she came downstairs to find her birthday breakfast waiting for her. There was always noticeable darkness within her, but that never bothered me. We are taught that witches and warlocks are born with darkness within all of us, and that it is perfectly natural. Even though I couldn't say that I had much darkness within me, I never judged anyone whose balance was less light than mine. Still, something shifted within Alyssa when she became an adult. There was a sudden darkening of her aura that, while not explicitly evil, wasn't exactly comforting to be around. For a while, however, everything was fine. Alyssa acted normal for a month or so, despite the fact that she was having trouble with school and the competitive standards at Arsinoe University. But then she set her bedroom on fire one night while she was sleeping. Then she accused me of using a shadow, an enslaved demon of all things, to stalk her, which meant that she was seeing things that she really should not have been. The use of shadows was practically obsolete in our modern era of magic. Not to mention, she made the kitchen windows explode with the force of her anger one night when she walked in on our mother and me in the middle of a totally ordinary argument, nearly slicing us to bits with sprays of broken glass in the process. And who knows what else she did when I otherwise had my back turned. Each time that Alyssa's magic went out of control, our mother acted as if it was normal, but how could she not see what I saw? There was something dark brewing within Alyssa, something that would be dangerous if it wasn't quelled or at least controlled. Now that our mother was gone forever, Alyssa would never get the guidance that she needed. At least, not from our mother. That wasn't my problem, though. I didn't have time to mother my little sister. I never asked for this. Everly might enjoy being seen as the matriarch, but I wasn't keen on risking everything I'd worked so hard for to play house. When I made it to the old house that I'd been walking home to for as long as I could remember, I could instantly tell that it wasn't empty. The kitchen lights were on, as was the hallway light, and I could tell from the street that Everly's bedroom light was on upstairs as well. But I had no other choice. I had nowhere else to go. Nick had his reasons for not wanting me to sleep over that night, and I had to respect that, because it wasn't as if we were married, or even engaged, or even thinking about anything like that. Plus, how bad could it really be? They were just my sisters. It wasn't as if they were going to bite me, or force me to talk about Mom. If they did, I could always close my bedroom door in their face. So I walked inside and decided to act as if nothing was wrong, as if I'd spent every night of the past 2 months at home. I hung up my coat on the rack by the door, and set my bag down on the bench before taking my boots off and setting them down beside the muddy shoes that Alyssa used to hike on the creepy mountains nearby. Wandering into the kitchen, I noticed that the windows were steamed up, and the air was thick with the scent of onions and garlic. Everly was standing at the stove, stirring a pot whose contents I couldn't see. Alyssa was at the table on the other side of the room, setting 2 places. When I appeared at the scene, both of them spun around and froze for a moment as if they were looking at a ghost. I suppose I couldn't blame them. I didn't show my face very often nowadays. Everly was the first to recover. "Oh good," she said. "I'm glad you're home. You can have dinner with us." "I'm not hungry," I replied. "I was just going to make some tea, and then head upstairs to get some homework done. It's the first day of a new semester." "You don't have any homework," Everly countered gently. "How do you know?" Everly cut me off. "I can tell you're lying. You're not the only witch in this house who can read emotions. Have dinner with us, Carissa. We are a family, don't you remember?" For some reason, I actually gave in. It wasn't that her little guilt trip worked, but rather that I was so tired from the first day of classes, so tired from pretending that everything was totally fine on the surface to everyone around me, that I didn't have it in me to maintain an argument with my own sister. Thus, after Alyssa silently set a third place at the table and Everly brought over the stir-fry she'd been hard at work crafting at the stove, I begrudgingly sat down and resigned myself to a miserable evening. Hopefully dinner wouldn't last long, and I could escape up to my room soon. Nobody mentioned the empty spot at the head of the table, where our mother used to sit. Nobody even looked at it. We started eating in silence. It was awkward. Before Mom died, we didn't get to have family dinners like this with all of us together very often. Our mother taught a full course load of classes and had extensive research of her own to work on. Everly was a PhD student, so she worked around the clock too. I was always busy maintaining my perfect grade point average and my crammed social calendar. Alyssa was doing who knows what, hiking on the cursed Three Sister or whatever it is she got up to in her spare time. Still, when we were able to share a meal, it was never awkward. Our mother liked to ask us questions about how our days were, or how we were enjoying our classes that semester. Sometimes she told us about her research or shared funny anecdotes about other professors. In general, silence was rare at Quinlan family dinners. After a moment, it seemed that Everly had designated herself as the official replacement for our former lead conversationalist. "Alyssa, how was your first day of classes?" Everly asked. Alyssa shrugged. "It was fine. I only had one class, Ancient Magical History." "Oh, so what did you do after that?" "I went for a walk with Cody in the mountains." Everly nodded thoughtfully, as if Alyssa hiking with her boyfriend was the most interesting thing in the world. "And you, Carissa? How was your first day of classes?" she asked me. "Fine." "That's it? That's all you're going to say?" "I don't have anything else to say," I replied with gritted teeth. "Seriously? I have a hard time believing that. What classes are you taking this semester?" Everly's pathologically patient tone was so obviously forced that it sounded like nails on a chalkboard to my ears. "Will you just stop it?" I snapped. Alyssa tensed with her fork halfway to her mouth. Everly frowned deeply at me. "Stop what?" Everly asked, trying to remain just as calm as our mother always was, but we all knew that Everly could be just as sassy as I was if necessary. She just hid the tendency better than me. "Stop pretending to be Mom," I commanded. "You're not her. Don't ask me about my day. Don't pretend to be all passive and interested in my life. Don't try to pacify me when I'm in a bad mood. You're not her. No amount of pretending is going to turn you into her, or bring her back." Everly sighed and set down her fork. "I'm not trying to be her, Carissa. I'm just trying to provide a little bit of positivity at the dinner table. Nobody can fill Mom's shoes, and I'm offended that you think I would even try." Surprisingly, Alyssa decided to speak up next. Usually when there were arguments in our household, she was rarely involved. At least until recently. The last argument to occur was between our mother and me, but Alyssa was the one to break it up with an explosion of broken glass that we spent the rest of the evening repairing. "If you were around more often, you would know that Everly isn't trying to replace Mom," Alyssa told me, jutting her bottom lip out and pretending to be brave. She stared me down. "What's wrong with sisters asking each other how their day was? You don't have to be so standoffish, Carissa. It's okay to be vulnerable. We're family. I know that you wear a mask in front of the rest of the school, but there's no point when you're here at home." I snorted. "Have you decided to take on Mother's wisdom? That's rich. I don't need to be lectured by a freshman, so how about you mind your business? And I don't wear a mask, okay? This is the real me." "I don't believe that," Alyssa snapped. It was uncharacteristic of her to be so argumentative, but I supposed she had changed quite a lot over the past few months. The darkness that I recognized within her had taken on a different form than it usually did inside of other people. It was a living, breathing thing, a separate entity from Alyssa herself. Still, it wasn't anything like what it felt like when someone was possessed by a demon. No, there was no demon inside of Alyssa. It was more like there were two spirits within her, and both of them were far more shadowy than filled with light. I narrowed my eyes at her. I don't really care what you believe. Seriously, Carissa, who are you? I know things have been difficult the past few months, but it's no reason to act like Everly and I are your enemies. We just want to support each other through this. Well, I don't need any of your support, I grumbled. Mom died 2 months ago. We don't need to keep rehashing it. We need to move on. Now, if I could actually set foot in this house without being jumped by you two fledgling therapists, maybe we would have more peace at the dinner table. Alyssa sighed heavily, setting down her cutlery. All three of us had stopped eating at that point, not that any of us had displayed much of an appetite before this tense discussion began. We're not trying to therapize you, Carissa, but I am concerned that you've been avoiding us on purpose. I don't want you to avoid your grief, Everly muttered. I'm not avoiding my grief, I scoffed. Believe me, Everly, I have felt my share of grief. I just don't see the point in dwelling on it. We can't bring Mom back. She died in a random tragic accident. But what if she didn't? Alyssa asked. I mean, what are the chances that, in the middle of the night when Mom happened to be driving on the North Bridge, which she never drives on her way out of town when none of us knew that she was supposed to be going out of town in the first place, that the bridge would collapse? It seems a little strange that all of those things would align. I slammed down my palms on the table and scooted my chair back with a loud scrape against the hardwood. Enough, I hissed. I'm not having this discussion with you. Random accidents happen all the time. Bridges collapse. Deadwater is an old town with old infrastructure, and everyone knows that the North Bridge hasn't been in great shape these past few years. Wherever Mom was heading, I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation for it. Just because we'll never get it, doesn't mean that somebody purposefully collapsed a bridge to take our mother down with it. Who would do that? Alyssa looked furious, but she wasn't a fighter. All she could do was glare at me, her nostrils flaring. She was hardly ferocious, her crown wavy hair making her look like a little doll, and her big violet eyes wavering as if she was on the verge of tears. For a moment, I felt bad for making my younger sister feel so upset, but she was determined to pretend that there was another explanation for our mother's death other than pure chance and circumstance, and I was sick of it. On the other hand, I was more willing to believe in reality. Logic told me that our mother had nothing to fear in her daily life. We had nothing to fear. Would I like to know why my mother was driving out of town in the middle of the night during a heavy rainstorm, when the rest of us thought she was sleeping soundly in her bed? Yes, there were some questions that I would have liked to have answered. Of course there were. But there was no way to get those answers, and I was clearly way more willing to accept that than either of my sisters. Alyssa huffed loudly and opened her mouth to rebut, but Everly stepped in. Okay, I think we just need to take a deep breath. There's no need to ruin dinner over this. Let's change the conversation topic, our older sister suggested diplomatically. Alyssa whipped around to face Everly. No, she growled. I'm tired of pretending that everything is fine. I want to talk about this. I want to talk about how it doesn't make sense that our mother died that night, of all people and of all places. The storm was strong, but it wasn't enough to take out that bridge. It doesn't make sense, and you know it. Shut up, I shouted, causing both of the girls to jump. Stop it. You are such a child, Alyssa. Stop hoping that there is some kind of explanation for this. No matter what it is, it's not going to bring Mom back. She's dead. She's been dead for 2 months now. Grow up and get over it. Before anyone could say another word, the house trembled oddly. All at once the lights went out, but when we looked out the windows across the street, we could see that our neighbors' lights were still on. It wasn't a regular power outage, only our house was affected. Alyssa let out a gasp. See? That's what you should be worrying about, I argued. You should be worrying about your lack of control. How many times have you nearly destroyed this house just because you can't keep hold of your stupid magic? What is wrong with you anyway? That wasn't me, Alyssa shouted in the darkness. I didn't do that. Oh, so now the house has a mind of its own? I countered. Both of you calm down, Everly grumbled, pushing back from the table, her form a mere outline of shadow in the dim light that crept inside from the streetlights. Help me find some candles. I let out a bark of laughter. Are you a witch or not? Without waiting for a response, I mentally reached out to the circuits and all the tiny wires that branched out like blood vessels within the walls of the house and brought them back to life. Whatever had killed the lights was no match for my magic. Moments later, the house flickered back to life. Everly stared at me, frowning as if it didn't occur to her at the moment that she could have used her magic instead of matches and candles. I rolled my eyes, and without sparing another word to either of my insufferable sisters, I turned on my heel and marched back to the front door. I shoved my feet back into my shoes, grabbed my bag and my coat, and stormed out. I left the front door hanging open on its hinges, fuming as I walked down the sidewalk. All I knew was that I wanted to get as far away from that house as possible. The last thing I did before I turned the corner at the end of the street was nod my head back in the direction of the house to send a gust of air in that direction and close the front door with a loud slam. The bang echoed through the night like a gunshot, but I didn't even flinch. Chapter 4. In hindsight, I should have stormed out of the kitchen in the direction of the stairs so that I could lock myself in my bedroom and slam that door instead. Neither one of my sisters would have bothered me after that argument, but the thought of Alyssa coming upstairs and burrowing into her bedroom right next to mine with that scaly familiar of hers, that tiny black snake that was always curling around her wrist even at the dinner table, turned me off from the thought of sleeping at home. No, I definitely wanted to get away. I sent Nick a text. Hey, I typed. SOS, got in a fight with my sisters. Is there a chance that I can come over tonight? I walked the familiar route to campus. Nick's apartment was located on the other side of it, so I would have to walk across the quad and pass several of the academic buildings to get there anyway. It was cold and dark outside, my breath fogging in the air in front of me, but I wasn't afraid of the solitude. Nothing could hurt me. I was one of the most powerful witches of my generation. Nick's reply came moments later. Sorry, it read. Real busy with Dad right now. I'll probably sleep at his place tonight. Love you. I let out an exhale of disappointment, though I felt selfish for it. It was good that Nick was spending time with his father. Nick was going to have his job one day, so he had a lot of valuable things to learn from Headmaster Arsino. After receiving my boyfriend's gentle rejection, I spent only a few seconds feeling sorry for myself. I had a large social circle. I had plenty of options. I decided to text my best friend Bethany, who I met on the very first day of freshman year and instantly hit it off with. She was bright and bubbly. Although she was smart and ambitious, she always lagged behind me ever so slightly in classes. I got the feeling that she latched on to me over the years in hopes that my talent would rub off on her, but there wasn't very much competition between us despite that. We were good friends. Hey Bethany. Is it all right if I crash on your couch tonight? I texted her. I promise I won't make a sound. I'll even do all your roommate's dishes as a thanks. Bethany was attached to her phone, so I wasn't surprised when her reply came only a few seconds later. Sorry babe, she wrote back. I'm not home tonight. That was it. It was strange of her not to give me all the details of whatever she was doing, or to invite me along to whatever event she had on her calendar that evening. I racked my brain, thinking of all the extracurricular activities Bethany was involved in, and wondered if she had anything scheduled for that night, but I didn't come up with a dependable answer. Bethany didn't have a boyfriend, and we had all the same friends, so it wasn't as if she had any reason to keep secrets from me. It wasn't as if she would be able to in the first place. I scrolled through my contact list, perusing my options, but I felt more pathetic as the minutes passed. Here I was, Carissa Quinlan, alone on the sidewalk, walking by myself in the middle of the night like a weirdo. This wasn't normal for me. It made me feel more like the pathetic middle-child orphan who was in danger of failing a class and keeping it a secret from her all-star boyfriend. It made me feel worthless, and I didn't like it. I didn't want to start begging everyone on my phone to let me crash on their couch. People would start talking. They would wonder why I couldn't sleep at home. Rumors would spread. Everyone would question why I wasn't at Nick's place if I really needed a place to stay. They would start to think there was something wrong with our relationship. The perfect picture that I worked so hard to keep together would start to crack. I didn't want to have to deal with that on top of everything else. So, instead of asking anyone else if I could stay with them that night, I let myself into the building where the elemental magic department was located, using the key that I'd been given as the vice president of the Elemental Magic Society. I made my way to the Honor Student Lounge. It was 9:30, which wasn't that late for college students, but because it was the first day of the semester, nobody had any reason to be hanging around in the academic buildings at this hour quite yet. I was glad it was empty. The lounge was only for students on the headmaster's honor roll. We were gifted a special enchanted key, so that only we were permitted into the room. Inside, it wasn't exactly an overwhelmingly luxurious escape from campus, but the plush couches and high-tech coffee machine made it worth it, especially during exam season. It certainly beat being at home with my sisters. With a sigh, I sat down on a couch in the back of the room next to a whirring steam radiator. Only a couple rows of fluorescent lights were on, leaving the room comfortably dim without being too dark. I thought about getting more of a head start on the rest of my classes, but I was still too agitated from the altercation with Alyssa and Everly to focus on schoolwork. Alyssa claimed that I treated them like my adversaries, but I felt like I was their enemy. Even though Alyssa snapped at Everly too, I got the feeling that they were allied against me. After all, I'd walked in on them when they were about to have a pleasant family dinner without me. They clearly wanted to keep talking about Mom, and I didn't. They wanted to pretend like our house still had her in it, like she would come walking down the hallway any second with a bright smile on her face. I knew better. I knew that wasn't going to happen. I reached behind the couch for one of the books on the built-in shelves, knowing that the familiar classic fiction tome would be exactly where I left it the last time I was lounging in this room, before the Yule holidays. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll. It was a book written by a non-magical man for non-magical people, but it was full of so much magic nonetheless that I enjoyed reading it over and over again. It was lovely to think that some non-magical people could believe so firmly in things that were beyond their version of ordinary. Even though we weren't supposed to tell them that magic existed, there was still a part of their utterly normal souls and their ordinary little lives that craved something beautifully strange. I cracked open the book and started reading, settling down into the cushions and forgetting all of my worries as the night drifted on. I didn't remember when I fell asleep, but I knew it was morning again, when a hand roughly jostled my shoulder. I cracked open my eyes and shot upright, shocked to see the familiar blonde hair of my best friend Bethany. She was frowning down at me in confusion, her big brown eyes colored with concern. "Carissa, did you sleep here last night?" I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes and forced a laugh, forcing my brain to kick into gear and come up with a believable fib. "What? No, that's ridiculous. I just got here early to get some work done before my first class. I must have fallen asleep though. That's what I get for forgetting my morning coffee," I replied. Bethany didn't look convinced. "But isn't that the same outfit you wore yesterday?" I fought the urge to roll my eyes. Of all things to remember about a person, the finer details of their daily ensembles were not the most useful, nor was it necessary to point out. "What? No," I chuckled. "Don't be ridiculous. The skirt I wore yesterday had more brown in it than this one." Bethany shrugged and flopped down on the couch beside me, moving past her suspicions easily. "Well, great minds think alike. I also decided to come here to get some work done early, but it seems you have me beat yet again. Gosh, Carissa, don't you know how to take it easy? It's barely 7:30 in the morning." I felt groggy, But I couldn't let on to my best friend that I did in fact have a sleepover in the honors lounge, after she said she was too busy to let me sleep on her couch last night. That was way too pathetic. Well, you know what they say, early bird catches the valedictorian status. Bethany snorted. Of course, Miss Perfection. There was something in Bethany's tone that sounded a little more pointed than usual, but I decided to ignore it. It was, after all, very early, and it looked like she hadn't had much coffee yet either. She was probably just as cranky and tired as I was, especially if she'd been out late last night. What were you up to last night anyway? I asked her, picking up the abandoned copy of Alice Adventures in Wonderland from the floor and shoving it into my bag, as if it was meant to be there all along. Oh right. I had a date. A date, I gasped. With whom? Bethany shrugged, picking a piece of lint off her trousers and brushing it aside. You don't know him. I doubt it. I know everyone on this campus. Tell me. I'm your best friend. Don't kiss and tell doesn't apply to me. Bethany was still avoiding my eyes, but there was a light blush on her cheeks. I don't want to say anything until I'm sure that something will come of it. You know, I don't want to get anyone's hopes up, Bethany murmured. Given that I'm perpetually single, and all that. I tutted my tongue. Well, whoever he is, he's super lucky. Anyway, I should get going. But weren't you going to work here for a while? She frowned up at me, finally meeting my eyes now that I wasn't interrogating her about her mystery date. I lied as smoothly as I could. Yeah, but I realized that I forgot one of my textbooks at home, so I have to run back there. I'll catch you later, okay? Yeah, sure, Carissa. See you later. I scurried out of the lounge. Part of me was glad that it was Bethany who found me, because at least I could control what my close friend thought about the awkward situation of catching me asleep on campus. If it was a stranger or somebody that I was less close with, they would be more likely to talk, and before I knew it, people would be wondering why Carissa Quinlan was sleeping on a random couch on campus, instead of at home or at her boyfriend's apartment. Thankfully, by the time I made it back home around 8 o'clock, the house was blissfully empty. I assumed that Alyssa was out on another one of her morning hikes on the haunted Three Sisters Mountains, and Everly was, as usual, addicted to her lab on campus. As I made my way up the stairs, planning to take a long shower and soak in the privilege of not having any morning classes despite the lie that I told Bethany, I checked to see if I had any texts from Nick yet that morning. Except I didn't. No big deal. He could have been sleeping in. It sounded like he had a late night with his father anyway. He deserved the rest. He had a lot of expectations on his shoulders. So instead of leaving the responsibility on him, I sent him a good morning text first, and asked him if he wanted to meet for lunch, even though it was Tuesday, and we typically didn't have lunch together on Tuesdays. Small breaks from tradition could be tolerated, right? Shedding the same clothes I wore the day before and accidentally slept in, I padded across the hall from my bedroom to the bathroom, turning the water on to its hottest setting. I took my time in the shower, wanting to scrub away all of the frustration that I felt the day before. It was a new day, a new opportunity to do everything right. That was the wonderful thing about mornings. They were a fresh start. No matter how terrible the day was before it, the dawn brought a new beginning, and the chance to be a better version of yourself than you were before. When I returned to my room, I perused my closet for an outfit to wear, and tried not to stew too much about how sharp Bethany's memory was, even though she saw me for only a few minutes yesterday. I also checked my phone for a possible reply from Nick. There wasn't one. I shook it off. I didn't want to be one of those girlfriends who was obsessed with the guy they were dating. Nick had a life of his own, and it was better to respect his space. And yet, I'd always found it difficult to be ignored. It wasn't something that I was used to. Chapter 5. Hey Carissa. How's it going? Damn it. Foolishly, I'd hoped that I would be able to wait for my mysterious tutor in the library cafe without being noticed. Of course, I should have known better. Without trying to inflate my own ego, I could acknowledge that sitting alone anywhere in a public place was pretty much impossible for me. Any opportunity that someone got to rub shoulders with me was taken, not only because I was one of the best students at the university, but also because I was Nick's girlfriend. I knew what people thought when they saw me. Although it was a bit harsh, most saw me as nothing other than a potential social advantage. I understood that though. It was a tough school. In fact, it was a tough world, for magical and non-magical people alike. Knowing the right people would get you far. Somehow, I'd managed to become one of those right people. I turned around to find a sophomore with long black braids grinning at me. Her name was Tina Morrison, and she was in my major, though a year below me. She was talented, and I knew that she often tried to get into the higher-level classes by doing extra credit work. Also, she often hung around on the outskirts of my social circle, and although I appreciated her ambition and her intelligence, she was a little too enthusiastic sometimes. "Hi Tina," I answered begrudgingly. It was 7 in the evening, and although there was a nice ambiance in the cafe, most students preferred to study in the library stacks or in the large reading room, where dozens of long tables stretched the length of the cavernous space. "Are you here by yourself?" Tina asked. She took a step forward as if to claim the empty seat across from me, which was incredibly bold of her considering that we'd never hung out just the two of us before. I raised my eyebrows at her. "I'm waiting for someone." "Oh," she replied with a blush. "Right, of course. Sorry, are you coming to Bethany's party Friday night?" I wasn't aware that Bethany was having a party on Friday, which was odd, but I supposed she often had people over at her apartment on the weekend, so she likely assumed that I would be there anyway without an invitation. "Yeah, probably," I answered. "Have a good one, Tina." Thankfully, the overeager girl knew when she was being dismissed. She awkwardly waved goodbye and scurried away out of the cafe. I was frustrated. I didn't want to meet with this tutor. Worse yet, I didn't even know who he was, so I couldn't prepare myself for whatever stranger would come to realize that one of the smartest people in the junior class couldn't even pass Latin. Dr. Palmer told me in her email that he would meet me in the cafe at 7. She sent the email only a couple of hours ago, informing me that it was one of my fellow junior classmates, an ancient languages major. When I asked her to please give me their name, she didn't reply. Perhaps she'd already left her office for the night. Either way, I was annoyed that she forgot a detail as simple as that. All I could do was wait and see. Whatever. The ambiguous he was coming to meet me in the cafe that evening, but in the meantime, I had to fend off a bunch of social climbers. Not just Tina Morrison, apparently. "Excuse me, but are you Carissa Quinlan?" asked a young girl at a nearby table. I didn't recognize her, but she and her table-mate looked like twins, both of them with the same soft heart-shaped faces and spray of freckles across their petite noses. "I am," I replied. I didn't want to be known as an impolite woman, but being approached by every single underclassman at this university like I was some kind of celebrity got a bit exhausting. "We heard about the spells that you cast to fix the old academic buildings on the riverbanks during the flood a couple of years ago," said the girl. "Did you use elemental magic alone, or was it something else too?" I raised my eyebrows at them in question. Yes, I had been one of the students who contributed to that renovation project, but I wasn't the only one. It wasn't as if I was a hero, plenty of students volunteered. The first girl's friend jumped in. "Sorry," she told me with blushed cheeks. "It's just that we're doing a project right now, on humanitarian efforts in the magical community." Well, I'm hardly a humanitarian. It's just that I didn't want to see my own campus suffer from a mold issue, I told them. But yes, I used elemental magic. That's it. I let the experienced professors take care of the actual reconstruction. "Wow, that's so cool," breathed the second girl while her friend nodded profusely in agreement from the other side of the table. I offered them a thin-lipped smile and a simple thanks. When I glanced away, I hoped to have a few moments alone to gather myself before my tutor arrived, but then I found that someone else had approached my table while I was speaking to the younger girls. I recognized him immediately, and I wasn't happy about it. It was Ronin Hayworth. He was the last person I ever expected to approach me out of nowhere, let alone approach anyone at all. Ronin was known for keeping to himself, and for a good reason. There were a lot of rumors floating around about him and his family, and I suppose the way he chose to avoid the scrutiny was to avoid people altogether. If I were him, I would have gone on a crusade around campus correcting everyone's false perception of me, but I figured he didn't care so much about his questionable image. Or maybe the rumors were true, and there was no need to correct them. "Hello," I said to him, phrasing the greeting like a question. "Hey," he muttered without the barest hint of a polite smile. "I'm supposed to be meeting you, I guess." "Excuse me?" "Yeah, for the tutor." A terrible realization struck me, and my self-preservation instincts kicked into gear. The underclassmen girls were still listening from their table nearby. "Oh yes, you're the student I'm tutoring," I quickly babbled, interrupting the end of this sentence. Ronin raised his eyebrows at me. "No, not quite. You're the one." "No worries," I laughed casually, grabbing my bag and standing up. "Come on, let's go meet somewhere quieter." Then, gritting my teeth as I did so, I clutched Ronin's elbow and yanked him roughly out of the cafe. "Hey," he protested, trying to pull himself out of my grasp. I didn't let go, though. Instead, I dug my fingernails into his shirt sleeve and pulled him up a rarely used staircase until we were up on the second floor of the library. I didn't dare stop until we were in an isolated corner of the dusty stacks. I should have known. God, why didn't I think of this? Everyone knew that Ronin Hayworth was an ancient languages major, that he spoke as many as 10 languages fluently, and that he knew at least the basics of a dozen more. It was one of his coven's specialties. I couldn't believe that I hadn't connected the dots when Dr. Palmer mentioned a talented languages student who was doing work-study tutoring. When I was able to determine that we were alone again, I let go of Ronin and rounded on him. "What the hell was that about?" he hissed, rubbing his arm where I had probably squeezed hard enough to form bruises. "Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind? Do you have no sense of shame? You're really going to go around announcing to the entire school that our class valedictorian needs a tutor?" I snapped, my voice barely above a whisper out of fear that anyone could be lurking nearby and overhear us. Ronin took a step back from me and crossed his arms against his chest, a soft smirk on his face. "That was hardly the entire school, Carissa. It was just the library cafe, and it was practically empty in there. Is your reputation really that fragile?" I glared at him. "No," I snapped. "It's just that. And anyway, there's no guarantee that you're currently the valedictorian, given that you might be failing Latin. I might be able to take the lead now. You know, I've been salutatorian ever since freshman year, so this new status is going to feel great." "Not so fast, Ronin Hayworth. Don't get ahead of yourself. God, this is so stupid." I trailed off, staring at the guy in front of me. Ronin Hayworth was notorious for not having any friends or a social life. In fact, he was worse off than my youngest sister in the friends department. Despite that, everybody knew who he was. Not because of anything he did, but because of who his father was. The Hayworth coven had a bad reputation, or at least one of the Hayworths did, and it trickled down to the rest of the family. They belonged to a coven based in Vermont, and up until recently, had been a fairly well-respected family among the magical community. However, about a decade ago, Ronin's dad, the patriarch of the coven at the time, went dark. Not the kind of darkness that was natural, but the kind of dark that was akin to evil. As the story goes, he dipped too deeply into the wrong kind of magic, an ancient type of magic that was better left untouched, and lost his mind. He ended up killing his wife, as well as a few humans in the process. It was huge news in both the magical and non-magical worlds. The non-magical people thought he was just a domestic terrorist, a man who set off a bomb in a public park for no reason except that he had a rotten heart. But the witches and warlocks knew better. They knew that the violence he caused was sourced from magic, and before the non-magical police could get their hands on him, our magical governors brought him into custody. He was now imprisoned in a high-security and extremely creepy enchanted fortress prison in northern Canada, way up high in the snowy terrain, where no other people dared to dwell. He'd be there for the rest of his life. The Hayworths did a halfway decent job of investing in public relations and trying to erase their family's bad reputation. They publicly donated to a couple of charities and anonymously set up trust funds for the children of the non-magical people that Ronin's father killed. For the most part, however, they disappeared off the map and stayed quiet, which was probably the best bet. They neither condoned Mr. Hayworth's behavior nor did they go on a crusade against him, choosing silent, apologetic shame instead. After a few years, most people forgot what happened. It was just another random act of violence in an extremely violent society. Nevertheless, Ronin then got accepted to one of the most competitive magical universities in the world, and the second that he set foot on this campus 2.5 years ago, people were instantly reminded of who his father was. Ronin kept to himself over the years, ignoring the whispers and sideways glances. Just like his coven, he didn't acknowledge the rumors that the Hayworth family was doomed and cursed for eternity because of the magic that his father tapped into. Unfortunately for me, although Ronin kept his head down, he was extremely smart. Everyone thought that Bethany and I competed for the top spot in our class, but the truth was that Bethany was at the lower end of the top 10, and my true competition was Ronin. I couldn't stand him. He was weird and secretive, and I hated it. It seemed like he did so well in his classes with such little effort, it was infuriating. On top of that, if Ronin was more charming and sociable, he would be my competition in many other aspects too. After all, he was extremely handsome. It was an unconventional type of handsome, but an attractiveness that couldn't be denied nonetheless. Although he wasn't particularly tall for a guy, he stood at least 6 inches taller than my petite form, and had longish black hair that was effortlessly mussed at all times. At least the impression he likely wanted to give off was that he put no effort into his appearance, and yet I could picture him standing in front of the mirror every single morning with 6 different hair products, trying to master a perfectly messy style. Besides the fantastic hair, he had shrewd dark eyes and a prominent nose that made his features stand out in a crowd. Not to mention his strong cheekbones and a smooth jaw. Though incredibly masculine, he was also quite pretty. There was something dainty about his features that annoyed me. I'd overheard plenty of girls in our class fawning over his lovely characteristics and beautiful hands, loudly lamenting the fact that Ronin probably had evil magic running in his veins, because otherwise they would want to flirt with him. God, some people really had no shame. "I'm leaving," I announced. "This was a mistake. I don't need a tutor." "Now hold on a minute," Ronin snapped, reaching out to seize my elbow the same way I'd grabbed his. I wrenched it out of his grip, harnessing a bolt of electricity from a nearby wall socket to magically zap him away from me. He hissed and shook his electrocuted fingers, narrowing his eyes at me. "I was told that I had another work-study opportunity, and I need the money. There's no way I'm going to let you walk away from this. And there's no way that I'm going to let you tutor me. Are you joking? Come on, princess, is your pride really that fragile? Are you so incapable of admitting that I might be better at something than you?" He taunted me. "What good is being better at Latin than me? If that's really the only thing that you can hold over my head, you should be a bit embarrassed." Ronin rolled his eyes. "Whatever. Listen, if you want to keep this a secret, I'm fine with it, but you better not go around telling people that you're the one tutoring me. I need the money, and you need the help. And before you ask, no, I'm not cursed, and you're not going to be cursed in the process of spending time with me." I sighed loudly, glancing over my shoulder to make sure that the coast was still clear. All I wanted to do was walk away. Now that I knew the tutor that Dr. Palmer was trying to set me up with was Ronin Hayward, the last thing I wanted to do was accept the deal. Surely there was another way that I could learn Latin faster. I could hire a tutor online, for example. Or I could look into necromancy and summon a spirit from the ancient world that could teach me Latin personally. Anything was better than spending one-on-one time with the son of a murderer, who also happened to be my main academic competition, right? And yet this was the fastest way. Even through my pride, I could acknowledge that Ronin was probably my best option for doing better in one of my most difficult classes. Plus, if I spent more time with him, I might be able to find a way to crush him once and for all in regards to grades. I could secure my valedictorian status, and ensure that he would never come anywhere close to me ever again in the rankings at Unheard University. Fine, I said. Only if this stays a secret. We don't tell anybody about this. Suits me. It's not like I want anyone to know that I am hanging out with Carissa Quinlan anyway. I have a reputation to uphold, he joked. I almost took the bait, but I bit my tongue. Let's just find somewhere to sit, I snarled, stalking off deeper into the aisles of bookshelves. Chapter 6. So what's the trick? I asked once we had settled down at a small table in a remote part of the library that nobody would go unless they were looking for a book about obscure saltwater plants used in magical botany. In the slim chance that happened, I was prepared to give an excuse to whoever stumbled upon us and throw Ronin under the bus to claim that I was, in fact, the one tutoring him. He didn't know that, of course, but I was a smooth talker with more social currency than him, so he wouldn't be able to win against my fib if it came to that. What do you mean? He asked, staring at me from across the table where our Latin textbooks and pads full of scribbled notes were scattered. The trick, I repeated. Like, what's the fast track to being good at Latin? There's no fast track, Carissa, he replied. You can't snap your fingers and be good at Latin. You actually have to study. I highly doubt that's true, I scoffed. I mean, 2/3 of the English language has Latin roots. Plus, if you know Latin, then it's pretty much the best way to also learn Italian, French, and Spanish. So there has to be some kind of trick. A language with that many connections has to have a hint, so how about you share it with me? Just because all of those languages have roots in Latin doesn't mean that they can help you learn Latin. Actually, as evidenced by your poor performance, Latin is extremely difficult to learn for native English speakers because its syntax and overall grammatical structure are so different, Ronin corrected me. I'm sorry to tell you, but you're not going to click your heels and wish your way out of this one. All your other subjects might come easily to you, and you may have figured out tricks for them, but there's no similar path for being good at Latin or languages in general. You're one to talk about subjects coming easily to you, I grumbled. You barely study. Just because you don't see me studying doesn't mean that I don't. Anyway, I didn't know you were paying so much attention to me. That's sweet, he remarked sarcastically. I narrowed my eyes at him. Whatever. Let's just move on to these stupid conjugations. Ronin snorted. As you wish, princess. It was the second time he'd called me that. I didn't know where he got the sense that I was a princess, or why he thought that was an appropriate nickname for me, but I was too annoyed by the overall situation to bother asking him to elaborate. Unfortunately, I did have to admit that Ronin was a good tutor. Once we got over the general tension between us, the rest of the hour passed smoothly. Although he was condescending every once in a while, perhaps a little too happy to learn that he was better at a class than I was, and happy to see me humbled, I listened carefully. He was a decent teacher, skilled at explaining things as complicated as Latin sentence structure. For part of the lesson, I was able to forget that I was spending alone time with Ronin Hayworth, a certified social pariah both on campus at Unheard University and in the outside world. However, the second that my phone buzzed with a message and alerted me to the fact that it was 8 o'clock, and therefore time for our tutoring session to end, I snapped out of it. Well, thanks. I guess we're meeting 3 times a week, right? 7 o'clock. Let's make this our regular meeting place, I told him, shoving all of my stuff into my bag even though Ronin was mid-sentence when my phone chimed. I wanted to get out of there before someone saw me talking to him. And as I said, we keep this a secret. Don't worry. Your secret is safe with me, he muttered. It's not like I have anyone to tell. I ignored his self-deprecating commentary and hurried out of the library. I couldn't believe it. Ronin Hayworth of all people was my Latin tutor. I wish there was some way that I could get out of learning Latin. It would be easier on my grades, and it would free up more of my time, allowing me to avoid risking being seen with someone who had a bad reputation in the magical community. But I had goals. Big goals. My dreams required me to work hard and take risks. Unfortunately, skipping one of the most popular dead languages was not an option for me if I wanted those dreams to be a reality. I fumed internally as I left the library. It was dark, though not particularly late, and freezing cold. Campus was emptying out for the night, with very few students willing to stay out in the brutal January chill longer than necessary. Personally, I wasn't sure where to go. I hadn't heard from Nick all day, so I wasn't sure if I was sleeping at his place that night. I certainly didn't want to have to go home, if it meant running into Everly and Alyssa in the common areas of our house again. "Miss Quinlan," called out a familiar voice from across the quad. "Miss Quinlan, wait a second." I halted immediately, knowing who was calling for me. I turned around to find Headmaster Arsino bustling toward me. "Headmaster," I said, surprised to see Nick's father outside of his office. He was a busy man, and although he was often seen walking around campus, it was late, and I expected him to be huddled under a mountain of work for the rest of the evening. "How are you doing?" "Oh, I'm just fine, Miss Quinlan." "Just fine," he replied once he was within a few feet of me. "How are you and your sisters?" I hovered awkwardly. "They're fine. We're fine. Thanks for asking." I never quite knew how to talk to Headmaster Arsino sometimes. On the one hand, I had known him ever since I was a kid. He and my mother were in the same class at this same university, and they got hired as professors around the same time. Thus not only were Nick and I friends when we were children, but Headmaster Arsino was somewhat of a distant uncle to me, despite the fact that he didn't get along very well with my mother when she was alive. On the other hand, though, he was my boyfriend's father. If things with Nick and I continued to go well, he might even be my father-in-law one day, and that was a different dynamic entirely. And then there was the fact that he was the headmaster of the university I was a student at. I had to impress him in many different ways. Personally, academically, and with all the wit and charm I could muster. It was a stressful balance to strike, but I did my best. My future depended on it. "Well, I just wanted to congratulate you on being in the top 10 of your class yet again," explained Headmaster Arsino. He was taller and thinner than his son, and wore thick-framed glasses that always tended to slip down his narrow nose as he spoke. "I'm not surprised, obviously, but I thought I would stop you to congratulate you when I recognized you leaving the library. You'll be a very promising candidate for that internship in Switzerland if you're still interested." "Oh yes, I am. Thank you. It would be a great opportunity, and I'd love to be considered," I replied, forcing a polite smile onto my face and fighting through the residual frustration I felt from my tutoring session with Ronin. "Nick talked so highly of his experience last summer, and your recommendation for me to go this year would be very much appreciated." "Well, that settles it," chuckled the headmaster. "By the way, I know I've said this before, but I just want to say how happy I am that Nick met a girl as ambitious and studious as you. You're a lovely couple, and I very much approve of you. I hope you know that." "Thank you. That means a lot," I told him. It was strange, even after all this time, to be discussing academics one minute, and then my relationship with his son the next. "You just missed him, by the way." "He was in my office a minute ago," commented Headmaster Arsino with a grin. "Oh, really? Did he mention where he was going?" I asked before I could stop myself. The headmaster gave me an odd look. I didn't blame him. It sounded strange that I didn't know where my boyfriend of over 1 year was up to that evening. "He said he was heading home," answered Headmaster Arsino. Right, I quickly corrected myself. I remember now. Silly me. "Well, anyway, Miss Quinlan, I should really get back to work for the night, but I'm assuming you'll see Nick later on. I hope you two kids take a break from studying for at least a little bit." "Yes, sir. Have a good night." Headmaster Arsino walked away from me, waving kindly over his shoulder. I let out a breath and stood there for a moment in the deserted quad underneath the clear, frigid sky. Then once I gathered myself, I pulled out my phone. My last few text messages to Nick had still gone unanswered. He hadn't said a single word to me since that morning, and even then it was just a simple reply to my good morning message. I shrugged it off again. He was busy. He was a senior. He was graduating soon. As kind as he was to me just a moment ago, his father was undoubtedly putting a lot of pressure on his shoulders, and he didn't have time to dote on his girlfriend every second of the day. At least that's what I told myself. With that, I realized that, instead of going home and risking another altercation with my tempestuous dark magic inclined younger sister, I at least owed my more diplomatic older sister an apology. Well, maybe not an apology, but I wanted to smooth things over between Everly and me. I didn't particularly like fighting with my sisters. Just because things have been difficult these past couple of months, didn't mean that I hated them. It was upsetting that I felt like I couldn't be comfortable in my own home, so I figured that the best way to quell that feeling was to offer an olive branch to my more reasonable sibling. Rather than directing my steps toward home, or deciding to make camp once again in the honors lounge in the elemental magic department, I headed to the anthropology department, where Everly was undoubtedly still in her office. I tried to think of something to say to her on my way there. In truth, I didn't think I had anything to apologize for. After all, the only reason that the argument started over dinner the other night was because Alyssa kept pushing her weird paranoid agenda that our mother's death wasn't an accident. Naturally, that would make anyone annoyed. Why couldn't Alyssa just leave things alone and accept what had happened? Sure, maybe I didn't need to be so harsh with her, but Alyssa and I had rarely seen eye to eye growing up. Then again, just because we were different people didn't mean that we fought as brutally as we currently did. Once upon a time, our differences had merely been quirks. They'd been easy to ignore. Alyssa had changed, and I supposed so had I, but if Everly wanted to act like the new matriarch of the Quinlan family, then maybe I could get her on my side and convince her to stop Alyssa's paranoia before it got out of control. However, as I approached the anthropology department, a more familiar building next door caught my attention. It was a large academic building, but I knew that the first floor was home to the necromancy department. Necromancy was a form of dark magic, but as my mother constantly fought tooth and nail to prove, it wasn't inherently used for evil. It was funny to think that a witch who was more light than dark and frowned so deeply upon teaching dark magic in university settings would work in necromancy, but I supposed my mother was full of contradictions. And for some reason, those thoughts pulled me closer to the necromancy building instead of anthropology, where my sister was. I hadn't set foot near the former department since before her death. Yet that night, something within me was drawn to the hub of shadowy magic. Chapter 7. I wanted to turn around, but I couldn't. It wasn't that I was out of control, that I couldn't stop my footsteps from moving closer and closer to my mother's office. If I really wanted to, I could redirect my footsteps to their original destination. Rather, it was like something deep within me was begging me to go to my mother's old office, a tiny voice that I wasn't completely certain belonged to me. I felt spooked by it, but I listened nonetheless because it felt instinctual, and I was never one to ignore my instincts. It was late, so the halls were mostly empty. I made it to my mother's office door without running into anyone else. The door had been closed for the past 2 months, the little gold plaque on it that read Dr. Quinlan, Necromancy untouched. The university had been giving us a lot of grace, but most people at Arsino were still mourning the loss as well. That meant nobody was pressuring us to clear out her office yet. Still, despite that, I was surprised that Everly hadn't taken on the task. Not that I expected her to do it all on her own, but she'd been so proactive in taking the lead on absolutely everything else that had to do with our mother's death, that I naturally assumed she would take care of this without a second thought too. When I tried the handle, I found that the office was locked. I shouldn't have been surprised. The university wouldn't have wanted anyone to be able to walk into a dead professor's office. With a sigh, I closed my eyes and summoned the element of air, pushing it into the lock, weaving it through the tiny slots of metal, and encouraging it to nudge open the individual levers, until a tiny click reached my ears. There were other spells you could use to unlock doors, maybe over 100 that would accomplish the task in some format or another, but I preferred to use elemental magic whenever necessary. It was what I was most comfortable with, and therefore answered me the most effectively. I tried the door again, satisfied when it opened under my touch and swung open to reveal a dark, cluttered office. I stood there on the threshold for a moment, while my heart hammered fast inside my chest as it struck me that this place hadn't been touched since the night of her death. It was exactly the way she left it. Clearing my throat, I gathered myself and flicked on the light. There was a pile of ungraded essays on her desk, the red pen she was using to correct them left uncapped. Beside that was a half-drunk mug of tea, the tea bag growing moldy in the water that had since evaporated into nothing but a layer of vaguely herbal moistness. I wrinkled my nose and dumped it out into the trash can. Not even the janitor had stopped by to take care of her usual tasks in my mother's office. It was as if the moment my mother left this earth, an invisible boundary surrounded this room, and nobody dared to trespass. Allowing the door to swing shut behind me to give myself some privacy, I sank down into the cushioned chair across from my mother's desk, the place where her students used to sit during office hours to receive guidance in necromancy. My mother was a respected researcher at this university, and I knew that she had made great strides in the subject area of the art of communicating with the dead. I never had much taste for necromancy. Although all witches and warlocks were capable of tapping into the same kinds of magic, we all had certain natural affinities. That was why I was so good at elemental magic. It was similar for non-magical people, the way that some people were born with the innate chemical makeup to be athletes, musicians, or politicians. We all had a path that we were meant to follow. As my mother told it, she'd always loved necromancy ever since she was a child and first developed her magic, as weird as that sounded. She followed that path all the way, until she became a professor at one of the most competitive academies of magical beings in the world. Regardless of my opinion on the subject matter, it was an impressive story, and I respected her for being that intelligent. I let out a loud exhale. I regretted coming here. I couldn't explain why I came in the first place, but now that I was staring at my mother's office, and all of the untouched things that had been collecting dust for weeks, I had a sour taste in my mouth. I felt anxious, though I rarely felt that way about anything in my life. What was I doing here? I was surprised that the office was as untouched as it was. Part of me expected Everly to have stopped by and started the cleanup process, or at the very least, I imagined that Alyssa would have come by to mourn for a few hours and collect some of our mother's more personal belongings to bring back to the house. However, it was clear to me that neither of my sisters had set foot in this room since that fateful day. How strange. It was spooky in there. The regret was unbearable, and yet I felt frozen to my spot on that chair. Why couldn't I move? I thought about how annoying it was that Alyssa was convinced that our mother was murdered. Who would kill our mother? She didn't have any enemies, she was just a teacher. Sure, she was popular in the academic community, but she wasn't exactly a person of high status in the magical society. She wasn't like Headmaster Arsino, who was somewhat of a political figure in some contexts because of his influential ancestry. On top of that, it wasn't like any of my mother's research was controversial enough to spark backlash. For the 1000th time that day, I wished that everything could be normal again. I didn't want to be sitting in my mother's empty office, contemplating the facts behind her death. I didn't want to be thinking about my younger sister's ridiculously violent theories about her demise. But that didn't mean I didn't miss her. Of course I missed her. She was my mother. Even though we fought more often than not, especially recently, I wished she was still here. If she was alive, things would still be normal. If she was still alive, I wouldn't be sitting there across from her empty desk, wondering what note she'd been about to make on her pad of scrap paper with that funny green pen that she always favored. Maybe I was merely in a desperate mood, but I would have given anything just to experience another awkward family dinner, with Nick and my mother seated at the same table again. Even though there was almost always a bit of tension during those moments, it had become an ordinary thing in our lives. God, I didn't know how many times I could say it to myself, but I craved normalcy. Gazing around the office as the minutes ticked by, I figured that one of the best ways to make everything feel a little bit more normal would be to start the packing up process of my mother's office. If neither Everly nor Alyssa were going to do it, I supposed I could get started. She didn't have any boxes or cartons available to pack stuff into in her office, but she did have a few tote bags branded with the Arsino University logo. I stood up and grabbed the bags before going over to the wall of bookshelves, which were crammed with books in a number of genres, from fiction to non-fiction to academic journals to poetry. My mother was an avid reader. It was one of the few things that I inherited from her, and that we truly had in common, other than our dark hair and violet eyes. I started at the topmost shelf on the left side. The books weren't organized via any particular method. The differences between my mother and me started there. I was highly organized, but she favored chaos in most aspects of her life, including her career. So, even as I pulled a copy of Slaughterhouse-Five by Kurt Vonnegut from the shelf and slipped it into the bag, I also took the August and September issues of Necromancer Daily off the shelves right next to it. I smiled softly to myself at the reminder of how nonsensical my mother's organizational patterns could be. Growing up, things in our house rarely made sense. In the kitchen, the spices and cereal were stored in the same cupboard, and the canned goods were stacked right next to her bulk supply of magical dried herbs. It took me a long time to realize that those things didn't quite make sense, but I never resented her for it. It was one of her many quirks. God, I really miss you, I whispered out loud, taking down 2 more books from the shelf, which were a copy of The Diary of Frida Kahlo and a thick textbook for an introductory mainstream dark magic class. The latter was an odd book for my mother to have in her possession, considering that she wasn't a big fan of accepting the fact that dark magic could be in the mainstream, but I supposed that it was also a fairly normal book for a necromancy professor to have at their fingertips. When the first tote bag was full, I set it down in my mother's desk chair and reached for the second bag. However, when I turned around to face the bookshelf, I felt an odd swoop in my stomach, a rush of ghostly magic that I couldn't locate the source of. I froze. Hello. I called out toward the closed door, wondering if there was someone on the other side. Perhaps it was one of my mother's co-workers, considering the strength of the magic I sensed. Nobody answered. I used a quick and easy heat-sensing spell to confirm that there was nobody standing in the hall. I was alone. I took another step closer to the shelves, but then right before my eyes, one of them flew off the shelf and fell to the floor with a loud thud. It was from the bottom shelf, far from where I'd been starting the process of cleaning them off. I stared at the closed book for a moment, trying to think through a scientific way to explain why it would have flung itself out of place like that. I even tried to come up with a magical explanation, but I hadn't cast any spells, and there was nobody else here to do so. There could have been some kind of demon or poltergeist in the room, but I would have been able to sense their dark magic if so. I couldn't reason through it. Taking another step, I stooped to pick up the book and replace it to its original spot, deciding to shrug the entire thing off as a random moment of the metaphysical world, deciding not to work properly or whatever. Except, just as I was about to touch it, the front cover of the book flipped open. I gasped and lurched backward. I didn't do that. I was in control of my magic, unlike Alyssa. I caught a glimpse of the book's cover page. It looked like a mythology textbook, a compilation of magical folklore stories, a mixture of common fairy tales and less common legends of North America. It was the type of thing that Everly probably had a copy of in her office as well, given that she was studying for her doctorate degree in anthropology. Whatever spell had taken over the book wasn't finished. The pages started flipping, as if an invisible hand was pushing them aside to get to the right chapter. With bated breath, I waited until the pages fluttered to either side. When the book became still, I dared to step forward again and take a peek at what the book wanted to show me. Had my mother placed some kind of spell on her office before she died? Was this her way of providing intruders some form of entertainment? I wished I knew. The chapter that the book had flipped to was titled Owena, Daughter of Light. There was an illustration at the top of the page that reminded me of Sagittarius, the mythical centaur who wielded a bow and arrow, although the drawing that was printed in the book depicted a woman with wild hair, holding the fletching of an arrow up to her lips, the string of her bow pulled taut as she waited for the right moment to let go and strike. I didn't know who Owena was, nor had I ever heard of anyone being formally referred to as the Daughter of Light. Clearly, though, the book wanted me to know about her. Or perhaps my mother did. After all, the book wasn't sentient. Even magic couldn't give an inanimate object a mind of its own. Non-magical people hadn't mastered the art of that, even with all of their technology and robotics research, so the only explanation was that my mother had spelled the book to reveal itself forcefully to the first person who stepped into her office in her absence. Or maybe not even the first person, but the first person of her bloodline, or the first person she trusted when she was alive, or maybe the spell was specifically intended for me. I wanted to scream. I was so tired of not having explanations and having to fill in the blanks myself. Why couldn't life just be easier? Why did everything have to be so uncertain and confusing? Why did random books have to throw themselves at me the first time I was in the mood to enter my mother's private space, 2 months after her death? I didn't know anything. I didn't have any answers. All I knew was that I wanted to get out of there. So, fearing that the book would try to throw itself at me again if I left it there, I grabbed it and dog-eared the page where the chapter about Owena began, then shoved it deep into my bag. I would have to come back to continue packing up my mother's office, or, as I had previously intended, leave it all to Everly. I wasn't sure I wanted to spend another minute in that room, lest another one of my mother's leftover spells revealed itself to me. Ignoring the goosebumps that had risen on my arms, I left the office, slamming the door and locking it shut, with another elemental gust of magic behind me without even looking back. And then I ran home. Chapter 8. Vocabumus. Not quite. That's the future tense. We will call. You want to use the imperfect tense. Yeah, I know. Imperfect tense. That's what I said. Vocabumus. Vocabumus. What? Vocabumus. Abba, not Abby. Are you sure? Are you seriously asking me that right now? Fine. Vocabumus nostrum. Just nose before the subject. Jesus Christ. Well, that's definitely not how you say it. I groaned loudly. Can we please take a break? My brain feels like it's full of mush. Don't you think there's such a thing as too much Latin? Not really, Ronin replied with a shrug. But sure, we can take a break. He set down his pencil and stared out the window of the library where we were meeting for our second study session. I was frustrated because I hated getting things wrong in general, but especially in front of him, but it was basically inevitable for me to get things wrong when it came to Latin, apparently. Desperate for something easy and natural like English, I reached for my phone and checked it for any messages I'd missed in the past half hour. I had quite a few, but I tapped first on the one from Bethany. Hey Rissa. Where are you? Last-minute party at my place tonight. You coming? I breathed a sigh of relief. Just like I suspected, Bethany hadn't thought to formally invite me to her party that Tina mentioned, because she assumed that I would definitely be coming either way. Hence, why she didn't think to actually mention it until the last minute. We both knew we would drop everything for each other. With a frown, I looked at the time. It was 9:30, and I still had at least an hour left of my tutoring session with Ronin. We'd had to reschedule to meet a little bit later, because I had a late lecture tonight in Material Manifestation 401. It was cruel and unfair that I had to be holed up in the library with a social outcast on a Friday evening. I'd had such a long week that I felt like I couldn't stand it for a minute longer. I set my phone down and leaned forward to get Ronin's attention from across the table. Hey, do you mind if we cut this session short? I've got plans, and it's a Friday anyway, so it's kind of ridiculous that we're here in the library, don't you think? Ronin furrowed his brows at me. You want to stop now? I mean, yeah. If you don't mind. He rolled his eyes. Of course. The princess has a busy social calendar, I'm sure. Unfortunately, you made this commitment first, so I'd appreciate it if you finished this session. It's not a big deal, I argued. It's not like I'm actually absorbing any information right now anyway. And that's my fault, he bristled. God, you're such a spoiled brat. Excuse me. Do you have any idea how hard it is to pay for school? This school specifically. I mean, I know you go for free, but surely you've seen the price tag on this place? If we only do half a tutoring session, then I only get paid half the fee. I know this might be hard for you to understand, but I really can't afford that, so I'd appreciate it if you can tell Dr. Palmer that we did the full session, so that you can get paid the full fee, I interrupted. I really don't mind. Oh, you don't mind suggesting that I lie to a professor? I quirked an eyebrow at him. He didn't strike me as the type of person who seemed all that fussed about lying to a professor. Then again, I didn't know Ronin Hayworth that well. Even though he looked like a bad boy, that didn't mean that he wasn't a total rule follower at heart. I gave his appearance a second glance, having not thought much about it when I first arrived earlier. He was wearing black jeans with rips at the knees, a black t-shirt with a band logo that I didn't recognize, and a leather jacket with a gray hoodie underneath, as his only defense against the January chill. I suppose that coming from a coven based in Vermont meant that he was used to the cold like me, but even I didn't like shivering in the frigid temperatures without a proper coat. He probably just wanted to look cool. Fine, I sighed. Never mind. We can continue this session. No worries. If you need to go hang out with your little boyfriend and all your admirers right now, that's fine. We all have priorities, you know, he replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I rolled my eyes at him. My boyfriend isn't little. He's like 4 inches taller than you. So, not only do you want to cheat me out of my money, but you want to call me short? How about from now on, whenever you get the urge to insult me, you can only do it in Latin, he suggested with a smirk. Maybe then you'd actually care about doing well in this subject. I do care, I insisted. If I didn't care, then I wouldn't have bothered with these stupid tutoring sessions in the first place. God, forget I even suggested cutting this one short. Let's keep going. Whatever. Suit yourself? Ronin sniffed. Before Ronin started lecturing about the difference between future tense and imperfect tense conjugations again, I quickly typed out a reply to Bethany. I'll be there, I told her. But I'm going to be a little late. Sister stuff. A few seconds after I sent the reply, Bethany had already responded with a thumbs up emoticon. No further questions asked. My lie was accepted easily. She didn't question it despite the fact that she knew that I'd been distant from my sisters recently, and the last thing I would have been doing on a Friday night was being anywhere near them. Okay, where were we? I asked Ronin. Imperfect tense, right? Yeah, but maybe we should backtrack. Why don't we focus on, for example, the school's motto, he suggested, seemingly already over our brief argument, and relieved to be back to speaking about something that made him seem smarter than me. Invenire lucem? I asked. Like most universities in both the magical and non-magical societies, our motto was in Latin. Find the light, it meant. Right. And the verb to find? Invenio, I replied. Yes, and when it's conjugated into invenire, what form is that? Infinitive. I asked. Are you sure about that? Yes, I grumbled. But infinitive what? I sighed, trying not to let my impatience show. Infinitive present tense. Active or passive, he pressed onwards, unrelenting in his string of questions. I had a feeling he wasn't nearly this tough with the other students he tutored. That question had me stumped, but I refused to look down at my notes. I felt like Ronin was challenging me, and if I dared to cheat even a little bit, he would hold it against me for as long as he possibly could. I searched my mind and tried to reason through the simple question. Active, I answered. Good job, he replied. You're really not that bad at Latin. Honestly, you don't even need a tutor if you would just accept the fact that maybe you only need to take a lower-level class. Well, that's not going to happen, I interrupted. So let's move on. You know, there's no shame in not being highly advanced at every single possible subject, Ronin remarked. Maybe for you, I quipped. Ronin pursed his lips at me. Are you usually this argumentative with every single person who talks to you? I exhaled slowly and deflated a little bit. He had a point. I wasn't a big fan of Ronin Hayworth and the kind of reputation he carried around with him, even if it wasn't his fault that his father was one of the most notorious criminals of his generation. I didn't want to be associated with anyone who had even a slightly tarnished image. Still, these tutoring sessions were a secret between us, and unless one of us started blabbing, nobody was going to find out. There was no reason for me to be so defensive. I supposed I was just stressed out. No, I'm not, I answered truthfully. It's just. No, I'm sorry, Ronin replied quickly. That was a stupid thing for me to ask. I know you and your sisters. Ronin trailed off, almost as if he couldn't bring himself to mention my mother's death out loud. Instead, he bit his lip and sheepishly glanced away. I huffed loudly. Just because my mother is dead, doesn't mean that I have an excuse to let my grades slip, nor does it mean that I should be rude to people who are helping me. By the way, it's fine, you can say it out loud. I'm not fragile. Got it, he replied. I didn't want to upset you more than my general existence already does. And from the sounds of it, you're harder on yourself than anyone could possibly be. We all process grief in different ways. I mean, I know what it's like to lose a mother. I was so dumb. I wanted to kick myself. A wave of guilt washed over me. How self-centered could I be? Here I was acting like I was the only person in the entire world who had a dead mother, and yet the person sitting in front of me had also lost their mom. Not just from a freak accident either. Ronin's mother died because his father killed her. I couldn't even begin to imagine what that felt like. I'm sorry, I murmured, meaning it. Normally, I'm not this tactless. Ronin snorted. It's fine. It was a long time ago. That's what I say when people bring it up too. He raised his eyebrows at me. Yeah, but your mother died 2 months ago. That's not actually that long ago. Mine died over a decade ago. I shrugged. Well, relatively speaking, 10 years is longer than 2 months, but that doesn't mean that 2 months isn't a relatively long time compared to 2 days or 2 hours. Really, I'm fine. I know everyone looks at me and thinks that I'm ignoring my grief because I seem okay on the surface, but I promise that I've been processing it. For the record, my crappy Latin grade isn't because of what happened to my mom. It's because Latin is a ridiculous language. Ronin cracked a smile. I could have been mistaken, but I was pretty sure it was genuine. You're right. It is ridiculous, he agreed. Hoping to distract him a little bit longer from waxing poetic about our school's Latin motto, I segued into a different conversation topic. Why are you studying it then? I asked. I like languages, he replied. They're like puzzles. They have patterns that make sense, but they also have complex jumbles of rules that don't make any sense at all. But the more languages that you learn, the more natural the process of speaking them feels. Plus, being fluent in a ton of languages isn't exactly the worst thing that someone could do for a future career. So, you want to be a translator? Most likely, yeah, but not the boring kind of governmental translator, you know, he chattered, surprising me with his talkative demeanor. Ronin wasn't nearly as socially awkward as I expected him to be. I don't want to travel with diplomats and rub shoulders with influential witches and warlocks. I'd rather study older texts. Like, working with anthropologists and historians to translate ancient magical scrolls. Interesting stuff like that. I learned more about Ronin in those few sentences alone than I had in almost 3 years of being in the same class as him at school. I was surprised to hear that he was so ambitious, and that he had such a clear path planned out for himself. He gave off such a casual, unbothered aura, even now, as he slumped down in his chair like he was too cool for proper posture, that I didn't imagine he had anything mapped out for his future. It was embarrassing for me to misjudge someone. Usually, I was so good at reading others, not that I was convinced that I was totally wrong about Ronin. He was still my greatest academic competition, and he was still incredibly annoying. I wasn't about to start seeing him in a new light anytime soon, but the so-called light was definitely changing in hue. Fascinating, I replied. I didn't want to admit that I thought his ambitions were cool, or that I admired him for wanting to achieve such a highly intellectual career. Inflating Ronin's ego was the last thing I wanted to do, especially while he held all the power as my tutor. If he really wanted to, he could teach me Latin incorrectly and doom me to perform terribly on all my future exams. What about you? Ronin asked, tapping his pencil on the table. He seemed highly aware of the fact that I effectively distracted him from the topic of imperfect verb conjugations, and yet he carried on the conversation regardless. Me? I replied. Yeah, what do you want to do with your life? You're an elemental magic major, right? Yeah. I guess I want to keep going. I want to be an academic. I want to do research and teach, hopefully here at Arsino. Seems like that's the family legacy, he remarked simply. There was something in his tone that I couldn't quite place, and it was hard to tell if it was positive or not, so I decided to ignore it. Yep, I said, popping the P at the end of the word. Anyway, let's just get this over with for tonight. Sure. Thankfully, the rest of the tutoring session passed swiftly. The small break that I had bargained for after the first half hour allowed me to clear my mind enough to push through the confusing and infuriating world of Latin verb conjugations. Not that I was becoming a certified expert on the topic, but I did feel like I was getting a little bit better at it. Ronin had a way of explaining the language differently than Dr. Mana. In his words, the convoluted mess that was the Latin language made a little more sense. I had no intention of admitting that to Ronin, of course. If anyone was going to tell him that he was a good teacher, it wasn't going to be me. Well, thanks, I said the second that the clock struck 10:30, immediately throwing all of my stuff into my bag and pushing back from the table. This time, Ronin hadn't been in the middle of his sentence when I informally cut the session off, so he didn't bristle as much when I waved goodbye and scurried off without waiting for a response from him. As I hurried out of the library, I pushed all thoughts of Ronin Hayworth far out of my mind. I had a party to get to, a best friend to gossip with, and a boyfriend to see. It was Friday night, the night when the brightest version of Carissa Quinlan came out to play. Thankfully, I wouldn't have to think about Latin again until Monday. Chapter 9. About halfway to Bethany's apartment, I stashed my school bag in the honors lounge and switched up my outfit ever so slightly. As I discarded my cardigan, rolled up the sleeves of my blouse, hiked up the waistband of my pleated skirt and abandoned my opaque tights, however, I realized that I felt a bit weird. I couldn't elaborate on the weirdness, but something within me felt off. There were a million thoughts humming underneath the surface of my mind. Unlike usual, they were difficult to turn off. I kept thinking about my sisters and the argument we had the other night. I was also thinking about my meeting with Dr. Palmer, as well as what Headmaster Arsino said about how he approved of his sons and my relationship. On top of that, I was also thinking about the fact that Nick and I had barely spoken to each other over the phone this week, let alone seeing each other in person. I'd slept at my house every single night, which was out of the ordinary for the past couple of months. Although when I thought about it, it was completely normal compared to life before my mother's passing. Unfortunately, there was also a small part of me that was thinking about Ronin. Hopefully, I would be able to catch up in Latin class quickly and end our tutoring sessions soon. I prayed he wouldn't try to guilt me about how much he needed the money to pay for tuition when I broke the news to him. There were plenty of other students to tutor here. It wasn't like his financial well-being really depended on me. My cluttered brain wasn't the only thing that I could blame my odd emotional discomfort on. Something simply didn't feel right. As I approached the driveway of the duplex where Bethany and her roommates lived off campus, just down the road from Nick's downtown studio apartment, I got the sense that I wasn't in a partying mood. Except that didn't make sense. Since when was I not in the mood to socialize? Socializing came naturally to me. It was what I did as a hobby, practically. I always had large groups of friends, and was accustomed to being the center of attention in them ever since I was a kid. Like my mother once said, I burst out of the womb a fully developed extrovert. However, that night it was undeniable that I wasn't feeling it. I knew I still had to make an appearance because I promised Bethany that I would, and I didn't want to let her down. Yet as I marched up the front porch steps, which were cluttered with various upperclassmen that I vaguely knew sprawled out smoking and chatting in the frigid nighttime air, I decided that I wouldn't stay very long. I would go inside, find Bethany, and say hello to her. I'd fortify the lie I told earlier about being late because of my sisters, to the best of my ability. Then I would find Nick, who was surely there. I'd convince him to bring me home with him, so that we could chill for the evening. We were the type of couple who was always out and about on the weekends, flitting between various social affairs, and more often than not, our appearance at events was considered a great honor. I hoped that Nick would be up for one night in. Maybe we could start a new tradition together. "Hey Carissa. You made it," Tina chirped from where she was parked in the entryway the moment that I opened the front door and let myself inside. "Obviously," I muttered to her sharply. "Bethany is my best friend." There was really no need to be rude to Tina, but I couldn't help myself. I felt defensive about her harmless comments. It was as if she didn't realize that I belonged at a party in Bethany's apartment, more than she did. Tina was just a nosy sophomore, and while I was usually in the mood to humor people like that, it wasn't the case that evening. I pushed past her gently and stepped into the living room. One of Bethany's roommates, a magical pre-law major named Hannah, waved to me from the couch where she and a group of other pre-law students were passing around a pipe stuffed with a witch's herb that worked about the same as a popular non-magical drug. She had a stressful course load and that's how she decided to deal with it, but I liked Hannah, so I smiled and wandered over. "Is there ever a moment when Carissa Quinlan doesn't look like the prettiest girl in the room?" she joked with a wink. "Want a hit?" When she offered me the pipe, I shook my head. It wasn't that I judged her for her choices, but rather that it just wasn't for me. To each their own. "No thanks, Hannah. Where's Beth?" Hannah frowned in confusion and glanced around as if she hadn't seen Bethany all night. "Oh, I think she might be upstairs," she told me. The guy next to her, someone I considered a loose acquaintance merely because he was one of Bethany's roommate's friends and therefore a part of the network, nodded. "Yeah, I saw her going upstairs about half an hour ago." "Cool. Thanks." I turned around to head toward the second floor, once the future attorneys of the magical world were all absorbed in their nonsense once more. However, before I could make it more than a few steps, a familiar voice shouted at me from the kitchen. "Carissa." "Hey pretty girl," exclaimed Lucia, a senior who was on the business management track with Nick and came from an extremely influential coven in Texas. She was tall and muscular, the star of the women's lacrosse team, but her personality was like a ray of sunshine. "Come have a drink." Holding back my impatience, I forced myself to go meet her in the kitchen, not wanting to be rude to one of Nick's friends. "Hey Lucia. Sorry, but no drinks for me tonight," I greeted her. She was surrounded by a crowd of other seniors, all of whom turned to smile at me in welcome when they saw that it was me who arrived at the party. The apartment was crowded, the air uncomfortably warm and humid. As usual, the night was probably going to end in a noise complaint from the neighbors, but for once, I wouldn't be sticking around to watch it happen. "What?" Lucia gasped, waving a plastic cup at me as if trying to tantalize me. "Since when?" I shrugged. I think I'm just tired tonight. Lucia's teammate, a shorter but just as muscular girl, cackled as if I had just told a hilarious joke. Tired, she snickered. We've only had 1 week of classes so far. Well. Luckily, Lucia came to my rescue. She snorted and shook her head at her teammate. You don't get it, V. Carissa is the smartest person at this school. She studies hard even during syllabus week. I laughed nervously. Right, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to go say hi to Bethany and then probably head out, but have you seen Nick around? Lucia shrugged. I know he's here, but I've been in the kitchen all night. He's probably making the rounds somewhere in the thick of it. You know how he operates better than I do. Yeah, sure. See you later, Lucia. Feeling awkward that I had to go around asking everyone else at the party where my own best friend and boyfriend were, I fought back an embarrassed flush and reset my steps on track to the staircase. Whenever Bethany and her roommates had parties, the entire first floor of the apartment was usually considered free territory for the guests, but the second floor was reserved for VIPs and trusted close friends. That meant that as I climbed the steps, the crowd grew less dense, and I was able to take a few breaths of less heady air. On the second floor landing, I paused for a moment. Bethany's third roommate, a junior named Sumi, had her bedroom door open, and a small group of people was gathered around her bed, laughing and cackling, under the influence of something I didn't care to know the details of. They didn't notice me as I stepped past and circled around a scattering of upperclassmen, engaging in small talk over their cheap drinks, enhanced with sneaky enchantments. Nothing creepy, of course, but the perks of being able to do magic was that you got to turn ordinary things like bottom-shelf vodka and convenience store beer into something a little more interesting by adding charms to the liquid that could improve your mood, or make you levitate a few inches, or comically change the tone of your voice. Normally, I would stop by and see what kind of enchantment the upperclassmen were giggling about, knowing they would stop the second they noticed it was me and tell me all about it. However, I didn't bother that night. I wasn't in the mood for casual chatter. I still hadn't seen Bethany or Nick hanging around, so I moved toward Bethany's bedroom door. It was closed, but that didn't mean it was off limits to me. If anything, she was probably in there changing her outfit for the 4th or 5th time that night. If my sisters thought that I was shallow about my appearance, they probably thought that Bethany was downright silly and frivolous. Not that I judged my best friend that harshly, but still. I tapped my knuckles on the door. Beth, it's Carissa. Are you in there? I called out. There was no answer. It was difficult to hear over the booming music echoing from downstairs, and the deafening symphony of 100 different conversations happening at once, but I sensed movement from within the room. Figuring that Bethany had answered me, and that I just hadn't heard her properly, I twisted the knob and opened the door. The scene before me was so impossible, so unbelievably unfathomable, that my brain took several seconds to make sense of it. But no, my mind wasn't playing tricks on me. I wasn't hallucinating. This wasn't a spell or an enchantment. I wasn't dreaming, or rather, having a nightmare. No, the image before me was very real. My best friend, dressed in nothing but pink lingerie that I recognized as a purchase from one of our recent trips to the mall together, was straddling the lap of my boyfriend, who had nothing but his jeans on. Even in the shadows, I could see the way the muscles of his toned chest rippled under her touch. As Bethany whipped around and flung herself off of Nick, I saw that his jeans were unbuttoned. Both of their hair was messed up and tangled around their flushed faces, their eyes dark with desire. Even though they were quick to separate at the sight of me, the scene was already burned into my memory. Nick's arms had been wrapped around Bethany's waist, his large hands roaming the bare skin of her backside. She'd had her fingers tangled in his hair, and I knew from how swollen both of their lips were that they had been kissing for quite a while. Carissa, Nick whispered. I didn't know you were coming tonight. I felt like a statue, still as stone and unable to move my feet. I was vaguely aware of the people in the hallway behind me glancing in and getting a look at the horror I was witnessing, but I could barely process anything other than the look on my closest friends' faces. Of course I was coming, I replied numbly, surprised by how calm my voice sounded. Bethany is my best friend. It was the second time I'd said that tonight. This time, however, it felt like I was trying to prove it to myself, more than to anyone else. My eyes darted between the two of them, while I waited for an explanation. Carissa. Bethany trailed off, clearly unable to find the words to defend herself and her actions. Then it hit me. The date that she claimed she had the other night wasn't with some random upperclassman. It wasn't even with a non-magical townie. Her so-called date had been with my boyfriend, and that was why she couldn't tell me about it. That was why Nick wasn't available on Monday night. He wasn't really at his father's place, or perhaps he'd only been lying about the fact that he'd had to stay longer than expected. Either way, all I knew was that I had been lied to, and I had no idea how long it had been going on. Okay. I sighed, my voice barely echoing over the muttered curses of the witnesses gathering around me at the threshold with shameless curiosity. I understand. Now that's messed up, somebody nearby muttered under their breath. Get out of here. Bethany snapped at the onlookers. So she could yell at them, but she couldn't explain herself to me. She couldn't even choke out an apology. A chilling waterfall of acceptance poured over me. This was real. This was happening. My boyfriend was cheating on me with my best friend. It was like something out of a teen movie. I didn't think stuff like this actually happened in real life. Carissa, please, Nick said, scrambling off the bed. My body flickered back to life as he pulled up the zipper of his pants and rebuttoned them, hurrying towards me. Acting instinctively, I lifted my hand, palm facing him, and sent a blast of air in his direction. It forced him to fall back hard on the carpet. He smacked his head on Bethany's bureau and cursed loudly, staring at me with wide eyes. When I looked at Bethany, she raised her hands in surrender as if she expected me to attack her as well. I shook my head. The two of you can go to hell. Then I turned on my heel and shoved my way through the throng, stomping back down the hall and using the element of air to force people out of my way. Several familiar faces were gathered at the bottom of the staircase, having sensed that there was a commotion going on upstairs. When they saw me, I heard several people asking me at once what was going on. I flicked my wrist and forced them to part for me, a few of them stumbling clumsily from the force of my magic. They were lucky I didn't blow the roof off this place. Carissa, where are you going? Hannah called out after me, still parked on the couch. What's going on? I ignored her. Shock was quickly being replaced by white-hot anger. I saw two kegs set up in the entryway and clenched my fists, building the pressure within them with my mind and then forcing the tops to break open. A spray of foamy lukewarm beer coated everyone nearby. There were shouts of protest, but I carried onwards, my feet splashing across the sticky floor without a single care in the world. The door opened on its hinges untouched as I approached it. As a final goodbye, I reached out to the tiny sprinklers that were installed in the ceiling throughout the apartment, and forced a blast of heat to rush past each of their sensors from where I was standing on the front porch in the cold. All at once the sprinklers went off, drenching the party in intense blasts of cold water designed to put out a fire. The shouts that echoed back to me were a mixture of surprise and annoyance. Those who had no idea what had been happening up on the second floor were probably extremely confused, but I was sure they would hear what caused the elemental explosion within the next few minutes. Neither Nick nor Bethany was pursuing me. I confirmed as much when I glanced over my shoulder at the house on my way down the gravel path. That was the only explanation I needed for what I'd just seen. Without sparing another look back at the ruined party, I turned down the street and disappeared into the night. Chapter 10. I was furious. I'd never been so angry in my entire life. Betrayal was the kind of anger that cut deeper than anything else. Still, there was something oddly comforting about the fury. I'd been feeling so many different emotions over the past week, sadness, frustration, uncertainty, and so much more, that it was nice for all of that to be overwhelmed by one singular and uproarious swell of rage. I couldn't believe them. My best friend, who I'd been close with ever since freshman year and told everything to, and my boyfriend, whom I had been dating for over a year and had known most of my life. Nick and I had plans for the future, plans that both of us discussed out loud and shared great enthusiasm for, not just plans that I had for us inside my own head. How could he do this to me? How could she do this to me? There were plenty of guys at this school who were handsome and smart, and nearly as popular as Nick. Bethany was pretty and charming enough to land a senior too. Why did she have to go for mine? I hated them. Knocking Nick over with the force of magical wind wasn't enough to quell my desire for violence. At that moment, I wanted to destroy everything in my path. I didn't care who saw me. I walked down the middle of the street, which was empty at that late hour. The street lights exploded with vicious bursts of sparks and flame as I passed them. I didn't care that the local energy company wouldn't be able to explain what happened to the bulbs, to the non-magical residents of Deadwater. That wasn't my problem. There was no traffic on the suburban streets, and most people were either college students out at a party or locals who were in for the night. I glared up at the moon as I walked alone. My powers were pulsing hungrily underneath my skin, the immense well of power that I contained simmering with the desire to be let loose. This must have been what it felt like when people who couldn't control themselves lost command over their magic in favor of their emotions. But I was fully in control. I knew exactly what I was doing. The cars that were parked on either side of the street crunched under the force of my fury, metal screeching in protest as it bent against its will. Glass sprang onto the pavement as windshields burst apart. Perhaps I should have felt bad for ruining property that didn't belong to me, but I knew that most of these cars belonged to upperclassmen students, not helpless townies who wouldn't be able to fix them easily with magic once they woke up and saw the mess. With that in mind, I carried on with my vengeful destruction. I wish I knew where Nick parked his car. I would crush it like a soda can in the blink of an eye. Instead, I kept breaking glass, taking care to set strict mental boundaries for my wild magic so that I didn't break any windows of the homes. Even in my current state of mind, I knew that was going too far. As the parked cars continued exploding with currents of jagged shards, a few pieces caught me on my bare arms. I still had my tote with me, but I left my jacket behind at the apartment on the coat rack by the door. It was a habit, something I was used to doing even if I didn't plan on staying long. That's how close Bethany and I were. Her home was my home. Not anymore though. I didn't stop to mop up the thin rivulets of blood that dripped down my arms from the cuts, allowing the warm liquid to spill all the way down to my fingertips and onto the concrete. There wasn't a single part of me that cared if I got blood on my clothes. I glared up at the moon. The howling wind was shaking the tall pine trees, a wind of my creation. As I poured all of my fury into my magic, the wind pushed the scattered clouds in the sky across the moon, shutting out the silvery light. Only somewhat satisfied with the darkness that engulfed me, I stopped in front of my house with my fists clenched at my sides. I had nowhere else to go. The glow of lights on the second floor told me that at least one of my sisters was home, but I couldn't avoid my house that night. There was no way I was spending a second night in the honors lounge, and I was too proud to accept the offer of a safe house from any of mine and Bethany's mutual friends who might decide to take my side. Did other people know yet? I was so horrified by the possibility of such a thing that the sidewalk underneath my feet splintered with several cracks before crumbling apart into gravel as I stood over it. If I were crazier, I would have caused an earthquake. I would have split this entire town in two. But I wasn't crazy. I was Carissa Quinlan, and I had a good head on my shoulders. When my mother died, and I was left with no more living relatives on this planet besides my sisters, I was upset, but not to this degree. Somehow, death had been easier for me to accept than betrayal. Maybe it was because death was natural and inevitable, while betrayal was utterly unnecessary. Was it my fault? Did I do something wrong? Had I hinted somehow to Nick that I wasn't happy with our relationship? Was I not attentive enough? Was he not attracted to me anymore? Our intimacy hadn't changed, not even after my mother's death. I was hardly a prude, so it wasn't like he had to go looking for it somewhere else all of a sudden. Which meant that I was lacking in something that Bethany possessed, an experience I wasn't familiar with. That skank, I thought to myself. Part of me was angrier at her than Nick. Partners cheated on each other all the time, but best friends were supposed to be loyal. I trusted her. I took a deep breath and continued up the path to the front door of my house. Sirens echoed in the distance, and I wondered if it was fire trucks on the way to Bethany's house, thinking that there was a fire when the sprinklers were set off. I used magic to open and close the door, slamming it loudly each time it swung on the hinges. I kicked off my shoes and tossed my bag aside. It thudded heavily on the floor, the book that I begrudgingly took from my mother's office, contributing to most of the weight. Too furious to clean up after myself like I usually did, I kicked the bag aside and stomped into the kitchen, sending a zap of magic into the electrical currents to turn on the lights without using the light switch. I didn't know what I intended to do in there, but something about being in the solitude of such a familiar room provided me at least a tiny breath of calm. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. I kept replaying the moment when I opened Bethany's bedroom door, over and over again. My mind had it on a loop against my will, causing me to squeeze my eyes shut tightly, pressing the palms of my hands against my temples and silently begging to forget the way they've been holding each other. There was something so tender about the embrace, something familiar. Something that made it more than obvious that this was not the first time. It wasn't even the second or the third time. No, the way that Nick and Bethany had been wrapped around each other was the embrace of lovers who met often. They knew each other's bodies, how they fit together and how to touch each other. How could I have been so stupid? I started pacing back and forth across the length of the kitchen, ignoring the way the chandelier over the dining table shook from the force of my barely contained magic and cast dancing shadows against the wallpaper. How could I have not known? Sure, Nick and I had been more distant than usual lately, but why would anyone assume that meant that he was being unfaithful? How could I be expected to think that the person I'd invested 13 months of my life into would do something like this? It was one thing to cheat on me with a random girl, some pretty underclassman who enticed him when he was drunk. If that was the case, maybe I would be less angry. However, this was my best friend. This was the person whom I shared everything with, the person that I gushed to when Nick and I went on our first date, had our first kiss, and slept together the first time. The person that I giggled with about all of our future plans. And she had joked back, nodding and promising me that she believed without a doubt that Nick would be Headmaster Arsenault, and I would be Professor Quinlan, the happiest couple in Deadwater. We would live in the headmaster's manor together and have 2 perfect children, a boy and a girl ideally. Maybe if one of those kids called out to a familiar one day, we'd have a family pet too. We'd grow old together in that mansion, and our eldest would take over the role of headmaster of the university. The legacy would continue even after we left this world. It was supposed to be like that. It was supposed to be perfect. Where had I been ignoring the signs? Where were the clues that Nick wasn't as invested in our relationship as I was? I racked my brain, but I couldn't come up with anything. He was always by my side, even during the grief of losing my mother, not to mention that his father adored me. Hadn't he just stopped me in the middle of campus to tell me that he was happy to see that things were going well between his son and me? I couldn't stop pacing. I felt incredibly antsy, the small amount of dark energy within me rearing its head. If my mother was here, she would try to comfort me by giving me one of her stupid calming potions. She'd been using them on Alyssa lately to help curb my younger sister's loss of control over her magic, but they could also alleviate the wrath of a broken heart. Pausing in front of the cabinet where my mother kept her potions, herbs, and other nonsense concoctions, I wrenched it open and glared at the rows of untouched vials and jars. Some of them were perfectly ordinary things, the type of stuff that earthy, non-magical humans might brew in their own homes. Homeopathic remedies and whatnot. Most of it, however, was enchanted materials, things designed to magically get rid of migraines or bad moods or a stubborn pimple. Although my mother was a celebrated necromancer, botany and potions were her most beloved pastimes. That, and tending to the garden out back which hadn't been touched since the night she died. A thick layer of snow lay over the dried-up plants. Not even Everly could bring herself to tend to them in her absence. Suddenly, I wasn't just angry at Nick and Bethany. Nor was I only angry at myself. For not being able to see that this was coming, I was angry at everyone. I was angry at Everly for trying to replace Mom, and I was angry at Alyssa for suggesting that our mother's death wasn't an accident and could have been prevented. I was angry at the universe for throwing this in my path. I was angry that I no longer had a boyfriend. I no longer had a best friend. I no longer had a squeaky clean reputation. From this day forward, I would be known as the girl who wasn't good enough for Nick Arsenault. So not good enough that he didn't bother breaking up with me the proper way, but instead allowed himself to get caught half naked in my best friend's bed. That was all anybody would think about from now on when they saw me, and it would be hard to control that image, because it wasn't anything that I had done to myself. It was something that had been done to me. They did this to me. They ruined me. The rage I felt at the universe was nothing compared to how angry I was at my mother for not being here. I was so mad at her for dying, so furious that I had no idea why she was on that bridge in the middle of the night on her way out of town, because she never shared anything with me, due to my closeness with the Arsenault family, who she simply didn't get along with. It was too much to bear. I let out a frustrated scream and reached into the cabinet, scooping out all of the little glass containers and throwing them onto the floor. They shattered against the tile, spewing a rainbow of liquids and pastes. Some of them bubbled and oozed, foaming up menacingly as they combined with others. I didn't stop to consider the magical disaster zone I was creating. I grabbed every single potion my mother had crafted and threw it across the kitchen, splattering her hard work against the walls and the countertops and the cupboards. I continued screaming as I did so, feeling like I was losing my mind despite the fact that these small acts of violence also felt like they were the only thing keeping me together. I forgot that I wasn't home alone until 2 sets of footsteps came barreling down the stairs, and 2 young people skidded into the kitchen. I paused, a jar of beetle wings in one hand and a vial of sleeping draught in the other. At that point, my arms and hands were smeared with blood from the vehicle windows I shattered on my way home, and I was certain that I'd spread quite a bit of it to my face and hair during my chaotic episode. I probably looked completely unhinged. Alyssa and her boyfriend Cody, both of whom stood taller than me, stared at me like they'd never seen anything more terrifying in their lives. "Go," I screamed at them. "Get out of here." "Carissa, what's wrong?" Alyssa asked. She dared to take a step closer to me, but then Cody placed a protective arm around her waist, moving closer to her. He was stronger than her, magically speaking, and I knew he could sense that I was on the verge of my breaking point. "Alyssa, it's okay," he whispered. "Let's go back to my dorm." "Carissa, why? Is this all of Mom's stuff? Why would you do this?" Alyssa was tearing up as she took in the sight of the damage. I couldn't stomach it. "Leave, Alyssa," I hissed. "You've destroyed this house a few times before. It's my turn now, so if you don't get out of my way." I didn't bother finishing my sentence. The threat was clear. Shooting me one last glance, Alyssa nodded and steered Cody out of the kitchen toward the entryway. Minutes later, after scrambling for their shoes and coats and backpacks, I heard them leave. They would probably see all of the destruction I caused on their way to campus, but I would let them connect the dots themselves. Everly clearly wasn't home, or she would have been downstairs long before Alyssa dared to enter the scene. I was alone. Suddenly feeling exhausted, I knelt down. The beetle wings and sleeping potion on the counter were the only 2 things spared from my rampage. I stared down at the bloody palms of my hands, the streaks of bright red partially dried to a rusty brown in some places. It was all my own blood. This was all my own doing. I had no one to blame but myself. If I had been wiser, if I had paid more attention, I would have been able to figure out that this was going on and come up with a plan to deal with it. I wouldn't have been surprised like this. I wouldn't have acted out like this. But now I had a mess to deal with, a mess that I created. Except I was so tired. All I could do was sit there in the disastrous soup of destroyed potions, some of which had taken months to brew properly. Then at last I welcomed pure silence. Chapter 11. I wasn't aware of how much time had passed. All I knew was that eventually, after sitting on the kitchen floor on my knees, the fizzing potion soaking into my clothes for a while, my heartbeat started to slow. A timid sense of calm washed over me. However, it wasn't necessarily a comforting calmness. Rather, it was a bit disturbing. It didn't seem right to feel calm. Although, it was good to know that I was capable of controlling my emotions at least a little bit after such a dramatic temper tantrum. I didn't want to think about what Alyssa and Cody were thinking of me, what they were saying about me, after witnessing the scene that they were forced to run away from. At least I got over it without too much damage caused. Unlike Alyssa, I hadn't set the house on fire or ruined the antique window panes, though I supposed I had made quite a mess of the street outside, what with all of those broken car windows. But I was okay. I was getting over it little by little, as the seconds passed. At least that's what I told myself. As I stared down at the bloody mess on my arms and hands, I saw that the cuts caused by the glass explosions weren't too deep, and the blood had stopped flowing. The violent streaks of scarlet that had dried on my skin made it look like I was far more injured than I actually was. There was a type of dark magic, commonly known as blood magic. It was used for terrifying taboo things. It could be used to summon demons, to start a forest fire that could rage across half a nation before it was quelled, to manipulate someone's mind and force them to do your bidding, among other things. Blood magic was not something that they taught in schools. It wasn't supposed to be taught in any context, really. If a witch or a warlock was caught using blood magic, tapping into their own life force for a special kind of power that was different than that which we were born with, they could be outcast from society, or even charged with a crime, depending on what they used it for. Most of the time, blood magic was used for curses, the kind of curses that could follow a family bloodline for generations. The kind of curses that could ruin lives or even end lives. Blood magic was seen as a more dependable source for curses because it was more binding. It was more than mere willpower and a muttered spell. It was bound by something physical, something raw, something that could give life, but also something precious that, if taken, could destroy life. If I was an evil person, perhaps I would have been considered putting a curse on Nick and Bethany. I had plenty of blood at my disposal, and I was more powerful than both of them. I could curse them to be in extreme pain every time they were within a mile of each other. Or I could curse them to be stuck in a purgatory of my own creation, locked together for eternity, two prisoners in a realm that was inescapable, until they drove each other mad and begged for mercy. I could do those things. But I wouldn't. Simply knowing that I could make their lives miserable, if I wanted to, was enough. Instead of risking my future by committing an atrocious act of questionable magic morality, I would carry on and be better than both of them. I wouldn't let them get to me. I wouldn't let them think that they had taken down Carissa Quinlan. Nobody could do that. I sighed. Remaining where I was on the floor, I called upon one of many healing spells that I knew. Oddly enough, the spell was in Latin, but I didn't have the energy to be spiteful about the fact that the most useful spells were often in that language. I simply held my arms aloft and spoke the words aloud. Sana me. Sanguinum repeto meum. Heal me. Return my blood. I poured light magic into the words as they fell from my lips. Little by little, the blood became moist again, trickling back into the cuts from which they came and refilling my veins so that I wouldn't suffer any symptoms of blood loss. Sana me, I repeated. My magic obeyed, the newly cleaned skin forging back together without stitches, but with an antiseptic more powerful than what a modern pharmacy could offer me. Seconds later, it was as if I'd never bled at all, except for the few droplets that got caught in my clothing and stubbornly refused to obey my simple spell. That was fine. I could enchant the washing detergent later to take care of the stains. Rising onto my feet, I winced at the sea of crushed glass and ruined potions that my mother spent so much time brewing, mostly for use in caring for her daughters. Not even magic could turn back time, and I didn't trust myself to use magic to put the individual containers back together. Botany and potions weren't my strengths, so I didn't trust myself to recreate my mother's complicated brews, many of which she wrote the recipes for by herself. I had no choice but to accept the fact that I wouldn't be able to reverse this mistake. Such was life. Then annoyingly I used Latin again. Deli errorum meum. Deli potiones. Delete my mistakes. Erase the potions. Once again, spurred forth by a powerful command in an ancient language, my magic did what it was told to. The mess on the kitchen floor and walls, and pretty much every other surface that had been splattered amidst my episode, disappeared. It ceased to exist, dissolving into thin air. It was tricky to do a spell like that. Usually, manifesting things out of nothing and doing the opposite was considered extremely advanced magic. It was usually not attempted until senior year. Even with magic, there was a certain level of science involved. Things had to go somewhere. They had to come from something. Well, for the most part, people who were skilled enough didn't have to follow those rules. Thankfully, I was one of those people. I stood in the freshly cleaned kitchen, the evidence of my fury completely gone except for the 2 remaining potions on the countertop still contained in their glass vials. Sheepishly, I replaced them in the cabinet and shut the door carefully. Although the mess was gone, I couldn't say the same for my anger. Still, I wasn't a child, nor was I a fool. I had to find a way to channel this energy into something useful. So I went upstairs. Knowing that I was home alone, I undressed in the laundry room and mumbled a simple cleaning potion over the washing machine, satisfied that my clothes would come out as good as new once the cycle was complete. It was half an hour past midnight when I returned to my bedroom. If Everly wasn't already home from campus at this point, she wouldn't be back at all. Furthermore, chances were extremely slim that my little sister and her boyfriend would show their faces again tonight. I'd thoroughly freaked them out. Eventually, I would apologize to them, but I needed a little while longer to process the truth I'd been forced to discover earlier before I was capable of true remorse again. I took a shower, refusing to close my eyes even as the scalding water flowed over my face. Every time I shut them, I remembered the images from Bethany's bedroom, the obvious familiarity behind their touches that was stronger than that which was born from their friendly connection through me. I was astounded by the way they were so careless to do something like that at a party where the most popular upperclassmen were present. There was a blatant disregard for decency that possessed them to be that audacious. Not to mention the way neither one of them followed me when I ran out. I had no unopened texts or missed calls from them. Although I did have a few messages from Hannah, first asking about the sprinklers and then asking if I was okay, and even one from Tina questioning the nature of my sudden exit from the party. Bethany's roommate and a sophomore social climber were more concerned about me than my best friend and my boyfriend. My ex-best friend and my ex-boyfriend. The best way to deal with what happened was to cut them out of my life and move on. Sure, it was beneficial to date the headmaster's son, and yes, it was nice to have an ambitious friend like Bethany, but neither one of them was worth anything to me anymore. They'd lost my trust and as a result, their value. I would be fine without them. I'd lost more important than them before. I knew a lot of people, including my sisters, believed that was how I dealt with the death of my mother, by simply pretending that it never happened. But that wasn't true. I didn't pretend like my mother wasn't dead, the same way that I wasn't about to pretend that I didn't just catch my boyfriend cheating on me with my best friend. Rather, I was merely accepting that it happened, and accepting that I couldn't do anything to change it. I wasn't going to beg Bethany for an explanation. I wasn't going to ask Nick to take me back, nor promise him that I could convince him not to stray if he gave me a second chance. No. The best thing to do was to surrender to the reality that what happened had happened. This was merely proof that I was better off without them. I deserved better than this. That was the end of that. No more temper tantrums. No arguments. No more drama. I was over it. By the time I stepped out of the shower, I felt somewhat refreshed. There were whispers of anger and betrayal still clinging on to me, but I knew that those would take a little while to disappear entirely. As long as I pushed forward with my head held high, everything would be okay. I had to believe that was true. I got dressed in a pair of Arsenault University sweats, and sat down at my vanity table. Although I hadn't shed a single tear since leaving Bethany's apartment, my eyes looked red and my cheeks were puffy. I reached for a container of old-fashioned, non-magical moisturizer to soothe my skin, figuring that I deserved a little bit of pampering. Before I could apply a single drop of it to my skin though, the doorbell rang. I paused. It was the middle of the night. Or rather, early in the morning, technically. The last time our doorbell rang at a time like this, my sisters and I received some of the worst news we'd ever heard, that of our mother's death. Thus naturally, I felt a chill go down my spine at the sound. Part of me didn't want to answer it. It wasn't one of my sisters. They had a key to get in, and if they'd forgotten it, they knew that there was a spare underneath the mat. I wondered if it was Nick or Bethany coming to attempt an apology, after letting me walk away like that. I wasn't interested in talking to either one of them, but it would be nice to slam the door in their face. Therefore I marched downstairs and prepared myself to be met with either a friend I trusted, or a boy I truly believed I loved. Or perhaps both of them had come, a united front, ready to deliver whatever kind of explanation or excuse they had for their behavior. However, when I flicked on the hallway light and opened the front door, I discovered that it was neither Bethany nor Nick, nor any other friend or acquaintance of mine. In fact, it was the last person I ever expected to see standing on my doorstep. Ronin Hayworth. Chapter 12. For a second, I wondered if I was dreaming. Or rather, having a very strange nightmare. Why else would Ronin Hayworth, of all people, be standing on my front porch at 1 in the morning? I blinked. Hi, I said the word as if I was asking a question rather than offering him a true greeting. Ronin cleared his throat and awkwardly shuffled his feet. He was dressed in the same outfit he was wearing earlier during our tutoring session, the leather jacket zipped up tight around his throat to fight off the late-night chill in the air. Hey, he said. You forgot something earlier at the library on your way out. I think you were in a hurry, so you must not have realized. I continued to stare at him, barely processing the words coming out of his mouth, while simultaneously being hyper-aware of how unhinged and unlike myself I looked in that moment. To put it plainly, I was a mess. Very few people were given the opportunity to see me dressed in anything other than a perfect outfit, or to see me without makeup. Not that I had the energy to feel self-conscious, but images were nonetheless important. As a further explanation, Ronin held out a book to me. I recognized it immediately as the cloth-bound tome that threw itself at me during my impromptu visit to my mother's office the other night. My blood ran cold for the briefest of seconds until I managed to get a hold of myself. That was strange. I was certain I'd shoved that book to the very bottom of my bag, and I would have noticed if there was a hole in it. Had it been trying to escape its newest prison? Either way, I wasn't exactly happy to see it. The reminder of the strange and imperceptible magic that I experienced while alone in my mother's office didn't help my current mental state. On top of that, I was annoyed to see Ronin. What kind of person showed up at someone's house in the middle of the night and rang the doorbell for all its inhabitants to hear? Why didn't you just text me? I asked him with pursed lips. I hadn't taken the book from him yet, nor had I bothered to invite him inside despite the cold. Ronin Hayworth was no friend of mine. Plus, given that I was able to successfully cast a few spells in Latin earlier, I'd probably be able to get rid of him as my tutor sooner than I expected. So there was no need for us to spend any more time together than necessary. Ronin shrugged. I was in the area. What? Don't you live on campus? Yeah, I do, but I like to take walks at night. It clears my head. There was a lot of commotion out in the streets too, so I came to check it out. It looks like a party got pretty rowdy. There's a bunch of glass everywhere. I stared at him, feigning indifference despite the fact that I was the cause of the destruction he referred to. Instead of being out socializing on a Friday night like the rest of campus, he was walking around alone in the dark. Freak. So, you were in the area at 1 in the morning, and decided that would be a good time to knock on the door of a home you've never been invited to previously? Ronin snorted and rolled his eyes, dropping his hand with the book clutched in it to his side and fixing me with a firm glare. Well, I didn't have to go to the trouble of knocking on your door, but I noticed that there were quite a few lights on, so I figured someone was awake. Plus, I would have just waited until our next tutoring session, but I looked inside the front cover of this book, and I noticed that it belonged to your mother. I figured you'd want it back sooner rather than later. Sorry for? Whatever, I snapped, effectively cutting him off. I didn't know what to think. I barely knew Ronin at all, but I never had any reason to think that he was the type of person who would go out of his way to return a dead person's belongings to their family member, especially if that family member was someone who hadn't been particularly kind to him in the past. Did he have a strong moral compass or ulterior motives? I wasn't sure I cared. I held out my hand silently. With another roll of his eyes, Ronin placed the book in it roughly. You're welcome, he grumbled sarcastically. I wasn't in the mood for a ne'er-do-well's attitude, especially when I never asked him to do something so courteous in the first place. Sure, it was nice of him, but it was also a bit odd that he thought it was totally fine to show up at someone's house in the middle of the night. Just because he was a social pariah didn't mean that it was acceptable for him to completely lack any social skills whatsoever. Thanks, I muttered to him, tucking the ominous book under my arm. Good night. With that, I shut the door in his face. I didn't slam it, but it was definitely a firm dismissal. Hopefully, he would get the hint and opt for texting the next time he absolutely needed to deliver back one of my lost belongings. Though if I could help it, I would make sure that he never had an excuse to do so ever again. Peering through the curtains of the living room, I confirmed that Ronin was walking down the steps of the porch and heading away from the house. His leather boots crunched loudly on the gravel that I created out of the sidewalk earlier. Then, with a backward glance that was difficult to read in the moonlight, Ronin carried on down the street and disappeared into the night. What a weirdo. He was like Alyssa. Ever since she was considered old enough to leave the house by herself, she went for walks by herself in the mountains. Local legend claimed that the mountains called the Three Sisters were cursed, and I believed it. At least to an extent. There was no proof of any curse, but there was undoubtedly a lot of dark magic, an old, almost imperceptible kind of dark magic, coming from the mountains. Alyssa claimed that she felt at home on them, and I never saw that as a good thing, though our mother would merely shrug her shoulders and tell Alyssa to be careful and watch out for coyotes on her walks. I wondered if Ronin ever went for hikes on the mountains. It wasn't a popular destination, particularly for people who weren't from Deadwater. They were more likely to believe the terrifying rumors of ghosts and demons that haunted the shadows amongst the spiked pine trees of the Three Sisters. But maybe Ronin liked that kind of stuff. Maybe he was more like his father than he wanted to admit, craving darkness above all else. Whatever. I didn't want to think about my arrogant, presumptuous Latin tutor for a minute longer. I didn't want to think about anything. I was tired of thinking, but I knew that there was no point in trying to sleep. The adrenaline from earlier was still running through me, and I knew it would take at least another hour or so before I was calm enough to even think about giving in to exhaustion. So, allowing curiosity to take over at last, I lit the fireplace with a wave of my hand. Bright orange flames roared to life in the hearth. I sat down on the carpet in front of it, grabbing a pillow from the couch as a cushion and tucking my feet underneath me. I cracked open the allegedly enchanted book for the second time. Okay, mysterious presence, I whispered aloud. Fine. You win. I'll read whatever you want me to. Unlike the first time I saw the book, it didn't open up of its own accord. However, I had instinctively dog-eared the chapter that it flipped to, saving that spot because it seemed important. I turned back to that page and prayed that whatever story was waiting for me would be enough to distract me from all the strife that I felt in the real world. The chapter was called Awena, Daughter of Light. Much like before, the name seemed oddly familiar, though I couldn't recall when I might have heard it before. Perhaps it had been mentioned in passing in one of my classes. Either way, I carried on reading to find out more. For many, the legend of the Three Sisters remains exactly that, a legend. A mere story. A make-believe tale that may or may not have happened over 1,000 years ago, and for which we have no concrete evidence to prove the occurrence of. However, a significant number of historians do take it as fact, particularly those who have conducted their life's work researching the town of Deadwater, Maine. That is the land on which the legend of Awena is said to have originated. For a full retelling of the legend of the Three Sisters, refer back to Chapter 3 on page 72. Many historians leave it at the common conclusion, believing that the three daughters of the chief of the southern tribe died there on the edge of that cliff, and that their bodies became the mountains that stand over the small town that is, in current times, the home of Arsenault University, the first magical post-secondary institution of its kind. However, anthropologists and other folklore experts, who have dug deeper into the story of the sisters, agree that there is more to it. According to word-of-mouth stories passed down from the original tribes, the three sisters would not have bowed in fear before the sight of a single North Tribe soldier. They were not just daughters of the chief, but trained and formidable warriors in their own right. It was their duty, as the future leaders of a tribe that had been at war for centuries with its neighbor. Because of this, many believe that the three sisters should have fought back, and that it should not have been difficult for them to defeat the soldier that pursued them through the forest to the cliffside that served as their dead end. Thus became the story of Awena. The lesser-known part of the legend of the Three Sisters is that of the daughter of the oldest sister, a girl who was perhaps 5 or 6 years old at the time of the northern tribe's traitorous attack. Awena was with her mother and her 2 aunts when they escaped, and it is accepted as truth by many that the sisters huddled over the young girl's form to protect her from the northern tribe soldier. They not only shielded her from view, but saved her from detection entirely. This part of the story tells of an arrow that plunged right through the oldest sister's heart and struck Awena's right shoulder. Though her mother and aunts died, Awena survived thanks to the protection of their bodies. Her non-fatal wound bled out onto the soil and fed it with the only source of light magic it would know for centuries to come. According to the story, the little Awena watched her family die. Then, when she was certain that the northern tribe soldier had left the scene and she was no longer being pursued, she escaped. Awena ran away from her homeland, traveling through the night without stopping for fear of being discovered, bone of the northern scouts, who were roaming the area to ensure that no more South tribe members were alive. She ran so far that she eventually arrived on the coast at the outskirts of a nomadic tribe's camp. The sun was rising. She did not speak their language, and could only use vague gestures and drawings with a stick in the dirt to explain that she had fled a great war between her people and their neighbor, and that she was the only survivor. Her people did not have a written language, and so she did not know how to tell the coastal tribe her name. Thus they gave her a new name, Awena. It meant sunrise, and was given to her because the sun was rising over the horizon on the easternmost point of the continent when she appeared at their doorstep. While the northern tribes suffered and slowly died out as the consequences of their actions took effect, the nomadic tribe adopted Awena into their community. When autumn came with a chill in the air, they took her with them down the coast to warmer waters. Awena left willingly, eager to escape the horrors of her past, but she would always hear the gentle call of her homeland, the crooning melody of her mother singing with her sisters from the dark mountains no matter how far away she went. The chapter continued on past those few paragraphs, which had been a mere prologue, for at least a dozen pages of further detail about the journey. Many researchers over the years had endeavored to find out all they could about Awena apparently, and the chapter was a summation of their paltry discoveries. I skimmed it for a moment but then put the book down, when a wave of weariness finally hit me. I'd never heard of Awena's story before. I had of course always been familiar with the story of the Three Sisters, the daughters of the southern tribe's chief. How could I not be? The smallest mountain that represented the youngest sister murdered by the North tribe 1,000 years ago was only a few steps away from our backyard. Not that I ever went on the mountain myself. It wasn't that I was a snob about the outdoors, but rather that I generally liked to avoid spooky places with dark energy and persistent shadows. I wondered if Alyssa knew about the oldest sister's daughter, the unknown character that we'd never been taught about, even as people who were born and raised in Deadwater. I didn't want to spend the rest of the night thinking about legends that were probably never true in the first place, though. Yet it was a welcome distraction from the less welcome truths that had plagued my life in the past few hours. Plus, reading the book had brought me sleepy calmness. I set the book down beside the fire, resting it face down on its cracked spine, and placed my head down on the cushion. I didn't feel like going back upstairs to my bed. The warmth of the flames and the peaceful comfort of the living room, that I had been taking naps in over the course of my entire life, were too comforting to give up. So I shut my eyes and welcomed sleep with open arms. Chapter 13. Carissa. Carissa, a familiar voice hissed. A small hand was shaking my shoulder, jostling me awake. Feeling the hard surface beneath my body that was definitely not my own bed, and the heat of a fire that had been roaring all night in the hearth, my eyes flew open and I sat upright. Alyssa was kneeling beside the cushion where I had fallen asleep on the floor, her eyes wide with confusion and anxiety. I raised my eyebrows at her. It wasn't that weird to find one of us asleep downstairs. It had happened plenty of times over the years regardless of age, so I had no idea why she was looking at me like that. What? I asked her defensively. I was reading and shut my eyes for a minute. Is it morning already? Alyssa nodded. Yes, but Carissa, what happened? At first, I thought she was referring to the scene in the kitchen last night, the disastrous temper tantrum that she bore witness to, and was subsequently banished from witnessing another second of the moment that I realized both she and Cody were there. She wanted to know why I was so angry, I assumed, to discover what had triggered me to act in a way that I'd never done before and to destroy all those potions. Perhaps she figured it was something to do with our mother, but I wasn't so sure that I was in the mood to explain that it actually had nothing to do with her at all. As the sleepiness drifted away from me, I was slowly becoming more aware of the delicate morning sunlight that filtered through the cracks in the curtains and illuminated the room around me. There was a part of me that desperately wished that what happened last night was just a nightmare, a stress dream, after the eventful first week of classes that I had endured. It would make sense after all. There had been a couple of moments of tension between Bethany and me this past week, and I'd been concerned about the lack of communication between Nick and me recently. To dream of myself walking in on them in an intimate embrace was cruel of my subconscious, but it wasn't totally nonsensical. Unfortunately, I knew with absolute clarity that it was true. It had really happened. It wasn't a dream, nor a figment of my imagination. Seriously, Carissa, Alyssa continued. I don't know what's bothering you, but destroying the house isn't the best way to handle your emotions. Now I know I'm not one to talk. What the hell are you going on about? I snapped. At that moment, I finally understood what had Alyssa looking as though she'd come home to a disaster zone that was far worse than the mess I created in the kitchen last night. The living room was destroyed. Somehow, I'd slept through it. It looked like a tornado had blown through the entire place, tossing the cushions off the couch and the throw pillows off the chaise. Even the threadbare armchair in the corner, which our mother favored, was tipped over on its side. The books and knickknacks on the built-in shelves at the far side of the room were haphazardly strewn across the floor, knocked out of place by some unknown force of nature. That wasn't even the worst of it. The rug on which I'd been sleeping was strewn with paperwork, pages and pages of various documents. Silently, I reached for the nearest sheet. It was a piece of lined paper ripped from a notebook. I recognized the handwriting immediately as belonging to my mother. With a shiver, I set it back down on the floor. I didn't do this, I whispered. Alyssa was combing through the dense carpet of paper as well, a deep furrow in her brow. It's all Mom's stuff, Alyssa murmured. Notes from board meetings, I think. She was right. Between the handwritten notes, typed pages and printouts of academic event schedules, I deduced that somehow, the paperwork that should have been filed away in my mother's office on campus, or at least stored behind the locked door of our mother's home office in the attic, which had also been untouched for the past 2 months, had made its way to the first floor of our house. This doesn't make sense, I said. There's hundreds of pages here. I don't understand. I mean, This isn't the first time one of us has done something by accident in our sleep, Alyssa suggested sheepishly. I glared at her. We're different, you and I. I don't misuse my magic in my sleep. I can actually control myself. Plus, why would my subconscious mind do something like this? Alyssa shrugged, avoiding my eyes as she continued to shuffle through the papers and tried to organize them into a single stack. I simply sat there for a moment, still and quiet, absorbing the repeated words scattered across my mother's old documents. Arsino, headmaster, dark magic, university board members. Before her death, my mother had been up in arms in a crusade against Headmaster Arsino regarding a new initiative to bring further education about dark magic to the school. The headmaster's argument was that it would benefit students who had more dark than light in them, and would help them to feel as though they were more accepted by the magical community. My mother argued, however, that such a thing wasn't necessary. As a witch with more light magic than dark, and yet still a celebrated professor of the dark magic of necromancy, she didn't believe that it was necessary to teach young people about more dark magic than we already were instructed about. In truth, I wasn't sure what my opinion was on the matter, but I knew that both Headmaster Arsino and my mother were strongly invested in their sides of the argument. It was one of the many things that put a strain on my relationship with Nick. Of course, that was no longer an issue. Not only was my mother gone, but now Nick and I were no longer in a relationship. There was no need for a formal breakup or an official discussion about the situation. There was no way that I was taking him back after what he did to me. I had more self-respect than that. I don't get it, Alyssa muttered in the middle of her cleanup attempts. Everly isn't home, not that I think she would do something like this. God, would you quit it? I sighed, reaching out to still her hands. She became motionless, gazing at me with wide eyes as if she was afraid I was about to attack her. I rolled my eyes and let go, then took a deep breath and reached out to the element of air. Raising my palms to shoulder height on either side of my body, I let a smooth stream of breath past my lips. It spiraled out into the air around us, and the papers started to move according to my whims with soft shuffles that sounded a bit like bird wings. The papers swirled up into the air and rearranged themselves into 3 neat stacks of equal height on the floor in front of us. Then, waving my wrists and locking eyes with Alyssa as I continued working my magic, I put the living room back together. The books returned to their spots on the shelves, the cushions to the couches, and the armchair righted itself, settling back into the same place it had been resting for over a decade. Magic, I said simply, as if to remind Alyssa once again that we were witches and that not everything had to be done by hand. She flinched, clearly not wanting to admit that she wasn't strong enough to be able to handle elemental magic with the same skill as me. Still, she could have at least tried. Half the time, Alyssa acted like just another non-magical human. It was a bit embarrassing. Right, muttered Alyssa. It was just like the other night at dinner, when the lights went out, and Everly stood up to get candles instead of reaching out to her magic to spark the electrical wires back to life. I didn't know why my sisters failed to remember on a regular basis that they were capable of bending the laws of nature, but it was getting incredibly frustrating that I was the only truly useful one left in this household. I stood up and went to the bottom of the staircase, craning my neck to get a glimpse of the door that led to the attic. It was closed, just like it had been ever since my mother died. If the papers had come from there, whatever force brought them down had been polite enough to close the door on their way back out. Strange, I whispered to myself. I refused to believe that this had been my work. I'd never lost control of my magic before. Even though I had been experiencing emotional turmoil before I fell asleep, it was hardly strong enough to trigger a once-in-a-lifetime event like this. Furthermore, if I was going to cast any spells in my sleep, they probably would have been a curse against Nick and Bethany. Even my subconscious wouldn't understand the point of making a mess of my mother's abandoned paperwork. When I walked into the house, all of the windows were closed, so it's not like the wind snuck in while you were asleep and did all of this, Alyssa explained. I almost called the police because I thought that we'd been robbed, but then when I saw you asleep on the floor, I figured that everything was okay on that front because you looked unharmed. Yeah, I'm fine. Honestly, this is the kind of nonsense that a poltergeist or a mischievous demon might pull. Alyssa froze, still kneeling on the floor by the fireplace in front of the neat piles that my magic made of our mother's papers. A demon, she gulped. Well, don't freak out, I scoffed. If there was a demon in this house, I'd be able to sense it. In fact, you should be able to sense it too. Don't you know what dark magic feels like, Alyssa? You've got plenty of it yourself. Alyssa frowned deeply. Yes, well, I have so much of it that it's kind of difficult to be able to tell when it's coming from an external source. That explained a whole lot. No wonder she was able to spend so much time on the cursed mountains. She was full of so much darkness that the dark magic that bled from out underneath the surface of the earth on those peaks was nothing by comparison. That was a bit concerning, but it was a worry for another day. Fine. Whatever. I sighed. A poltergeist or a demon would leave traces of dark magic, but a ghost with pure intentions wouldn't. So you think this was a ghost? It's just a theory, I responded. Maybe someone was playing a prank on us. Or maybe Mom had a cursed object up in her attic office that suddenly exploded from lack of attention. I don't know, Alyssa. I could probably come up with 100 different possible explanations for whatever happened this morning if I really had to, but I'm not quite in the mood right now. Yeah, about that. Carissa, are you okay? Last night? I shook my head. No. I'm not talking about it right now. Go listen to whatever rumors are running around campus and find out for yourself. Wait. If you think this was a ghost and this is all of Mom's paperwork, don't you think it could be her? A burning flare of annoyance flickered to life within me. Seriously? I hissed with a deep scowl. You think our mother is a ghost? It wasn't the most unreasonable assumption to make, if I was being completely honest. While it was not particularly common for witches and warlocks to be trapped in a ghostly existence after death, it could happen when people died unexpectedly or violently, the result of unfinished business. Thus naturally, our mother was a likely candidate for ghostliness. Yet, if she was haunting us, why would she make a mess of her own paperwork for us to clean up? Alyssa shrugged. I don't know. It's possible. Who better to communicate from the afterlife than a professor of necromancy? And what the hell would she be communicating to us with all of this nonsense? That she wants us to reorganize her filing cabinets? Alyssa pouted. I don't know, but I'm really getting tired of how patronizing you're being about this whole thing. I turned my back on her. And I'm really getting tired of your inability to accept reality, Alyssa. Whatever just temporarily destroyed our living room was a random accident for which I am sure there is a completely logical explanation. It was not our mother, and I won't be discussing this for a minute longer. You can't just keep avoiding talking about this stuff, Alyssa called out to me as I stomped up the stairs, but I ignored her. I didn't pause for a single second when I heard the floorboards creaking, as a result of her pursuit. I only picked up the pace and practically ran to my bedroom to get away from her. When I slammed my bedroom door, that was the final and ultimate barrier between us. She didn't come all the way upstairs to knock on my door and continue our pseudo-discussion. Good. I wasn't going to entertain the possibility that my mother was not only trapped in the physical realm as a useless specter, but also apparently trying to send us signals from beyond by threatening our lives with hundreds of potential paper cuts. It wasn't her. It wasn't me. It was just a weird thing that happened. Random things happened all the time. People died. Boyfriends cheated on their girlfriends. Best friends betrayed each other. And sometimes people got a little angry about the injustice of existence and had to let out their frustration somehow. With a loud huff, I sat down on my bed and glared out the window that faced the street. By now, I was sure that all of the broken glass had been repaired, returned via magic to its place in the windshields that I crushed the night before on my way home from the party. Similarly, by now, I was more than certain that almost the entirety of campus had heard about what happened between me, Nick, and Bethany. Because of that, I was glad that it was Saturday. There were no classes that I had to show my face. For a couple of days, I would have the blessing of solitude to prepare myself for my new status as Carissa Quinlan, the girl who wasn't good enough to keep Nick Arsenault faithful. For the first time in my 3 years at Arsenault University, my classmates would see me fail at something. My stomach twisted. I hated failure. I hated making mistakes. I hated being less than perfect. It made me feel like I couldn't even recognize myself. Carissa Quinlan was supposed to be flawless. The person I felt like at that moment was full of so much frustration and anxiety and confusion that I was impossibly far from being perfect. I was not myself, but I had to find a way back before I lost a hold of every single thing I once knew. If I allowed that to happen, I wouldn't have anything left. I would be nobody. Chapter 14. I spent most of Saturday locked away in my room. At various points throughout the day, I was aware of people coming and going from the house. For example, around noon, Cody arrived to have lunch with Alyssa downstairs, their laughter echoing up from the table where they sat in the kitchen below my room. A little while after that, I watched them march through the snow, hand in hand, across the backyard to disappear into the forest, undoubtedly going for one of their walks on the mountains. The triplet peaks of the three sisters loomed in the distance. Reminded of that old legend, I spent a few moments considering the story of Awena. Even if it wasn't true, it was still sad to watch your mother and your aunts sacrifice their lives for you, to huddle underneath their dying forms for protection, then to run away from everything you'd ever known as a mere child. Every single person Awena considered family was dying, or dead already. When I put it into perspective, Awena's fate made me feel like I should be a lot more grateful for my lot in life. But this wasn't the ancient world where tribes roamed the wild, untouched land of those forests. This was the modern era. We had different problems now. Nobody was going to hunt me down and shoot an arrow through my shoulder. Instead, I was dealing with more metaphorical wounds. Bethany hadn't reached out to me. Either she understood that I didn't want to talk to her, and was respecting that unspoken distance I wanted between us for the moment, or she simply didn't care about my feelings at all. Either way, I gained a small sense of satisfaction each time one of our mutual friends texted me and offered me their condolences. However, those small wins were tainted with the knowledge that every person who felt sorry for me was a person who had also seen me in a vulnerable state. For the most part, people were taking my side, it seemed. Even Bethany's roommates texted me to tell me that they were disgusted by what happened. I didn't respond to any of the messages. There were too many, and I wasn't in the mood to discuss my feelings with half of the upperclassmen at school. In fact, as the rumor spread and communication attempts became more frequent, I ended up turning my phone off. It was an unheard of thing for me to do, but it was necessary. I didn't have the stomach to talk to anyone. Instead of perusing social media and posting about how brilliant my life was, like I usually did on the weekends, I pretended that the internet didn't exist. I stayed in my pajamas all day and huddled in bed, surrounded by textbooks and old-fashioned ink on paper. I chose to channel all of my energy into getting a head start on several more assignments that were upcoming on the syllabi for my classes. I barely left my room, emerging only briefly to use the bathroom. I summoned water out of the atmosphere to quench my thirst and ignored food altogether. I didn't have an appetite. I was able to enjoy my solitude for most of the day. Normally, my mother would have been able to sense that something was off about my mood, and would have undoubtedly tried to cure me with one of her many potions that no longer existed. There was a small part of me that craved that annoying, nagging motherly presence, but I regretted feeling that way even for a second when Everly came to knock on my door that evening. When I heard the sound of my older sister tapping gently on the door frame, I ignored it. For all she knew, I could have my headphones on and didn't hear it. I hoped that she would give up and walk away. However, Everly was persistent in her new maternal role. She knocked again, and when I ignored her for the second time, she was bold enough to crack open the door and poke her head through. I glared at her from the nest of pillows and blankets that only my face and hands were visible from within, my advanced elemental magic textbook resting open on my chest. "Carissa," Everly murmured. From the tone in her voice, I could tell that she knew. Somehow, my sister, who had more of a social life than Alyssa but still wasn't exactly connected to the general populace due to her status as a mythology-obsessed PhD student, knew about my breakup. The expression on her face wasn't just normal pity. It was the pity of a person who had to learn about her younger sister's misfortunes from an outside source, because the aforementioned sister was too ashamed to tell her the truth. "Don't start," I snapped. "Please just go away. I want to be alone." "Carissa, I think you need to eat something. I brought you a sandwich from the Witcher." "I'm not hungry," I grumbled as Everly let herself into the room completely. I didn't move from the bed, even as she wandered over and placed a styrofoam takeout box on my bedside table. Then, much to my annoyance, she sat down on the edge of my mattress the way Mom used to. "I don't care if you're not hungry," Everly replied, her tone somehow both firm and gentle at the same time. "I also don't care if you think that I'm acting too much like Mom right now. I'm not doting on you because I'm trying to replace her, Carissa. I'm checking on you because I'm your big sister, and I'm worried about you. I heard about what happened." "How did you even hear?" I mumbled, slamming shut the textbook and tossing it aside before sinking deeper into the pillows and glaring up at the ceiling. "A couple of the students in a class I'm the top for were gossiping about it in the hall while waiting for my office hours to begin," she explained timidly. "I mean, you're usually a hot topic of admiration amongst the younger students, so usually I tune it out, but I couldn't exactly ignore this. Is it really true? Did he really sleep with Bethany of all people?" I closed my eyes and groaned quietly, giving up my attempts to be standoffish and cold. Even my annoying older sister was hard to keep up a front against at that moment. "Yeah, it's true." I sighed. I saw it with my own eyes. I was the one who discovered them. Apparently nobody else knew it was going on, or maybe they're just saying that so they can protect their own social status. But either way, Nick and I are done, and Bethany is no longer my friend. "I'm really sorry. You don't deserve that." I flicked my eyes over to her. She was picking at her cuticles, clearly feeling awkward about the current situation. This was odd for both of us. I was rarely seen in such a weak light, even in front of my sisters. "Are you really sorry? I know you don't like Nick." Everly frowned at me. "This has nothing to do with my opinion of that brat. Whether or not I like Nick doesn't affect the truth that my little sister doesn't deserve to be cheated on. You're moody and difficult, but I hope you know that I would do anything for you. I would defend your honor no matter what." For some reason, those corny words actually made me feel a little bit better. I snorted quietly. "He is kind of a brat, isn't he?" Everly cracked a smile. "Kind of. God, Carissa, he's unbearable. Although, I really never expected anything like this from him. He didn't seem like the disloyal type." "People are full of surprises, I guess," I replied. "That's very true," Everly replied, then took a deep breath and stood up, offering me a gentle squeeze on my forearm, which was the only part of my body she could reach that wasn't completely buried underneath several layers of blankets. "You're 100 times better than both of those losers combined, Carissa. Anyway, I'll leave you alone now, but please do eat. That sandwich was expensive, and PhD students aren't paid very much." I snorted again and nodded quietly. Everly let herself out of the room. I heard her footsteps creaking down the staircase, but she remained inside, putting around in the living room from the distant noises that echoed in the old house. For the first time in a very long time, I wasn't dismayed at the thought of not being home alone. That moment with Everly wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, I thought to myself. Maybe Alyssa was insufferable with her suggestion that our mother was a ghost, determined to destroy the living room in the middle of the night, but Everly wasn't the same. She wasn't my enemy. Neither of them was. I forced myself to sit up and cast off the majority of the blankets, reaching for the food that Everly brought me from campus. When I unwrapped it and the smell of melted cheese and grilled vegetables filled the room, my stomach growled ravenously. My body was suddenly reminded that it was human, and it needed nutrition to survive. I slowly but surely finished the meal, incinerating the packaging when I was finished, blowing the ashes into the air, after which I then used an easy spell to transform them into a cloud of shimmering glitter just for my own entertainment. As the weekend went on, my state of mind improved significantly. By the time Sunday afternoon rolled around, I was back to my old self. Or rather, a new and improved version of my old self. I got a grip on my emotions, and decided that it was a complete waste of time to mope for longer than a day over Nick and Bethany. Who cared about Nick Arsenault anyway? Just like Everly said, he was a spoiled brat who subsisted entirely off his father's wealth and influence. In truth, Nick wasn't even that smart. He did well in classes because his father expected him to, but also because he had access to a lot more resources than other students did, given that he was a child of the famous Arsenault legacy. That fancy internship he had last summer in Switzerland was handed to him because of his surname, not because of his merit. And stupid Bethany. In hindsight, she was always a leech. She was always less intelligent, less charming, and less pretty. Perhaps it was rude of me to think so, but it was arguably ruder of her to sleep with my boyfriend who knew how many times behind my back. She always wanted to be me, and the fact that she took my boyfriend was proof of that. Being Carissa Quinlan wasn't all it was cracked up to be, though. There was a lot of pressure involved, the kind of pressure that not everyone was built to be able to handle. Bethany would figure that out, eventually. In the end, I decided to ignore it all. I would throw myself into my schoolwork, no longer having the distraction of a romantic relationship and a needy best friend. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise, the universe's cruel way of telling me that I deserved better than the two people who were closest to me. A brighter future was waiting for me, a path where neither Nick nor Bethany was standing in my way. My grades and my abilities were more important than anything else. Which was also why I decided to swallow my pride and text Ronin. "Hey, can we schedule an extra session for tomorrow evening? I'll match whatever the school is paying you," I texted him. Ronin Hayworth didn't strike me as the type of guy who was attached to his phone, so I was surprised when a response came back from him only a few minutes later. "Sure, no problem," he answered simply. That was it. He didn't make any comments about the fact that I slammed the door in his face the other night when he showed up to return my mother's book to me. Nor did he put up a fight and claim that he had better things to do than deal with my lack of respect for the Latin language. It was a small miracle, a welcome respite from the endless difficulties I'd been dealt. However, when Monday night came, and I found myself marching across the quad alone, ignoring the sideways glances of the students who recognized me along the way, my newfound hope for the future was temporarily dampened by the sight of Headmaster Arsenault barreling in my direction. God, I wished I was less recognizable. The last person I wanted to see was Nick's father. Well, other than Nick, of course. Thankfully, the latter had made himself scarce that day. Bethany, too. Maybe they were spending all day in bed together, cutting class in favor of further acts of betrayal against the person who trusted them. Or whatever. "Miss Quinlan," Headmaster Arsenault called out, forcing me to stop when I was only a few feet away from the library doors. "Tell me it isn't true. Nick told me that you broke up this weekend." Maybe I was just projecting, but Headmaster Arsenault appeared genuinely upset by the news. Yes, it's true," I answered. Headmaster Arsenault gasped loudly and clutched his chest dramatically. "What happened? You two were such a lovely couple. I can hardly believe it." I shrugged and decided to skirt the truth. Clearly, even though Nick told his father that we were no longer a couple, he hadn't thought to mention the reason why. "It was mutual," I replied, trying not to grit my teeth around the lie. "It's okay. No hard feelings." "Really?" "Oh, but I just won't believe it," he continued, not getting the hint that I had been on my way somewhere when he stopped me. I hoped Ronin wouldn't think that I was ungrateful for his extra tutoring when I showed up a few minutes late. You and Nick were so lovely together, so happy that it just doesn't make any sense. There must be something that I can do to smooth over whatever rift has grown between the two of you." I blinked in surprise. This was not how I expected Nick's father to react. In fact, I hadn't expected much from him. It wasn't really any of his business, after all. It seemed extremely odd to me that he would be this upset about the end of his son's relationship with the daughter of a professor he'd never been on very good terms with. It was almost as if he was lamenting the breakup as a personal loss. I had no idea the headmaster was that fond of me. "Don't worry about it, headmaster," I replied, forcing a smile. "It's over and it's done. I'm okay, and I'm pretty sure Nick is okay as well. We're just suited for different paths, I suppose. If you'll excuse me, I have to meet someone, so I really should go." I bit my lip and purposefully stepped around the headmaster, who was partially blocking my path, ducking my head and pushing open the doors of the library. I pretended not to hear him as he called out for me again. It wasn't the wisest decision to cut off the headmaster of my university like that, but I really didn't want to talk about Nick with his father. There was no part of me that wanted to expose what Nick did to me to the man who brought him into this world. It was too embarrassing and too personal. I was determined to move on, and that meant ratting Nick out to his father and exposing his immoral behavior wouldn't serve me. It would only make me look spiteful and vengeful, which wasn't my goal. Thus, I left the older Arsino behind and hurried to the upper floors of the austere library to the back alcoves where nobody would find my unexpected companion and me. Chapter 15. Your introduction is good. Really good, actually. I'm impressed. Impressed? I scoffed. You can't mean that. No, seriously? Ronin replied. I mean it. You've really improved with the conjugations. I feel like that was the main roadblock for you, and it seems like you understand it really well now. I raised my eyebrows at Ronin. I couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't telling me the truth. It was so strange for an outpouring of compliments to be coming at me from Ronin Hayworth. The paranoid part of me wanted to believe that he was trying to psych me out, to make me more confident than I deserved to be, so I fumbled further down the road. Yet, there was another part of me that felt proud to get his approval, though that was definitely not something that I wanted to think about for longer than a fraction of a second. That's good to know, I replied, doodling idly on the corner of my notebook page. We'd spent the past 20 minutes sitting in silence while Ronin reviewed the first page of my Latin essay, which was a work in progress that I'd forced myself to put some effort into over the weekend. Are you sure you didn't use an online translator or something? Ronin asked. I shook my head. Nope. Just the stuff that you taught me last week. You explain it better than Dr. Mana. Do I really? Huh. He handed me back the page with the first draft of my introduction on it, only a couple of red pen marks scribbled here and there. I expected a lot more, and assumed that he would be extremely harsh with his review of my Latin writing because we were competitors for first place in the class. Naturally, that would mean he wanted to take any opportunity to tear me down, right? But instead, he was hyping me up. Something wasn't right. Thanks, I muttered. So what now? Ronin crossed his arms against his chest, falling quiet for a moment. I ignored him, choosing instead to continue drawing the elaborate series of cartoonish flowers I was working on in the margins of my notebook paper. While he'd been reviewing my essay, I was supposed to be memorizing irregular verbs. I was doing my best, but I felt distracted that evening despite all of my resolutions to not let what happened Friday night shake me. When the silence continued on, I got the sense that there was a bit of tension in the air between us, that the muteness was unnatural. It occurred to me that Ronin hadn't answered my question. I glanced up and found him staring at me with an unreadable expression, so I observed him unflinchingly in turn. Ronin looked stylish that day, exchanging his contacts for a pair of handsome glasses. He was wearing a black turtleneck, and he'd pulled half of his hair back from his face with a rubber band. Ronin looked like he should be reading poetry in a cafe in Brooklyn, not tutoring a classmate at an elite college in the middle of nowhere. However, the ensemble suited him. He looked more like the translator of ancient texts that he wanted to become, than the resident bad boy that people whispered about behind closed doors. I didn't have anything to say to him, so I continued to meet his eyes boldly, refusing to cringe away. Ronin was the first to blink. "Are you okay?" he asked. "What do you mean? You haven't said a single snarky thing to me yet today, and we've been in each other's presence for half an hour now. Statistically speaking, you should have made at least 6 or 7 vaguely rude comments by now," he replied. His tone was light enough to indicate that he was joking, though I could tell there was genuine confusion underneath the jest. "I'm fine. Are you really annoyed that I haven't insulted you?" "Not annoyed. Just a little baffled. Do you want me to think of something mean to say? Would that help?" Ronin snickered. "No, I'm good, but I appreciate the offer. Seriously though, if you need to take a break, we can do that. Actually, I need to run to the restroom anyway." "Whatever." "Sure," I replied simply. Ronin offered me one last questioning glance, as if he didn't understand why I didn't protest his needing to use the bathroom in the middle of our tutoring session that he was getting paid double for. After a moment of hesitation, he eventually got up from the table and walked away into the stacks. Once I was alone, I set down my pencil and looked at my phone. A couple of minutes prior, I'd received a message from Bethany's third roommate Sumi. She'd been going on a rant for the past 20 minutes about how disrespectful and horrible and unforgivable Bethany's actions were, as well as how both she and Hannah were giving her the cold shoulder. Just like Hannah, she also apologized and assured me that if she had any idea that Bethany was sleeping with Nick in the apartment, she would have put a stop to it, and then told me right away. Other than Sumi's texts, I had more messages from Hannah similarly degrading their roommate for what she did. There was a text from Tina letting me know that if I wanted anyone to talk to, she was available, as if I would turn to her first and foremost if I needed a shoulder to cry on. I had to hand it to her. The efforts to befriend me were admirably relentless. The sophomore girl did not give up. In fact, there were dozens upon dozens of messages from pretty much everyone in the junior class, and at least half the senior class, as well as a significant number of underclassmen. How they got my number, I had no idea, but it seemed that most people were on my side in the breakup of the century. I was sure that some seniors and those who thought that being close to Nick was more beneficial than being close to me, had decided to take his side, perhaps claiming that I should have done something to prevent Nick from cheating in the first place. However, if anyone had anything mean to say in that regard, they kept it to themselves. All I got was support. Still, I didn't respond to any of it. I barely read most of it. It was all the same stuff, generic stock responses about how badly everyone felt for me and how I was so much better than those two. I deserved more, they all argued, than that kind of friendship and that kind of relationship. I knew that many of the people who reached out to me meant what they said, but I was also well aware of the fact that others were only being nice to me because they saw my perceived heartbreak as an opportunity to get closer to me. After all, Carissa Quinlan was now in need of a best friend, a loyal second-in-command. Perhaps it was egotistic to think so, but being my closest friend was a highly coveted spot in the social order at Arsinoe University. I'd known a few instances over the past couple of years where Bethany had to defend her status. But as I decided over the weekend, I wasn't going to play the victim, nor was I going to allow myself to take on the role of the vengeful ex-girlfriend. While Bethany hadn't bothered to contact me at all, I had 3 missed calls, 1 voicemail and 2 unread text messages from Nick. I didn't know what he had to say to me, but I doubted any of those attempts to communicate involved an apology. If he was truly sorry about what he did, he wouldn't have done it in the first place. Or at the very least, he would have gone after me when I left the party. It was over. It happened. There was no going back. Once some time had passed, and people summoned the courage to mention the breakup to me in person, I would simply shrug my shoulders and tell them that I wasn't bothered by it anymore. I had better things to worry about. Maybe they would think I was crazy for it, but that was fine with me. When Ronin returned to the table, he sat down quietly and chewed his bottom lip. He looked like he wanted to say something, but he wasn't sure how to begin. I put my phone to sleep and slipped it into my bag, taking up my pencil once more and waiting for him to begin the lesson now that he'd finished reviewing the progress I'd made on my essay. I guess we could work on subject and verb agreement. That's always a good place to improve, Ronin suggested. Sure. Something about my agreement bothered him, because he let out a frustrated exhale of breath. Okay, no. You know what? I really need to know, Ronin muttered. Normally, I'm used to being out of the loop, but I feel like there was an announcement made all across campus today, and no one thought to send me the memo. I might not be very socially engaged, but I can tell when the vibes are off. Plus, with you acting like this, I know something weird is going on. I almost laughed. I was willing to bet money on the fact that even the freshmen were gossiping about me and Nick and Bethany in their dorms. It didn't matter if they'd never been in the same room as any of us, or only seen us in passing, they were certainly gossiping. Yet Ronin, who was second place in the junior class, considerably handsome, and only a few minor personal corrections away from being the ideal popular bad boy, had no idea what was going on. Apparently, avoiding the spread of rumors about your own family meant living under a rock while at university too. Do you really not know? I asked him. Even though I asked for it, I'd been dreading the tutoring session just like I'd been dreading all of my classes that day, though I made sure not to display the feelings on my face throughout the day. I figured that Ronin would have already heard all about the breakup of the century, and the demise of my relationship with my so-called little boyfriend, as he referred to Nick last week. I had wondered if he would bring it up first thing, wielding the news like a weapon. Then again, my perception of Ronin had proven to be somewhat inaccurate. That much was clear. While he was definitely sarcastic and had an unpleasant attitude at times, he wasn't downright mean. Furthermore, I could tell that his share of light magic was significantly larger than that of the darkness within him. He favored light magic even though his father was a notorious dark warlock. Ronin was also sincerely invested in his chosen path of study. Languages of all things. Communication. Tools designed to understand people who were different than him. Could it be that Ronin Hayworth had been a good person all along? No, I really don't know. I wasn't even sure if there was something to know in the first place. I just had a vague inkling of the sense that there might be something to know, if that makes sense, he responded, a hint of frustration leaking into his voice as he glared at me. I sighed softly. Nick and I broke up. To his credit, the way his jaw dropped was definitely a real reaction. He wasn't mocking me in the slightest. The news of Carissa Quinlan and Nick Arsenault no longer being the golden couple on campus was so surprising even to him that he couldn't believe it when I said it directly to his face. He gasped. What? Yep. It's true. We broke up. But why? You two seem so perfect for each other. The sarcasm had returned, and I knew that he was trying to make a dig at me by suggesting that being the ideal match for Nick Arsenault was not a compliment. I rolled my eyes. Yes, I thought so too. Unfortunately, he decided to sleep with my best friend. Wait, what? No way. Do you mean Bethany LaRossi? He slept with her. The look on Ronin's face was one of such pure confusion that I was somewhat endeared by it. He truly did not understand what I was telling him, even though he was apparently too good to be involved in all of our silly social lives. He did, I confirmed. I mean, I'm assuming he did. I caught them before they really got into it. They still had some of their clothes on when I walked in, but they looked pretty familiar with each other's bodies, so I figured it wasn't a new occurrence for them. Damn, murmured Ronin. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Carissa. Rather than looking sad or regretful, Ronin appeared somewhat angry as he expressed his condolences. Why do you look mad? I asked him. I'm the one who was cheated on. I just can't stand that guy, he told me with a scoff. He's so pretentious for no good reason. I always got the sense that he was a crappy person deep down, but now that there's proof that he has absolutely no sense of morality. You don't need to summon a false sense of anger just to make me feel better. I'd really rather just talk about Latin right now, I told him. And that tells me there is something seriously wrong with your brain, Ronin said. You hate Latin. Anyway, this anger isn't false. I'm genuinely disgusted by that ridiculously pompous, privileged douche. I mean, who sleeps with their girlfriend's best friend 2 months after their girlfriend's mother passed away tragically? Man, I'm sorry. I hope he chokes in his sleep or something. A bubble of laughter escaped my throat, mostly due to surprise. Although it made sense that Ronin wasn't Nick's biggest fan, I mostly figured that it was because Ronin didn't like anyone who was popular. Rather, it seemed like Ronin had a specific sense of hatred for the headmaster's son. The vehemence with which he spoke about him was so honest compared to the superficial messages that I received from half the student body all weekend that I couldn't help but smile. Well, I'd rather just move on than bother agreeing with your statement, but I won't say that it didn't make me feel a little bit better, I admitted. Should we get back to Latin now? It doesn't really seem like you want to focus on Latin. You just want to stop talking about the breakup. I get it. I really didn't want to have a therapy session with Ronin Hayworth of all people, but oddly enough, being around him was somehow the most comfortable I'd felt around another human in days. Yeah, screw Latin, I grumbled, shoving my notebook away from me across the table. You're annoyingly perceptive. Ronin stood up all of a sudden. Come on. I'm going to show you something. Show me what? Just get up and follow me. I wasn't inclined to trust Ronin. I barely knew him. Even if I knew plenty about his family, and had heard all of the possible rumors in the mill about him, true or not, I didn't know him in a deeper sense. Still, my instincts told me that if anyone was going to hurt me, it wasn't Ronin. Furthermore, I could start fires by snapping my fingers. I could push clouds across the sky. I could make it rain glass. In short, I could protect myself. As I watched Ronin walk away from me without checking to see if I was following him, apparently confident that I would, I sighed to myself and pushed back from the table. I left my books behind as he did, then against everything that made sense in the world, I hurried to catch up with him. Chapter 16. I followed Ronin without question, until we got to a plain metal door located near the restrooms. It looked like a staff closet, the kind of thing that would be full of cleaning equipment, but when Ronin opened it up, it revealed itself as a stairwell. A dark, poorly lit stairwell that looked like it wasn't supposed to be frequented by students, but rather by maintenance staff that knew what they were doing. I paused as Ronin continued up the stairs without a backward glance. Where are we going? I asked. It's a surprise. Just trust me, Ronin called down to me. He was already halfway up the steps. Why would I trust you? I replied. There was nobody else around in that part of the library, so I wasn't afraid to raise my voice an octave. Why wouldn't you? Ronin snorted. Is a Quinlan witch really scared of a big bad Hayworth? He was being sarcastic, daring me to believe the rumors about how his entire family was supposedly cursed by the magic that his father tapped into a decade ago. It was an odd way to handle the situation, but I supposed Ronin had grown tired over the years of dealing with so many people saying what they wanted to about his family, with no regard for the truth. God, you're annoying, I muttered under my breath but stepped through the doorway and started marching up the stairs after him. I forced myself not to cringe when the door shut with a loud clang behind us. It was so dark that I could barely see the outline of Ronin's silhouette several feet ahead of me. When he reached the top of the stairs, there was another door. He pushed it open without hesitation. Clearly, this secret route of his was one that he walked often. I wondered if I was the first person he bothered to show it to, or if I was just another victim in a long line of stupid people who followed strangers to dusty, unpopulated areas of campus merely because I couldn't focus on my schoolwork. When I caught up to Ronin at the landing, he quirked an eyebrow at me, a silent question. I pursed my lips and stared at him coldly, gesturing for him to carry on. He smirked and turned down a narrow hallway lined with cardboard boxes full of books that appeared long forgotten. I don't think I have to explain why, but I spend a lot of time alone, Ronin told me. I go for a lot of walks. I like exploring places. Arsino University's campus has a lot of odd little passages leading to places where nobody else goes, especially here in the library. Come on. This way. At the end of the hall, there was another door. When opened, it revealed yet another staircase, but this one was more narrow and spiraled up into a dusty expanse of shadows that I couldn't see the end of. Ronin started climbing them without hesitation, and, after sending out a few elemental sensors to confirm that there was nothing demonic or otherwise threatening waiting for me at the top, I followed. The stairs were steep, but I kept pace easily. I was reasonably fit, though maybe not as much as Alyssa, who went for hikes practically every day. So you come here often? I asked him as we climbed the spiral stairs in the dark. Ronin laughed. Typically, a question like that was delivered with a flirtatious nature, but my utter lack of affection or warmth made it sound more like a judgment. For some reason, Ronin found that amusing. Yeah, I do, he answered. And you better not tell anyone about this place, by the way. This isn't the next location for an exclusive party for Carissa Quinlan's inner circle, got it? Your understanding of social dynamics is extremely inaccurate, I remarked. But yeah, don't worry about it. I won't be leading anyone up dusty staircases in the back of the library anytime soon. Well, here it is, he announced. At the top of the spiral staircase, the ceiling opened up. It was lofty and domed, exposed wooden rafters reaching up high to a pointed tip at least 20 feet above my head. Dusty windows wavy with age lined the circular room. Although the wallpaper was faded and peeling in places, and the floor was suspiciously creaky and coated in a layer of grime that suggested nobody came up here to clean, it was kind of cool. There were a few plastic bins and metal filing cabinets pushed off to the side, but other than that, the round attic was empty. Stepping past Ronin, I went to the windows and realized that this secret room at the top of the library was in one of the 4 turrets that made the old building appear like a castle. On top of that, it offered a view of campus that couldn't be achieved from any other point of view in the rest of the buildings. Although many students were crawling around the pathways down below, scrambling to get to dinner or to meet their friends, I couldn't hear them. I was high above them, like a bird soaring overhead that couldn't speak their language. It was so quiet. Although I normally didn't crave such things as silence, preferring the company of large crowds of people and exciting music and booms of laughter, this was a kind of peace that I didn't know I needed. Ronin joined me at the window. See. You can be a proper princess up here. A true queen of the castle. The few times that he'd called me a princess before were not intended to be compliments. This time, although his tone was lighter, perhaps because he knew that I was nursing a broken heart and fragile pride deep down inside, I could tell that the same sentiment was present. Somehow, it hadn't occurred to me that my inaccurate judgments about Ronin had been mirrored with his own unreliable evaluations about me. I shook my head at him. I've never been a princess or a queen. This was never my kingdom. Looks can be deceiving. You're preaching to the choir. Ronin chuckled humorlessly. If you really want to talk about incorrect perceptions, I'm your guy. So it does bother you, I replied, glancing in his direction as he sank down onto the floor and rested against the wall. He propped his forearms up on his knees and leaned his head back casually. He seemed perfectly at ease, even though we were hardly friends and we were alone in a private room together. It was the kind of hideaway where sneaky lovers might meet for an afternoon tryst. Not that romance was on my mind at that moment. Of course not. You. Of course it bothers me, replied Ronin. But I'm used to it. I had no choice except to get used to it, especially when I got here. Everyone had already made up their minds about me. I was hopeful that when I arrived as a freshman, I'd be able to forge a new path for myself and finally escape my family's reputation, but it took only a few minutes for me to realize that I'd been foolish to think that would be possible. From what I remembered, Ronin didn't even try making friends freshman year. From the very first day of orientation, while everyone else pointed out that the son of notorious murderer Mason Hayworth was part of our class, he'd been lurking on the fringes of the crowd. Not once did he push through the margins and shake a few hands or offer a smile. He accepted his fate too willingly, in my opinion. Then again, I had no right to judge. I didn't know what it was like to be in his shoes. No amount of imagination could recreate what it truly felt like to go through what he had. Not only had he lost his mother, but he lost his father in a completely different way at the same time. Furthermore, his entire family was forced to carry their new reputation like a dark cloud that they never asked for. That had to be pretty heavy to deal with. Who knows? Maybe if I was in Ronin's shoes, I would have done the same thing. I would have latched on to the rebellious lone wolf persona that so many people were willing to cast onto him without a second thought, and simply accepted the fact that I would be on my own for the next 4 years. At least he was passionate about his major, and he didn't seem depressed or lonely, at least not on that surface. In fact, Ronin Hayworth was a lot more normal than I thought he was. Sorry, I told him. You shouldn't have been ostracized like that. I mean, you were just a kid when it happened, and it's not like you asked for this. There was a trickle of guilt wrapped into the apology I offered him. While I was busy charming the pants off everyone I possibly could, the first few days of freshman year, I should have reached out to him. Instead, I fed into the mob mentality and kept my distance. Would things be different if, for whatever reason, I had included Ronin Hayworth in my list of people to befriend? But I never saw much value in asking what if. All we had was the reality of the present moment and the moldable uncertainty of the future. The past was unchangeable, and we were better off accepting it for what it was. Well, that's life, Ronin replied with a shrug. It's unfair, isn't it? We don't get to choose our parents or our family. Timidly, I knelt down on the floor beside him and then folded my legs in front of me, trying not to outwardly cringe at the fact that my expensive wool trousers were touching the dirty floor. Yeah, all we can do is deal with what we have, I guess, I replied, staring off into the shadows through the streaks of faint light glowing through the windows. I'm pretty lucky in that case. Honestly, I fought a lot with my mom, but I really loved her. And even though I'm not getting along very well with my sisters right now, I love them too. I suppose some people aren't so lucky to have that. What about your dad? He asked. He died when I was little. An experiment spell went wrong. Oh. I'm sorry. Thanks, but it's okay, I told him. It was a long time ago. I don't remember much about him. Ronin let out a breath of laughter. That was a phrase we had discussed last week, a phrase that he used in reference to his parents too. God, did we really have an inside joke? You're right about how lucky you are though, Ronin told me. I don't have any siblings. I mean, it's probably for the best that they were spared the grief of what happened between my parents, but it's cool that you and your sisters are relatively close. I feel like that's not common with siblings. No, I don't think it is. I mean, imagine if you were Nick's sibling. If I was related to him, I'd excommunicate myself from the Arsenault bloodline. I snorted. You really don't like him, huh? I don't like people who take their privileges for granted. I don't like it when people get things they don't deserve, good or bad, Ronin replied as if he was merely telling me that the sky was blue and the grass was green. There are a lot of people like that at this school, and in the world in general. Nick is one of them. You sound like my older sister, I told him. I knew that she wasn't the biggest fan of his, and neither was the rest of my family, but I was always very defensive about it. I didn't stop to consider that maybe they had a good point. Maybe if I did, I would have known to walk away before he. No way, Ronin interrupted. No way am I going to sit here and let you blame yourself for what that degenerate parasite did. I understand that being hard on yourself is all part of being ambitious and successful, but there comes a point where you need to realize that there was nothing you could have done to stop Nick Arsenault from being an abominable rat. He was born that way, and no amount of money could have fixed it. Your insults are kind of poetic. I snickered. Thanks. I am a linguist in training, after all. I rolled my eyes. Okay, don't take my small compliment too far. I wouldn't dare. Thanks for showing me this place, by the way, I murmured. I think I needed to step away for a minute and be somewhere nobody else could find me, if that makes sense. It does make sense, Ronin assured me. I know what you mean. We felt quiet for a moment. Not for the first time, the silence was impossibly comfortable. There was no pressure to fill it. Nothing left unsaid. You know. I sighed. You're not so bad after all. A stray strand of black hair falling across his forehead. His eyes glittered with humor in the dim light. Neither are you, he replied softly. Neither are you. Chapter 17. Over the weeks that followed, I came to accept that some changes were welcome in life. Ever since my mother died, I'd been begging for everything to go back to normal. It wasn't that I foolishly wanted to reverse time and bring my mother back to life, but rather that I just wanted things to be exactly how they were before she passed away. Obviously, that was impossible. Furthermore, I couldn't control how my sisters felt about the fact that we no longer had a living mother or a father. I also couldn't control how everyone who knew my mother responded to and processed the news of her death. Those kinds of things changed people. Grief changed people. It even changed me. But I realized that it wasn't the lack of change I was craving, not a return to the life that I knew before. Instead, I only wanted comfort and happiness and a sense of peace. Before my mother died, I thought I knew what would bring me those things. A hot senior boyfriend with an influential family, perfect grades, and unbeatable social life, those were my priorities before. Although I didn't necessarily frown on those things now, I supposed my prime concerns had changed. I blocked Nick's number. Not that he was jumping through hoops to try to contact me anyway. I had no interest in communicating with him, least of all taking him back. I also wasn't concerned with finding a replacement for him. For the first time in over a year, I was single. While I didn't necessarily like it, I preferred it over the relationship that I used to have. How could I have believed that something so flimsy and meaningless was so important? In truth, for the most part, the changes that I went through involved me gaining valuable knowledge. I grew wiser as the semester progressed. I didn't go out as much. When I did decide to show my face at a few select social gatherings, I was only there for a few minutes. I said hello to those I trusted the most, and offered cold shoulders to the people who I knew were only sticking around because they believed that being close to Carissa Quinlan would benefit them. They didn't care about me. They cared about what I could offer them. Even though part of me respected their ambition and the pursuit of their goals, I didn't have the patience for their shallow social climbing anymore. For the most part, I avoided people, though I eventually texted Hannah and Sumi back to thank them for the support. I even met Lucia for coffee, who was Nick's friend first. I'd listened to her bash him for a solid 15 minutes, until I finally convinced her that it wasn't what I wanted to hear. I no longer had a best friend. When things like this happened, when you broke up with your long-term boyfriend, the first person you were supposed to turn to was your best friend. At least, according to the movies. But what were you supposed to do when your best friend was the reason that you and your boyfriend were no longer together? More than that, what were you supposed to do when your best friend was so obviously uninterested in apologizing for what she did to you, that she had not once reached out to you since you found her wrapped around your boyfriend and her own bed? Although plenty of people had their eyes on the open spot of my best friend, I wasn't accepting applications. Although I entertained a few bonding moments with Everly here and there, and even stopped openly scowling at Alyssa, my sisters and I remain fairly distant. It was another change that I had to get used to. In the meantime, I poured even more effort into my classes. I was several weeks ahead of schedule in most of them. I was even doing well enough in Latin to get an A on my first paper of the semester, the one that Ronin had helped me review. Despite that small success, I didn't stop our tutoring sessions. In fact, I increased them. Or rather, informally increased them. Instead of reverting back to silent competitors, Ronin and I started studying for more classes together. Although it was unlike me, I repaid the favor he offered me with Latin tutoring by helping him with some of the classes that he struggled in, including elemental magic. After the day that he brought me up to that dusty turret in the library, things shifted between us. We were nicer to each other. Our insults were more like jokes, playful prods at each other designed to make the other smirk and roll their eyes rather than scowl with frustration. Ronin Hayworth became one of the people that I trusted most, and the person that I spent most of my time with. By the time midterms were looming on the horizon once more, and the snow started melting, hinting at a false spring that would inevitably be ruined by one last snowstorm, which all the locals knew, Ronin had become my closest companion. Even more bizarre than that was the fact that I stopped sneaking around with him. I didn't care who saw us together. Uncharacteristically, my ability to care about what other people thought of me faded after what happened that night at Bethany's party. It was as if something inside me, a tiny switch or a little lever, had flipped. The knowledge that my image had been tarnished against my will triggered a new facet of my personality, one that was encouraged by the time I spent with Ronin. It wasn't that I stopped caring about what people thought of me completely, but rather that, for the first time in my life, I understood that I couldn't control how the world saw me. All I could do was follow my path and hope that those who mattered to me would stay loyal. I like to think that if my mother was still here, she'd be proud of the emotional transformation I underwent in such a short amount of time, even if the catalyst had been heartbreak in the immediate aftermath of grief. Loss could change you, as could betrayal. Rejecting the change was useless. It was a waste of energy. Maybe instead of becoming a professor at the university where Nick was inevitably going to be the headmaster one day, I should become a motivational speaker. In truth, that was the most devastating part of our breakup. I had always seen myself as a professor at Arsenault, and when I started dating Nick, that image grew more concrete because he was, without a doubt, going to be headmaster one day. However, now that I knew that if I kept following this path, I would have to work alongside him sometime in the future, I wasn't so sure it was what I wanted. Perhaps it was childish to be turned off by the thought of working with one's ex-boyfriend a couple of decades after your breakup, but the way that my relationship with Nick ended changed my overall opinion of him. I hesitated at the thought of being colleagues with him one day, not because we would always have this tumultuous history between us. No, I didn't want to work alongside Nick in the future because Ronin was right about him. Nick was a terrible person. Why would I want him to be my boss one day? So for the moment, my ultimate goal was on hold. Maybe more things would change in the right direction so that I could reawaken the goal sometime soon, but until then, the present was more important. Perhaps the biggest change that occurred after that fateful evening during the first weekend of the semester was the fact that I not only stopped slamming the door in Ronin's face, but also started inviting him inside. Sometimes we needed a change of scenery for our study sessions that wasn't the library, or any other place on campus, where people threw curious looks in our direction at all times, and then gossip when they thought we wouldn't notice. What had once been a place that I avoided more than anything, had become a peaceful, off-campus refuge. I don't understand, I complained. It just doesn't make any sense. Why would Latin be the language best suited for casting spells that deal with emotions? I ranted at Ronin from where I was curled up on the cushions, at the opposite end of the couch from him. He was lounging comfortably, utterly at ease, despite the fact that this was only the third or fourth time that he had set foot inside my home. Well, I can't explain because I don't understand why it doesn't make sense to you, Ronin replied with an exasperated chuckle. But don't you agree? I asked him. If you're going to cast a spell that has anything to do with the emotions, wouldn't you use a romance language? Not all emotions are romantic. I don't mean romantic in the sense of romance. I just mean it in the sense of idealism. You know, like the art movement. So you think having emotions is more idealistic than realistic? Ronin inquired. It was a genuine question. Although Nick and I used to debate for sport often during the course of our relationship, Nick was patronizing and never wanted to accept that I might have made a good point. In contrast, Ronin was more interested in hearing what I thought about various topics than proving that he was smarter than me. I guess so, I answered. Don't you? No, I think emotions are based in logic. We think therefore we feel, no. But if you're casting a spell with an emotional aspect, it doesn't seem right to use a dead language. It seems counterproductive to use a language that isn't spoken by humans nowadays, if you're trying to work with something that is inherently human at its core. Ronin nodded slowly. Good point. I see what you mean. Only if you don't think we should use Latin, what do you suggest as an alternative? I don't know. French? Italian? Something sexy. Ronin snorted and adjusted on the couch to face me fully. The cushion between us was cluttered with our notes and textbooks. Upstairs, Alyssa and Cody were studying in her room. Everly was, as always, on campus. But French and Italian have their roots in Latin, he argued. I threw my arms up in surrender. Fine. You're right. We can use Latin for the stupid spell. Ronin snorted and returned his attention to the large textbook that was lying open between us. We were working together that afternoon because I had a Latin midterm coming up first in a couple of weeks, and Ronin had an advanced enchantments midterm to study for. So far that semester in Ronin's class, they had discussed casting emotional enchantments on objects. For example, you could enchant a child's toy to bring them comfort and happiness every time they held it. Or on the less pleasant side of things, you could enchant a knife or similar weapon to bring murderous anger to all who wielded it. The enchantments could be cast in any language. What mattered was the power behind it. However, there was a lot of truth to Ronin's claim that casting spells in the proper language would make them more meaningful and long-lasting. Thus, his exam about emotional enchantments lay parallel with my exam about the Latin language. Okay, so what is this? I asked him, leaning forward to get a glimpse at the page he'd turned to a few minutes ago, which had spurred our debate in the first place. It's an attraction spell, Ronin answered. It requires more intent than wording, but I still think that I'm going to cast it in Latin during the practical portion of the exam. Interesting, I murmured. Attraction was a tricky subject of enchantment, more so than any other intangible emotion. It was a vague concept overall, one that could be interpreted in a variety of ways. I could be attracted to my favorite color, or attracted to a pleasant scent. On the flip side, two magnets could be scientifically attracted to each other despite not having the ability to emote. Or a person could be attracted to another person, but that was even more complicated. What's interesting? Ronin pressed. This is specifically for romantic attraction, I commented. Yeah, I wanted to do something more challenging in hopes of getting some bonus points. I rolled my eyes. But romance is fickle. You only say that because you've been jaded by betrayal, Ronin joked. No, I mean it. Romance isn't easily manifested nor controlled because humans experience romance in a vast range of ways, even for the same person within the span of a few minutes. There are too many factors involved. It's just not a reliable medium to work with. You sound like you're trying to discourage me. Maybe you don't want me to get those bonus points. That sounds a little self-serving, Ronin continued mischievously. I stuck my tongue out at him. Please, I don't need to lie to you to keep my status as valedictorian. Then maybe you can't cast a romance enchantment, he suggested, a dare in his voice. Of course I can, I scoffed. Remember who you're talking to. Let's see it then. It could be good practice for your Latin. I hesitated, the faintest hint of warmth rising to my cheeks. He was suggesting that I cast a romantic attraction enchantment, with only the two of us present in the room, meaning that we would be the ones getting enchanted. Magic would force us to be attracted to each other, until one of us used a different spell to break it. You can't be serious, I sneered. Do you even hear yourself right now? What are you afraid of? Ronin chuckled, shrugging nonchalantly. Are you really that spooked at the thought of being magically attracted to me for a couple of minutes? Do you really think it would be that painful? I glared at him, but it didn't have its usual force behind it. Though it stung to admit it to myself, I didn't think what Ronin was suggesting would be painful at all. Fine. I'll do it just to prove you wrong, I huffed, grabbing my notebook to translate the handful of words involved in the enchantment into Latin. It only took me a minute. When I was done, I glanced up at Ronin. I'm ready when you are, he smirked, perfectly at ease. This should be interesting. He didn't seem all that disturbed at the prospect of being forced into feeling romantic attraction for me, but I'd learned that he was pretty calm about almost everything. Reminding myself that this was just practice, just another study session, just a random experiment between two friends, were we officially friends now? I set down my notes and looked Ronin in the eyes. Ecce hoc, I recited, funneling a stream of magic into the pronunciation. Romance amor veritas. There was of course more to magic than words. Most magic didn't require spoken words at all. It was just that using speech as part of the casting process allowed witches and warlocks to focus their power more efficiently. The most important part of any spell or enchantment was intention. As I uttered the Latin words aloud, I gazed at Ronin and allowed myself a brief moment to acknowledge his beauty for what it was, both overwhelming and entrancing. Simultaneously, I accepted the fact that Ronin's personality was also fairly pleasant. At least for the most part. Now that we were no longer blatant enemies and complete strangers, I could see that he was kind and patient. He was also a good teacher and enthusiastic about knowledge. He looked down on cheaters and fakes, he didn't pretend to be anything that he wasn't. Those were the things that I admired about Ronin. Those positive affirmations were essential for the enchantment, so I couldn't force myself to ignore them at that moment. As the magic flowed through me to him, an odd glimmer filled the air around us for the briefest of seconds while we continued staring at each other from opposite ends of the sofa. Then, Ronin's smirk became softer as the enchantment took over him. A gentleness emerged in his gaze that I hadn't witnessed before, in the handful of weeks we'd been interacting on a regular basis. It's not real, I reminded myself. It's magic. He's not really attracted to you. You've enchanted him. Of course, I had also enchanted myself. The tingling in my spine and nervous fluttering of butterflies in the pit of my stomach were results of the spell. I felt the urge to be closer to him, as did he apparently. Wordlessly, we both pushed aside the mess of schoolbooks between us to close the distance between our bodies. See? Ronin whispered. Latin is pretty useful. The enchantment made me feel like my skin was on fire, in the most wonderful way possible, with every second that I spent in close proximity to the boy beside me. I found it impossible to argue with him. I didn't want to. Sure, I agreed. But this spell still would have sounded cooler if I said it in French. Oui, Ronin replied with a small smile. Voix ceci. Romance amour vérité. He playfully repeated the spell in French. At first I thought he was doing it just to prove that he agreed with me, but then I realized that he had fortified my enchantment with his own words, as the pull between us became so strong that it was impossible to ignore. When did we get so close to each other? A shocked voice in the back of my head called out desperately, trying to break through the charm. Our faces were inches away, and without noticing, my hand had come to rest on top of Ronin's forearm, where it was draped across the back of the couch. At the same time, I was acutely aware of the fingertips of his other hand drawing idle patterns on my knee. Time lost meaning. The world outside that room all but ceased to exist. Yeah, I think it works, I whispered. Oh God. Oh no, I pleaded half-heartedly as Ronin's eyes flickered down to my lips. Yep. It's working, he breathed. This wasn't right. This was a bad idea. What were we thinking? Jokingly casting an attraction enchantment between the two of us. We were extremely talented and powerful, the two smartest magical beings in the junior class, at the most elite institution for magical education in the world. Of course the enchantment was working. Did we really think it wouldn't? Deep down, did one of us want this to happen? No way. Absolutely not. The enchantment wasn't allowing me to logic myself out of the situation. I could no longer remember the fact that, although Ronin and I had grown closer in the past few weeks, we certainly weren't involved with each other romantically in the slightest. There was no natural attraction between us, right? Except before I knew it, we were kissing. It was euphoric. I couldn't tell if it was because of the enchantment, or if kissing Ronin was truly better than anything I'd ever experienced before. The kiss was heated, going from 0 to 100 in half a second. He wrapped his hands around my waist and I moved to straddle him, my fingers tangling in his hair. Our breath mingled in the desperate gasps for air we made in harmony between kisses. I loved how soft his hair felt. I loved the way his lips were soft and pliant, questioning and polite while simultaneously hungry and purposeful. I loved the way his body felt against mine. He was sharper and smaller than the last boy I kissed, but at that moment, I could barely remember my ex-boyfriend at all. No. As that insistent voice that had been shoved into the furthest reaches of my mind screamed for attention, it broke through just long enough for me to pull back from the kiss. Ronin seemed to grasp a similar sense of clarity at the same time. It looked like it pained him to say so, but the word terminus was forced past his lips a moment later, effectively breaking the enchantment. Released from the artificial romance, I let out a string of curse words and leapt off of his lap, standing up and stumbling back several steps from the couch. Ronin remained where he was, breathing heavily and watching me with wide eyes, his lips parted in shock. He trailed off, obviously speechless. I just kissed Ronin Hayworth. No, I just made out with Ronin Hayworth. His hands were on my body, roaming all over the place, and I liked it. I was blushing furiously, so I placed my palms over my cheeks to hide them and turned away from Ronin in utter shame. There was a flutter of movement behind me, and for a second, I was afraid that Ronin was going to come over to me again. However, he kept his distance. I should go, he said quietly. I glanced over my shoulder to see him frantically shoving his things into his backpack. I didn't know what to say. Both of us were clearly too embarrassed to mention the mistake we had just made. Wordlessly, I let Ronin show himself out of my house, barely able to breathe as he ran away from me. I was filled with dread. Not because kissing Ronin was the worst possible thing that could ever happen to me. Not because it had been bad or unpleasant or unsatisfying. It had been the opposite of all those things. No, I was overwhelmed with alarm because, more than anything else, the deep and undeniable sense of disappointment that overwhelmed me in the absence of his touch and in the aftermath of his sudden departure was not a result of the enchantment. Rather, I was genuinely disappointed to no longer be in Ronin's embrace. Which could only mean one thing: the enchantment hadn't been fueled by magic and intent and Latin alone. Unfortunately, there was a part of me that was truly attracted to Ronin. I couldn't even begin to fathom just how insane that concept was. It was so far beyond the boundaries of the reality that I knew that I almost felt like my mind was playing a prank on me. However, at least I could take comfort in the fact that he clearly didn't feel the same way. Chapter 18. It was like the world had been turned upside down. I tossed and turned all night, replaying at the moment on the couch with Ronin and all the innocent, light-hearted minutes that led up to it. More than anything though, my subconscious grew more and more disturbed that the memory of his kiss was not something I wanted to forget. When I woke up the next morning, I made my way across campus, which was bustling with activity on this sunny day, with my head down. While midterms crept ever closer, the energy at Arsenio became increasingly frantic as the days passed. That shared frenzy was nothing compared to how shocked I was to see Ronin walking right toward me across the quad, on my way to the elemental magic department. I paused in the middle of the paved path, allowing the stream of students to move around me, frozen to the spot as Ronin approached me with a determined look on his face. Was he going to curse me out for casting the enchantment so strong? Was he going to tell me to stay away from him? That nothing had been more horrifying in his entire life than sharing an intimate moment with Carissa Quinlan in the privacy of her living room? Honestly, I'd hoped to be able to avoid Ronin for most of the day. It was cowardly and not something I was proud of, but I needed more time to process my feelings about the kiss. After all, the moment had been generated by something artificial, and yet not all of it was fake. How could it be? Even before Ronin Hayworth became my tutor, and I got to know him more profoundly than what the rumors offered for information, I couldn't deny that he was attractive. He was a uniquely beautiful man, and I'd be lying to myself if I claimed there wasn't a sliver of my heart that was fascinated by that. Thus, when I learned that Ronin was also a nice person, the kind of guy who would offer me support and a secret place to hide away for a little while, even though I'd given him nothing but attitude for a week straight. Naturally, my feelings about his good looks became more nuanced and grew deeper roots. I wasn't actually romantically attracted to Ronin. I was just confused about a good-looking guy who was friendly. I'd also been lonely for the past few weeks since the breakup. The influence of the enchantment capitalized on that. At least I hoped that was the case. It would be easier if it was. "Carissa," Ronin murmured quietly when he got to me. Once again, as was becoming the tradition, the sight of Ronin and me speaking together in public was a main attraction. Both underclassmen and upperclassmen craned their necks without an ounce of shame to catch a glimpse of the circus sideshow that was Arsinoe's golden girl and official outcast conversing with each other. "Hi," I breathed, barely able to meet his gaze. "Please don't walk away from me yet," Ronin pleaded. Something in his voice confused me. Was that guilt I sensed? Why would I walk away from him? Sure, I was surprised to see him tracking me down first thing in the morning in the middle of the quad for all to see, but it hadn't even occurred to me that walking away was an option. I was too lost in my own chaotic thoughts. "What do you mean?" "I'm not." "I'm so sorry," Ronin told me, keeping his voice low so that the nosy passers-by couldn't overhear him. "I shouldn't have left things like that yesterday. I should have apologized properly right away. I mean, I was the one who suggested you cast the enchantment, and I know that it might seem like I was taking advantage of you, but I swear that wasn't my intention. I promise I'm not like that." I raised my eyebrows. That was not what I was expecting. It didn't cross my mind that Ronin might have blamed himself for the kiss. I assumed that the only reason he would possibly run away was that he was disgusted by what he did with me, and that he couldn't stand the sight of me. Maybe my self-esteem wasn't as rock solid as I thought it was. "Believe me, I don't think you were trying to take advantage of me, Ronin," I replied. "It never even occurred to me as a possibility. I blame myself, actually. I shouldn't have put that much magic behind it." "No, I don't think it was just your magic. It was me." "Carissa." "Hey," called out an unwanted voice, drowning out the end of Ronin's unfinished sentence. Both of us whirled around in unison to find Nick jogging across the quad in our direction, his hand lifted in a half-hearted wave as he hurried over. I hadn't seen Nick except in passing from a distance in weeks, let alone spoken to him in person or over the phone since the night I caught him with Bethany. Everly had been kind enough to take the lead on collecting the few belongings I left in his apartment, so I was spared even from that interaction. "What the hell?" I muttered under my breath. Nick had a strange look on his face, a forced smile that hid a torrent of emotions underneath the surface. If the sight of Ronin and me interacting in public wasn't enough to pique curiosity, the scene of Carissa Quinlan, Ronin Hayworth and Nick Arsinoe gathered together had practically put everyone else's morning on pause. Pedestrian traffic jams bloomed in my peripheral vision as practically everybody did double takes on their way past. "Hey," Nick said to me again, shooting an annoyed glance in Ronin's direction as if his very existence was an inconvenience. For some reason that made me bristle. "Can we talk?" "Now," I snapped, letting out a surprised bubble of laughter. "Seriously? I have class, Nick, and if it wasn't clear already by the fact that I blocked your number and haven't replied to any of your texts or called you back, I'm not interested in talking to you." I didn't bother keeping my voice down when I spoke to him, compared to when I'd been speaking with Ronin mere minutes ago. There was no part of me that cared about protecting Nick's reputation with a polite hush. He didn't deserve the courtesy. "Please just give me 2 minutes," Nick begged, taking a step toward me. Then, as if remembering for the second time that Ronin was by my side and standing far closer to me than what would be considered normal, Nick shot him a glare. "What do you want, Hayworth? Why are you even talking to him, Carissa? What gives you the right to question whom I speak with nowadays?" I hissed. "That's pretty bold of you, considering you went right ahead and did way more than talk with whoever you wanted to when we were together." "It's okay, Carissa," Ronin murmured, ducking his head so that he could speak closer to my ear, essentially pretending that Nick wasn't there. "I'll catch up with you later and let you two talk." I didn't want him to go, but I didn't know how to say that out loud without sounding desperate. I couldn't even explain why I felt that way, but as Ronin walked away and I was left standing in front of my ex-boyfriend for the first time in weeks, I felt nothing but pure dread and longing for a person that I barely understood. "Carissa, please listen to me," Nick muttered, taking yet another step closer to me. I mirrored his movements by taking a step back, but Nick didn't seem to notice. "I'm so sorry. That night was a mistake. What happened was so stupid, and I didn't mean it. I was just drunk. It's really you that I want, I swear. There's nothing between Bethany and me. You have to believe me." His words were laced with uncharacteristic desperation. Nick Arsenault never pleaded for anything, let alone forgiveness. The Nick that I knew wouldn't allow himself to look this vulnerable and pathetic in front of half the school. Rather, he would have continued to play it cool and act as though I deserved part of, or perhaps even the majority share of, the blame for the demise of our relationship. He was that self-assured. I increased the distance between us subtly, not saying a word. There was something weird about his aura, a new darkness that I didn't recognize. It wasn't as though Nick's magic had suddenly become darker this semester. No, these shadows were not a natural part of him. They clung to him like parasites. If I wasn't mistaken, Nick had been cursed. Of course, that was a ridiculous conclusion to reach. Who would dare curse a member of the Arsenault bloodline? And why would they do it in the first place? "Nick, let's not do this right now," I replied gently, not sure how this new version of him would react to continuous rejection and wanting to play it safe. "Let's not do this at all, okay? I think we should just move on from each other. Just because you claim there's nothing between you and Bethany doesn't mean that there's still something between you and me. No, please, Carissa, please listen to me. I didn't mean it. I want you back. We should be together. We're perfect for each other," he begged, spewing a handful of transparent phrases that might have worked on a weaker girl. At the same time, I couldn't deny that I was tempted to ignore my instincts and accept his apology. Pretending that I wasn't irreparably hurt and changed by Nick's betrayal would be difficult, but getting back together with him would be undeniably easy in the long run. It would make everything normal again. Or at least some things would be normal again. Actually, the longer I thought about it, the more I realized that even if I went back to Nick, nothing would be normal. Everything had changed, and there was no way to bring back my old life. As the days passed, the truth was that I became more convinced of the fact that I didn't want that old life anymore. Maybe I never did, and the only reason I clung to it was that it was the kind of life that everyone had come to expect from me. I crafted the perfect image of Carissa Quinlan, and the world believed it, trapping me inside that invisible box without me even realizing it. "No, Nick," I told him. "We're over. Maybe in time, I can accept your apology, but I won't take you back. Ever." "But Carissa, I love you," Nick protested. He reached for my hand, but the second that he made contact with my skin, I zapped him with electricity. It was a classic move of mine that he probably would have seen coming if he was in his right mind. However, the man in front of me wasn't anything like the boy I'd known since he was a kid, or the teenager that I developed a crush on as the years went by. The man who cringed with pain at the electric jolt and fell backward onto the muddy slush that covered the once green expanse of the quad was a walking disaster. A dark, troubled disaster. I wanted nothing to do with him. Chapter 19. "Hey Carissa," a girl sitting in the row behind me in the lecture hall during my first class of the day whispered. As everyone gathered in their seats and waited for the professor to arrive, I knew that pretending to ignore whoever it was would make it more awkward for both of us, so I turned around and offered the closest thing to a polite smile that I could muster. "Yes," I replied to the girl, a junior named Martina, who was in pre-law track with Hannah and whom I generally considered my friend. "I heard about what happened on the quad a little while ago," she said to me. "I'm sorry you had to deal with that, especially in front of everyone. Nick is such an idiot." "Yeah, thanks," I said. I could tell that she truly wanted to say something to try to make me feel better, clearly pitying me for the unfavorable attention I had to endure thanks to Nick. But I was so tired of people telling me that they felt sorry for me. Before I could turn back around, the person sitting beside Martina grinned mischievously. I knew her name was Madison, but I wasn't particularly close with her. "Can you teach me how to do that trick with the electricity?" Madison asked me. "It looks pretty useful. God knows it would teach guys to keep their grubby paws off me." I pursed my lips at her. "It's elemental magic. I recommend studying the subject yourself. I don't share my party tricks." With that, I faced the front of the classroom and braced myself to endure the awkwardness of Madison and Martina's shocked silence behind me. Luckily, halfway through class I got a text from Ronin and my focus shifted. Over the past few weeks, the steady stream of messages from everyone and their mother had slowed to a more manageable trickle, so the notification from Ronin actually caught my attention. Without hesitation, I opened the message and tore my attention away from the lecturing professor to read it. "Can I see you tonight?" Ronin asked. "There's something I need to tell you." "That's ominous," I typed back. "You need to tell me in person?" "I mean, I don't need to. The traditional sentiment that meaningful things shouldn't be discussed via text messages just has a chokehold on me," he replied. "So, you need to tell me something meaningful in person?" "Like I said earlier, it's okay, Ronin. I believe you. There's no part of me that thinks you suggested we try out that enchantment, just so that you could get your hands on me or whatever. Everyone is full of surprises, but you hardly strike me as a creep." Ronin's response to my lengthy response took a while to arrive. I watched the clock tick by for 7 entire minutes, as the 3 bouncing dots that indicated Ronin was typing appeared and reappeared several times. Wherever he was at a loss for words. Finally, however, he replied. "I'm glad to hear you don't think I'm a creep. That's a relief. I guess I just want you to know that the reason I left so quickly after that wasn't because I was angry or grossed out." "Really?" I texted back. "You don't have to lie for the sake of my feelings. It's fine if you're weirded out by the fact that we kissed. We were, after all, under the influence of a magical enchantment." "I wasn't weirded out," he answered. "At least, not at the moment. Actually, I think the weirdest part for me was realizing that I didn't find it weird to kiss you at all." I was stunned to discover that both me and Ronin were in the same headspace. Apparently, he was just as confused as I was. What did that mean? Was he saying that there was a part of him that liked me, that was attracted to me, too? There was no way. The sheer impossibility of me being Ronin Hayworth's type was so preposterous that I hadn't even considered that my bewildering feelings for him could be returned. I didn't know what to say, but I knew I had to say something. I couldn't leave our conversation at that. "I see," I replied. "Is that what you want to tell me in person? Or is there more?" "There's more. If you're busy later, I get it. We can talk another time." "No, tonight is fine," came my instant response. "Come over around 6? "Sure, see you then." What more did Ronin have to tell me? If he didn't think it was weird to kiss me, did that mean he actually liked kissing me? Or was that merely his way of informing me that it wasn't exactly the worst thing he'd ever had to do in his life? I was so puzzled. I felt like someone had blindfolded me, spun me around 10 times, put me in a maze, and told me to find my own way out. However, I was immediately wrenched from my thoughts about Ronin when a familiar name was mentioned by the professor at the front of the room. Groundbreaking research by the late Dr. Quinlan, revealed that even communications with dark beings via necromancy leave marks on the living person reaching out to the afterlife. Why is that? Because dark beings are dark because they have been cursed, and curses leave marks, said the professor. I couldn't ignore the way my mother's name fell from his lips alongside the term late, with forced casualness. Though I didn't recognize him as one of the teachers who had ever been particularly close to my mother, even he wasn't used to the fact that she was dead. Even he, who barely knew her, was struggling to move on. At that moment, I realized with a crushing sense of clarity that I should have been kinder and gentler with my little sister from the very beginning. If an admiring professor continued to grieve, disbelief coloring his mention of my mother's passing, then didn't Alyssa have the right to struggle in whatever way she chose to, for as long as she needed to? That's what I want this midterm paper to be about, the professor continued. The iconography of curses. However, I'm going to be grading based on originality as well. I don't want to hear any generic narratives about the same old curses that we all know about. As a rule of thumb, if your topic would appear in the textbook for any 100 level or 200 level course at this university, avoid it. Got it? Anyway, let's move on to the next chapter so that we can go over that material before midterm exam season officially starts. As the lecture continued, I welcomed the distraction of a difficult assignment to keep my thoughts from straying back to useless wonderings over whatever Ronin might be preparing to tell me later that night. Something itched at the back of my mind. The professor mentioned that he wanted an original topic and would be giving higher grades to those who wrote their papers about something obscure. The iconography of curses, specifically that curses left behind marks even on people. Sometimes they were scars or wounds that never healed. Other times they were intricate tattoos or simple birthmarks. Occasionally, people weren't even aware that they were cursed because the physical manifestation of the dark magic wasn't strong enough to be noticeable until the curse itself had taken effect. My first thought was the three sisters. The mountains were believed to be cursed and full of dark magic, having been formed out of the dead bodies of the chief's daughters as they huddled on the ground and the magical life bled out of them. Even in death, they sought to protect the land that once gave them life, and tried to suck the curse that Mother Nature placed on the North Tribe out of the earth, to protect the sanctity of the more innocent forms of life in the forests. Perhaps there was some useful material there. Yet, on second thought, writing a paper about the mountain range that made Deadwater infamous wasn't exactly original. Everyone who came to this school knew about it in some respect. But there was an aspect to the legend of the three sisters that even I, who had been born and raised in this town and grown up knowing the alleged origin story of the land, hadn't been privy to until recently. Owena. The young girl who was saved from death by the sacrifice of the sisters, though her shoulder was pierced by the arrow that punctured her mother's heart. The arrow was shot by a member of the Northern Tribe, the intended target of Mother Nature's curse. Thus, since Owena's wound was a result of violence punishable by a curse, didn't that make it a manifestation of the curse itself? Didn't that mean that the little girl, the granddaughter of the Southern Tribe's chief, was also cursed? And if so, had there been anything left behind on Owena's body to mark that doom even after she left her birthplace? I frowned to myself, barely paying attention as the professor wrapped up the lecture, and everyone started filing out of the room. How was I supposed to find out anything else about Owena? The first time I had ever heard of her was a month ago, and the chapter that the enchanted book from my mother's office insisted I read admitted that there was very little information known about Owena. In fact, a significant number of historians weren't even sure if they agreed she existed in the first place. So maybe that wasn't a good midterm topic after all. If the information was more attainable, it would be an easy way to blow everyone else out of the water, since I was confident that very few others knew about the girl who escaped the massacre. I tried to cling on to my spiral of brainstorming, a desperate attempt to avoid thoughts about Ronin or Nick or anything else that might cause me even a semblance of internal turmoil during the rest of my classes that day. Unfortunately, they were feeble distractions, temporary things to focus on that barely held my attention. By the time afternoon came and I walked home, done with classes for the day, I was ready to force myself into a vegetative state just to be able to survive the few hours I had to wait until Ronin arrived later that evening to reveal his mysterious announcement. Except when I set foot on the front porch and dug around for my keys in my bag, I realized that the door was already unlocked. That was weird. Everly was teaching a lecture at this time of day, and I just saw Alyssa and Cody at the Witcher together as I was leaving campus a few minutes ago. Nobody else should have been home. While it wasn't necessarily the end of the world that one of them had forgotten to lock the door before they left earlier, it was a bit concerning. Deadwater was a generally safe small town, but that didn't mean we were still in the era of being able to leave our front doors practically wide open. When I stomped inside, my keys rendered useless for the time being, I noticed right away that the reason the door hadn't been locked wasn't that one of my sisters was forgetful that morning. Rather, somebody else who knew where we kept the spare had decided to let themselves in while we were away. That was the only explanation. There was an unbreakable enchantment tied to the house deed that wouldn't allow magic to break open the locks, so an old-fashioned key was necessary for entry. I dropped my bag on the bench in the hall and stared at the intruder who was standing at the end of the entryway, still and silent like a statue. It looked as if they'd been waiting for me like that for hours. "Bethany?" I called out. I recognized her blonde hair and designer boots immediately. "What are you doing here?" I'd seen less of Bethany this semester than I had seen of Nick. Unfortunately, when scandals like the one they started broke out, it was often the woman who fared worse than the man. Such was the case with Bethany and her attempt to take over my life by stealing my boyfriend. Bethany had lost pretty much everything. She still had a few friends, but for the most part, she'd been cast out by our former circle. Perhaps if Nick had publicly claimed her and started a proper relationship with her for all to see, she wouldn't have been doomed to be labeled as the class tramp, but I found it difficult to feel bad for her. I only pitied her for being stupid enough to think she was making a good decision when she started having an affair with Nick. Dumb choices had consequences. "I hope you don't mind that I let myself in," Bethany crooned. Her head was tilted at an odd angle, slightly crooked, and her face was turned toward the floorboards so that her long hair formed curtains around her features. Her expression was thus difficult to see clearly. "I wanted to talk to you. It seems like a lot of people have been inspired to reach out to me today," I deadpanned. Bethany cackled, the sound low and spooky. There was something weird about her. Just like Nick earlier, she had a dark aura around her. Also, the way she was speaking was totally out of character. Not to mention the fact that even when we were best friends, Bethany had never let herself into our house without an invitation while nobody was home. We were close, but not to that extent. This was a family home, not another college apartment. "Come here," Bethany demanded. "Is this about Nick?" I asked, ignoring her command and not budging an inch. I had a bad feeling in the pit of my gut. My instincts were screaming for me to open the door once more and run out of the house. Believe me, I don't want anything to do with him anymore. He's all yours. If you came over here to give me some kind of speech about how you don't want me to take him back, you don't need to waste your breath. Bethany stepped closer to me, her movements slow and measured as if she was stalking prey. Her shoulders were stooped, and although I could see her face more clearly as she drew closer, she kept it downturned. That was strange. Bethany was usually fairly graceful, and walked with a straight spine like a trained ballerina. When we first met freshman year, I remembered I liked that one of the first things she said to me was that having good posture was important to maintaining a decent image. "This isn't about Nick," she muttered. "This is about something much more important than that foolish boy." Foolish boy. Since when did Bethany use the term foolish? And when had she ever referred to someone older than her as a boy? "Beth, are you okay?" I asked her as she took another step closer. "Did something happen to you? Have you been messing with some kind of weird magic?" She froze a couple of feet away from me, clenching her hands into fists at her sides and closing her eyes. I inched backward, my hand searching for the doorknob behind me blindly. Then Bethany started chanting in a deep, mangled, vaguely masculine voice that definitely didn't belong to her. I didn't recognize the language, but it was definitely old. Maybe if Ronin was here. Nope. It wasn't the time for me to be craving his presence. Prinesti Svet. Vazami Svet, Bethany chanted, staring at me with such a profoundly chilling glare that I felt incapable of moving. She repeated those two phrases over and over as I dared to inch further away, my back pressing against the closed door as I reached my dead end a second later. Was it Russian? Since when did Bethany speak Russian? What did Svet mean? I couldn't think of any Latin word that might be at the root of it, at least not at that moment. I was too freaked out by the sight of my former best friend behaving like she was possessed before my very eyes. That's when the house started shaking. It trembled as if an earthquake had struck dead water, but the vibrations that shook my childhood home were too steady and consistent to be the work of nature. Whatever Bethany was chanting, it was summoning a power that was too strong for her. Beth, stop it, I told her. I don't know what you're saying, but you need to stop. Can't you see? You can't control this magic. Whatever it is, you need to let go of it. Bethany wasn't listening. Her chanting continued, low and monotonous. Prinesti Svet. Vazami Svet. It wasn't until I saw the shadows leaking up through the cracks in the floorboards and dripping down the wallpaper that I confirmed once and for all that this was not a typical curse. This was older magic of a less subtle kind. Black fog was produced as a result of the darkness born from Bethany's disturbing chant. It flooded the hall, creeping across the floor as if it intended to fill up every last inch of breathable air in the house. What are you doing? I demanded sharply. In answer, Bethany lunged forward and grabbed me. Her grip was stronger than I remembered it. It caught me off guard. She was also taller than me, and was able to overpower me for long enough to force my jacket off my shoulders. I wriggled away from her, but her hold on the wrist of my right arm was so firm that I feared she was about to break my bone from the force of it. She yanked me towards her, and then took a fistful of my shirt sleeve with her other hand. Her eyes were completely black from the iris to the edge of the whites. This wasn't Bethany. This was a different beast entirely. I fought through the fear and reached out for my magic. I didn't want to hurt Bethany if she'd become the victim of a dark creature, like a demon, or something worse. Sure, I hated her for her betrayal, but I didn't want something like this to befall her. Just because she slept with my boyfriend didn't mean she deserved to have her soul devoured by a monster. This version of Bethany was fast though. Before I could harness enough magic and channel it into something that would get Bethany away from me without permanently harming her, she jerked violently and ripped off the sleeve of my t-shirt with a forceful tug. The seam shredded underneath her unnatural, magically enhanced strength. She pounced, her onyx eyes focused on my bare shoulder as if looking for something. Pulsing with magic, I said the first thing that came to mind. Expello te. I shouted. I banish you in Latin, of all languages. I didn't have to say anything at all. I could have uttered it in English if I really wanted to, but apparently, my lessons with Ronin maintained a firm grip on my immediate recall. I coupled the Latin spell with a rush of elemental energy, a mixture of air and fire and electricity that sent Bethany flying backward. She landed on her back, but it wasn't enough to knock her out. Luckily though, she did stop chanting. The shadows she summoned dispelled little by little, as she groaned and sat up with a pointed glare aimed at me. I took a timid step toward her, trying to see if the normal color of her eyes had returned, if the girl I once knew was still in there. However, Bethany stood up with a flash of supernaturally fast movement. She took one last look at the ruined sleeve of my shirt and my exposed shoulder, then marched past me silently. What are you? Bethany flung open the door without ceremony, the sound of the groaning hinges cutting me off. She walked away without looking back, like a doll with a singular purpose and no thoughts of her own. I hovered in the threshold, so befuddled by what just happened that I couldn't even form the words to call out after her again. In the driveway, Alyssa and Everly had made a timely appearance. Climbing out of Everly's car, they glanced between Bethany's retreating form, my assumably shocked expression, and the house that had been trembling seconds before. Deciding that pursuing Bethany wasn't the best course of action at that very moment, I gestured for my sisters to hurry into the house. "Come inside quickly," I told them. "I think we need to put a protection charm on this place." Chapter 20. "I don't understand," Everly said, pacing back and forth across the living room with her hands on her hips. The shaking caused by Bethany's mysterious spell led to minor wreckage. A few picture frames were knocked off the walls, and some knickknacks had been nudged off the mantelpiece, all of which I put back together in just a few minutes with easy magic. "Neither do I replied to Everly. "So it's not as if I can offer further explanation. I'm simply telling you what I saw and what she did." Alyssa was huddled on the sofa, visibly trembling. She gazed up at me, looking so small and fragile that it triggered my sisterly instincts to protect her. As I came closer, her gaze settled on the scrap of fabric that hung uselessly from the right side of my blouse. "She ripped your sleeve off?" Alyssa asked. "Did she say why?" "As I said, once she started chanting, she didn't have anything else to say to me," I told her. "She was looking at my shoulder, like she expected something to be there. Like I was hiding something valuable under my sleeve." Alyssa gulped and averted her gaze to the floor. She looked extremely nervous, obviously upset by the news that we'd had a violent intruder in our home. "I think we need to go after her," Everly said, finally stopping her pacing to face Alyssa and me. "We need to figure out what's wrong with her, and why she's targeting you. If someone is using dark magic to control innocent students in this town, then Bethany could just be the beginning. Who knows what someone might be up to?" She sounded paranoid, but for the first time I was on the same page. "You want to go find her right now?" I asked. "How are we supposed to track her down?" Everly shrugged, already making her way back to the entryway to get her coat. "Aren't we witches? This town is only so big. There aren't many hiding places, especially if her aura is as dark and obvious as you say it is." "Fair enough," I replied, joining her in the hall and preparing to hunt down Bethany by her side. Whatever was wrong with my former friend, she couldn't be allowed to roam around free like that. She could hurt someone less powerful than me. She could even hurt one of the non-magical locals, and potentially cause a scene that would risk them discovering our nature. "Wait guys," Alyssa called out after us in a shaky tone. She sounded so anxious that it caused both me and Everly to halt without hesitation, and turn back to our youngest sister. Alyssa was standing again, though she seemed unsteady on her feet. In answer to our questioning looks, she pointed at the staircase. Pearlescent white fog was spilling down over the stairs in thin curling tendrils. When it reached the bottom of the staircase, it split into 3 separate paths, seeking out each of us and swirling around our feet with a harmless, albeit creepy touch of mist. Tired of mysterious manifestations of vapor, I sighed loudly and kicked through the fog. I plodded up the stairs boldly, Everly right behind me, after only a second of hesitation, followed by a much more timid Alyssa moments later. "It's coming from Mom's attic," I announced as I approached the second-floor landing. The fog, which was white as snow, slipped out from underneath the crack at the bottom of the door that led to the home office our mother kept on the floor of our home. Everly muttered a string of words in Arabic, one of the languages that our father spoke, magically unlocking the door that had been closed for months. The 3 of us gathered before it as it swung open and revealed the dark, gaping entrance to a place none of us had been ready to set foot in. Part of me expected there to be a wall of fog waiting to descend upon us, but it avoided intimidation tactics, instead forming a mystical carpet that seemed to beckon us inside. "I don't think we have a choice, girls," I muttered. "What if it's something bad?" Alyssa whispered. "I don't think it is," Everly told her. I shook my head. "No, it's all right. There's no dark magic up there." It was true. I sensed nothing dark within the unlit expanse of my mother's old workspace. Nothing beyond the general hum of darkness that settled around her necromancy books and tools. Certainly nothing as intense as the darkness that came as a package deal with Alyssa. Everly led the way, taking the first steps up the staircase into the attic. The air was cold. The heating hadn't yet been turned on in this part of the house when our mother died, and none of us had thought about that in her absence. She was the only one who used the attic on a regular basis. Still, when I entered the space, it was painfully familiar to me. It was a place I'd known since childhood, a research laboratory that she once shared with our father. It was where her ideas flourished and bloomed the brightest. The office she kept on campus was strictly for work related to the university, the research that she published formally, and the essays and exams she had to grade as a professor. In contrast, our mother's home office was where she could be free to explore her magic beyond the metaphorical red tape of her career. It pulsed with an aura of its own, as if it was a living thing, as if our mother's spirit was still contained in the walls, ghosts left behind by the remnants of the countless spells she'd cast up here. We didn't have time to think too hard about where we were and who was missing from that room. The fog had brought us to a sight that rendered all of us speechless the moment our trio of eyes landed on it. In the vast space of gnarled floorboards in the center of the room, a salt pentagram had been drawn. The lines of the five-pointed star were poured out thick and flawlessly straight, the magical symbol drawn by a practiced hand. Yet, besides my sisters and me, there was nobody else in that attic. At least not that we could see. My blood ran cold, goosebumps rising on my arms. Alyssa trembled as she huddled close against Everly's side. Together, the three of us stood over the pentagram on the floor, our voices caught in our throats. We were silently waiting for an explanation, the snowy fog licking our ankles with delicate wisps of icy smoke. All at once, the pentagram burst into flame. In unison, we jumped back as the flames reached up several feet, the highest point coming dangerously close to kissing the peaked ceiling. "What's happening?" Alyssa shouted. "I don't know," Everly yelled, wrapping an arm around our youngest sister's shoulders while I stood close by and tried to see through the flames. Then, as quickly as the fire appeared, it died away. The vivid inferno left nothing but charred markings where the salt had once been, and a tinge of gray smoke in the air that permeated the white fog. Timidly, I stepped forward, noticing that there was something in the center of the pentagram that hadn't been there before. It was a message. A tidy scrawl etched into the floor with the fiery blaze that had threatened to consume it seconds before appeared in the aftermath, written in the same char. "What is that?" Everly whispered from behind me. "What does it say?" Unlike my sisters, I hadn't yet regained my ability to speak. All I could was stand there numbly and try to make sense of the 4 words drawn in uncomfortably familiar handwriting on the floor of my mother's most holy space. "Beware Arsino. Help A."
I hope you've enjoyed this latest production. Don't forget to subscribe and to ring the bell to be notified of new releases.